not kept up at all with what's been happening in the modding scene on this. But as a reminder, since it's been a little while, we are doing the Survivor Man Challenge. For those unfamiliar with the Survivor Man Challenge, it's a pretty straightforward challenge. I actually updated the command to be more correct, which is just I believe it's Survivor is the command. That generally the idea behind the Survivor Man Challenge is pretty much you start with $0, a piece of land, and the minimum required to be able to set up anything on the hardest economy settings. You got that. Let's see, you never look at schedules. You just sit here on Twitch and your other monitor and keep tabs on the ones you follow. Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. I can't, like, because I'm juggling all my own schedule stuff, unless it's something I know is, like, really special going to happen. Like, there's been 1 or 2 streams that, like, Drongo or FG have done where it's like, oh, I'm doing this specially. It's like, I want to see that. I want to see that. I'm going to go out of my way to watch that. Like, I want to see that person play that game. And even then, it's so rough because that means staying up entirely too late for me. I've done it once in a while. I think the latest I've stayed up was, I think it was a Kiri stream where Kiri started early and then went to like her normal time frame, and oh man, that was so late. But, you know, sometimes you do that if it's like, I really want to see it. A lot of times I'll pop back in the VODs for those. Alright, so let me go ahead and start my music so that we're not sitting here in silence. But for those who missed where we left off, I would tell you, but I gotta remember what the heck we were doing when we left off. So we're doing the Survivor Man Challenge. That the idea of this is pretty straightforward. You're basically starting with the absolute minimum required to be able to produce basically anything. And going from there. Alright, so we were still loading this up because it's not covered. And just start with like pretty much the minimum and just keep on building. And where we're at right now is I started with the basics for doing grass. We moved on to what's known as silage, which is basically animal feed. You're pretty much taking grass and you're fermenting it, and it becomes a pretty decent animal feed. And so what we're doing is we're trying to make the money we can off of that. For those unfamiliar with the Survivor Man Challenge, it is a very slow burn challenge. It is a challenge, though, that picks up pace as it goes along. That, you know, you start out, you can barely make per lap of, like, mowing the grass, like, $700. And then, you know, we get the silage, and now that's, like, for a lap of grass being closer to $2,100. So that means, you know, for 1 day's worth of work, if I get like 10 laps in a day or whatever, I jump the amount of money quite a bit. We get ourselves better equipment that let us do the same amount of work in less time. So it is one of those ones that it's the slowest at the beginning, but each step along the way that I get the next thing in, the next tool, the better equipment that can go a little bit faster, it picks up speed more and more until eventually it becomes pretty much not the challenge anymore. It just goes through really quickly. Let's see. You nearly killed your CPU. 30 Twitch tabs, all with both BTTV and 7 TV active. Convinced my CPU was overheating, but nothing was over 45C. Weird. That almost feels like something went awry in one of the tabs. Because it is one of the problems we have with the modern internet these days. Just people use JavaScript for everything, and there's nothing inherently wrong with JavaScript. But it is one of those things that bad JavaScript can be pretty brutal on the CPU. Not as bad as the old Flash used to be. I used to get genuinely, like, pretty upset when I'd go to a page and you're like, why is my CPU spiking? And you'd be looking at, like, the Domino's menu and realize the Domino's menu is running at, like, 120, 130 frames per second for what's effectively a still image. And I remember getting extremely upset over that. Because there wasn't, like, an alternative at the time. Like, half the restaurants are doing all of their stuff in Flash. And I remember being really pissed off about that. Because you'd be sitting there, you're like, you know, oh, let's order a pizza, no problem. Let me pull up the website. And you hear your CPU fan kick into high gear, and you're like, I'm just running a browser with the pizza menu up and nothing else. I should not hear this thing trying to orbit my processor. Yeah, nowadays with Flash pretty much dead, it's been a lot more of, instead of that being the issue, it's been badly written Java. Sorry, JavaScript. I need to not shorten it to Java because Java is a different programming language that does totally different things. Their syntax-wise, they're similar, but that's about as far as that goes. All right. Yeah, so for the moment, what we're trying to do is get as much as we can into our silage ditch, and then we will cover it up and start processing it into silage. And all you need to think about silage, that's like taking our grass and instead of making our 650, 700 per load we're doing right now, by chucking it in there and letting it ferment, it jumps up about not quite 3 times the price. So we delay our gratification a couple of days and get a much better payout by doing so. It's also nice, since we're past like the sponsored part of dealing with the mic, I've got the mic readjusted, so like if the volume's not quite right, let me know and all that. I do have the mic so it's no longer like right dead center of frame. Because like generally speaking, when you're dealing with mic, you don't want to talk straight into a mic, you usually want it just off center. And the reason you do that is there's a lot of vowels and such you do, S's and all that, P's, S's and all that you blow straight out the front of your mouth. And if the microphone is like right there in front, you're blowing directly into the mic. So you get all that garbage. So the microphone just off center, unless you're like doing weird out of the side mouth stuff, which you might do. But unless you're doing that kind of thing, generally speaking, you shouldn't have those like pops from the puh and all that. And there's other ones, those are just usually the ones you always hear about is the S and the P sound. Okay. And it'll just keep emptying more and more in there until it stops letting me empty it into the pile. Are those snowflakes you see? No, what you're probably seeing, I think in the game in the summer months you have like, you see like pollen kind of thing. Because yeah, now we're in June, so there shouldn't be any snowflakes. Yeah, no, it's probably like pollen or petals or dust or something like that. Various air detritus. Technically, we could see hail. That can happen in your summer months. It's just because all that does to cause hail is like how high the cloud making precipitation is can lead to hail coming down, which goes into a lot of different factors. Just needs to be tall enough that the rain or the water has time to condensate and then fall down, which usually requires decent air temperature contrast. Alright. I didn't remember what was on sale right now. Nothing we care about. Because for doing actual crops, I'm going to need a plow that's relatively inexpensive. And then I would either need a seeder or a harvester for whatever crop we go after. We did roll that I am going after barley for our first crop because we had like a big spinning wheel and we rolled the wheel that had every field crop that there is in the game. And we rolled the wheel to do that. And so I'm kind of leaning into the grass thing in the short term. as my means of, you know, bootstrapping what I need to get that crop. It's just gonna take us time. I want to say with the silage ditch, filling it up is probably gonna turn us like 40,000 or something like that. Okay. And the more we do that, the less I'm gonna need to do of silage. Silage. I keep calling it silage. Silage. Alright. But one thing I'd like to do is there's the new windrower, the McDon. I do ultimately think for the crops I want to go that route as opposed to just the regular harvester. So that means I use the McDon to basically mow down all the crops, and then I turn around with the harvester and I put a what's known as a thatcher header on it, which takes all the crops that are on the ground and like thatches it. And that's supposed to give you like nearly a 25% extra yield on your crops. But I think that sounds interesting as an alternative way of dealing with it, because it also means, if I remember correctly, you don't ultimately get the straw and all of that out of it when you do it that way. So it saves me having to do the baling and all that and just giving me more of the base crop, which to me seems to make a lot of sense. Hey, Doppelganger, and your 20 stream streak, so thank you so much for catching the last 20 streams without missing a single one, so I do appreciate that. Alright, so you can pop in here. We keep trying to pop back forth and dump this in here from side to side. I actually have no idea what the maximum storage or maximum capacity is of these. I only did a little bit of silage in the entire time I played 22. I had a ton of hours in there. But for whatever reason, I chose just not to worry about silage, even though silage was extremely good in 22. All right. Probably get a couple more in here before it's getting full. Alright. So I think our next big purchase was to upgrade our tractor. Oh yeah, I've got notes for this, don't I? Yeah, so I've got notes here from the last time we were playing that basically, to get what we want set up, the first thing I'm going to need is I'm going to need a better tractor. Like that's kind of big thing. That the seeder I want to use, which is like the minimum, just to be able to do barley requires 150 horsepower. We're sitting on 70 horsepower. So I'm already pushing the limits of this tractor as is, but the 150 we're just not even in that ballpark. The tractor would just sit there and would barely move, or like, you know, just kind of jerkily move forward at 1 or 2 miles an hour, which just wouldn't be doable. So we need to get the better tractor. There's one we were looking at for about $90,000. That's like 230 horsepower. So it's a really good price, and it's got both front and back hookup. The big negative of it is its top speed is only 24 miles per hour, which is the same top-ish speed that this has. So, like, its top speed is kind of its biggest drawback. But once I get that, I have the choice of, if I wanted to keep working on silage, I could switch out the equipment I'm using to, instead of having the foraging wagon, I could get a bale with wrapper and just drive around and dump the bales out the back and do that much faster, because then I don't have to go back and forth and drop it off again and again. But I would need to get a bale trailer, whatever you want to call it. And I'm trying to hold off on that because that's going to be a decent additional investment that I won't end up using for anything else. And I'd like to get to doing actual crops. Meanwhile, if I looked into the plows and all that, for like the actual barley, the plow we were looking at was about 14,000, the seeder's about 34,000. The harvester's the biggest issue, which the cheap one is 104-ish thousand, but the one I actually want is like 226. The harvester header is like 52,000, and I'd still need a 90,000 for the tractor. That's just to do the crops at all, that's not to do it efficiently. If we go and add the McDonough in there, which is the thing that gives me the boost, that's going to add almost an extra like 200,000, which we'll figure all that out. There's gonna be work to be done there, tinkering and sorting. But the point is, regardless of which path I take, the tractor's the next move. The only way we don't end up doing the tractor next is just on the off chance that we have a really good sale on something else. So like say I'm saving up for the tractor and then the harvester we want comes up on sale and I'm able to afford it, then I would clearly buy the harvester because it would save me a lot more money doing that way. But if we get the tractor, stuff like where I slow down to go up this, because this is uphill, by the way. If we turn the camera sideways, I can't rotate it, so you get a feel for the actual angle. So we're probably sitting here at like a decent 10, 15, 10, not quite 15% incline. That's not a minor incline. So it's not super surprising that tractor that we're kind of up on the fence of what its horsepower can handle really struggles going uphill. Whereas if we get the better horsepower tractor, it should just climb right up this without any real issue whatsoever. I also debated if we wanted to look in the area of like a tedder and a windrower, but it was one of those things as well, unless I get a much bigger tractor, it's probably just not worth it. Because in the past of like doing the one pass to mow and to tedder it out to hay, and then windrow it back together and then pick it up and drop it, by the time I went through all that process, it's just easier for me to just take it in immediately and just dump it in the silage ditch and call it a day. Whereas way later, if I got a really big tractor, it wouldn't be a bad idea for me to get a really big windrower. And with a really big windrower, I could then go through, put it all in, and, you know, pick up the individual rows off of that. But we'll see. The other one I had debated is if we wanted to look into setting up a couple of greenhouses. Because of the greenhouses, I could get the forks for on the front of the tractor to pick up the pallets, and those run about 10,000. The thing I need to fill up water is about 6,000, and then the cheapest greenhouse is about 9,000. And it's not a bad idea, because it is one of those things that as long as I top it off from time to time, that is enough to kind of, you know, keep the money rolling in from it. And even though it's not a lot of money per month, it is just, you know, that little extra bit of money that as long as I'm running, I just get that tiny little bump every single month. Which I do think is worth doing at some point. Right now it doesn't matter because I can't afford it. Like, I'll probably wait until I see one of the things I need for it go on sale. And then once that's happened, that'll be when I start worrying about it. Alright. I'm starting to worry that if I keep filling that up much more, I'm not going to be able to, like, flatten it down. So let's maybe set it with that. I'm going to drive over here. I'm going to drop off my mowing stuff. And I'm going to fight with trying to get this all compressed. It's also going to start getting dark in-game soon, and I want to make sure I'm working on that before it gets too late. This is going to take a little bit of fighting, but my hope is that that should be a pretty ridiculous amount of money in there. As you can see, we're not quite heavy enough to handle this stuff, so I got to zigzag back and forth to grab the rollers as well. And now we end up balanced. Just by the fact you got two heavy things on either side of me. Alright. So I'm going to try and level this out. I'm going to start by trying to push this mostly towards the middle. And then the hope would be that I can actually drive over this with the roller a little bit. Now, once I can do that, I can do a little bit better. And as all these things that we keep backing up and moving forward, it'll keep, like, repiling it. So we can shove more of it towards the middle. All right. So let's get around to the other side and do it again. From the other side. And then the focus will be more on doing the actual roller. Okay. I'm a liar? Yes. When it comes to being like, hey, I'm not gonna be here tomorrow. Yeah, sometimes the schedule permits. I'm like, well, it's the exact thing. It's like, it's gotten to the point, if I'm not interested in playing a game that's just gonna do terribly on the channel, like I know I shouldn't stream on that channel, generally speaking, it's like, well, if I'm gonna play it, I'm gonna stream it anyways. And that's just kind of where we're at these days. I don't know what you're doing, but I'm gonna go with the assumption if I keep pushing, it'll sort itself out. I keep waiting to see some of the grass like spill over the top or something, because I've never pushed this like that far, so I have no idea what to expect. My hope is it just keeps shoving it back farther and farther. Let's try turning around and see if I just keep shoving the roller up there. Because I did notice the last time we don't actually have to get over the whole thing. Like in real life, you'd obviously want to compress the whole thing. But just game mechanic wise, if I press up any of it, I can literally just deal with it however I want. Need to center this better. Let's try switching this around. Back off here. Drop that. Scooch forward. Drop that. So I'm going to try to just operate the roller on the front. And just basically use this as a glorified counterweight. Probably do the roller first. What should happen is it should start to level that out more and more so I can get a little bit more per pass. And I should be able to make that work for us. Because otherwise this is going to be slow bone. This is no reason I want the better tractors. I'd be able to fight with this a lot better. If I try and drop the other weight to reduce our load, it is just one of those things that Can I make it just the narrower thing to have less friction? I can. Compact percent is going up. Yeah, anytime you drive on it, it's just doing a calculation. It'll help a little bit. See if we can just back down with it. Yes, that's what you're kind of hoping for, is that I can just roll it back up and down here. And that should go up a couple percent each time. All right. I can't wait to get the higher horsepower tractor where we can just kind of shove this thing up and down this hill. and not have nearly as much of a fight just to do it. Okay. Let me try bringing this around to the other side, because I'm getting pretty close to just shoving the sill or the grass right off the edge there. If I shove it out of there, it won't count towards the sillage anymore.
Here is to your masochism.
Hey, Snootzer. Thank you so much for the 500 biddies. I really do appreciate it. Up. Wait. Physics. Buddy. Does gravity not exist anymore? I'm not touching it. Literally it's just dancing on its own. Just go ahead and set that down and see if that solves anything. There we go. That was a new one. Is Flubber in the towels? It was something. Hey, Insane Spork. Yeah, and I see what you're saying, Strider. Yeah, again, thank you so much for the 500 biddies. I really do appreciate it. It does help me keep doing this full time, and I appreciate that as well. Because I like doing this full time, and I'd like to keep doing it. Did someone clip that? Don't know yet. Usually takes a minute before I can see if someone's clipped something or not. Okay. Working on it. Yeah, we could dance if you want to. We could leave your friends behind.
Well, here is some more than less than 3.
Thank you, Snootzer. Dropping 1,500 bits. So you just dropped 2,000 bits between the two of those. That's incredibly generous, and thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate that. That is real heckin' generous. So thank you again, because very genuinely, you know, without support, like, you know, people tossing the bits and subs and all that, couldn't do it. Now, that to be clear, for those who, you know, like, you're just not in a place where you can afford to do that kind of thing, like, don't feel like you don't help make this happen or anything like that. Very genuinely, anyone tuning in, you do help improve the visibility of the channel, and there's ad revenue. Even if you're like sub Twitch Turbo, I still am compensated as if you saw the ads, even when you don't. That's not why I run ads, but these days you can't Twitch without ads. It's just not how it works anymore. So it is those things that it all helps. Alright, so I'm going to need to back off and switch these around because I'm about to shove the grass out of here, which does me no good. Let's drop that. Scooch on back with this. Drop this. Turn around. Hope you've got a great job, so feeling extra generous. Appreciate what you do, and chill vibes. Well, thank you. And congrats to your wife on getting the fantastic job. Fermented grass, the worst, very time-consuming. Historically, silage has actually been one of the most lucrative things in the game. Now, granted, it did get a bit of a nerf in Farm Sim 25, but it's still definitely up there. Right now, it wouldn't be so bad. It's just I have inadequate equipment for doing it. If you sat there and you use like the thing for dropping the thing for dropping the wrapped bales, that makes it way better to deal with. And the good news is, despite the fact that I'm now shoving this and uncompressing it or whatever, it doesn't actually reduce the compression. Alright, so let's go to the other side so I don't shove the grass out of here. That said, it does take me a hot minute to deal with this. But if I had a higher horsepower tractor, this would be way easier to cope with. But I don't, so we're making do. All right. I don't think this will work this way, but I'm gonna try it anyways. Yeah, I didn't think it was gonna work. I just don't have enough horsepower to force the stuff around that much. It's not fun to load and sell with your skid loader. Oh yeah, no, I have a foraging wagon to load up. So that makes my life a little bit easier. All right. I just need way more horsepower than I have. All right. I'm kind of compressing just this little lip here, but it will eventually compress the whole thing that way. I don't have to keep switching which side the roller's on to try and get the most out of this. All right. Yeah, I've got to get the bigger tractor. All right, come on. Doing at least a couple percent. Canola's always been your go-to to make a lot of money. So actually, if you do the cost for doing canola, not counting the buying equipment, but just the year-to-year, canola is among the lowest profitability of all the crops in this iteration of Farm Sim. Like, that's the thing. You can still make money with basically all of the crops. But, like, canola is pretty far down the totem pole. I did the I did the profitability of all of the crops, where I like ran through and did all my testing on all of them. And the only one I know is wrong is when I did my testing, I had tested peas. And since I did my tests with the peas, they have had they were patched and changed. Yep. Yeah, no, actually, I have it on the Discord. If I look at the Farm Sim channel, I've got it still set where it's, like, hidden unless you click on it. So out of 14 different, like, levels of crops so far as the money you make, canola is the 12th out of 14. And that's because most of the grains and all that are all basically equals to each other. And now this is not considering production lines. You always make, yeah, no, just about all the crops can be very productive. Go check out the video. So I don't have a video of that, but I know others have done their own math, and while their numbers don't exactly agree with mine, they're very close. But there are multiple videos I've seen people do who did very similar tests to my own that came up also that, you know, again, not counting production lines, I haven't done any of the numbers around that. Well, that's weird that that's flattening that out. But that, canola is one of the worst performing this version. And the way we did the tests on that one is I made a field, and I went and I plowed it, I de-stoned it, I limed it, did all that stuff. And then after all of that, I made a backup of the save. I seeded the appropriate crop, fertilized it again, did the rollers, basically did everything I could to maximize the profit for it. I did not consider the McDon though. That was one I did not factor in. Which the McDon, when you harvest, you can get a little, you can get like a good 25% extra or whatever, which wouldn't be enough to get like canola to being one of the better performer ones, because like the top of the pile was like 22,000 for that field, where the bottom of the pile was like 1,600. And so canola being in 12th place, I think it was like 1,800 for the field or whatever. So far as its profit. But yeah. Like I said, all the crops you can make money on. The only ones that are really tricky to make any meaningful money on is the grapes and the olives. The grapes and the olives are real rough. They really do need a nudge. What was the top ones? So sugar beets is number 1, which, you know, those are a big pain in the butt. Spinach was number 2 because you get to harvest it twice for putting it down. You had potatoes, sugarcane, carrots, rice, parsnips. So you get the idea. Most of the more of a chore crops are up there, but rice is relatively simple, and spinach is relatively simple. And it's not till you get, and like I don't know where peas lie now, because like I said, peas got their profitability adjusted after I did the tests. Cotton is number 7, so that's relatively high. But like your oats, barley, wheat, soybeans, green beans, long grain rice, that's all like nearly equal to each other. That's 10th place. Corn, sorghum, and sunflowers is 11th place, and then you have canola after that. And the only thing worse than canola and grapes right now is, sorry, the only thing worse than canola right now is olives and grapes. You feel like you need a harvest, need those special harvesters for most of those? Yep. But most of the special harvesters aren't more expensive than the regular harvester. But even then, if you're like only looking at the stuff that uses the regular harvester, any of your grains other than sorghum will outperform canola right now. That's your problem? You just don't have the money for special harvesters? Yeah, that's fine. If you're making 100 something a year, buying the special harvester only runs you usually like 200, 300, 400,000 depending on the crop. You can do it cheaper, but you don't want to. Unless you can catch it on sale, which happens. Like I think this time the meta crop that most people are probably gonna run is spinach. Unless the buff to peas pushed it way up, which I honestly have no idea. Like, I have to retest the P's. But that profitability is considering the maintenance, the gas, you know, and all that kind of stuff, the seed cost, fertilizer, lime, all of that. And then comparing that against it to try and, like, I don't take into consideration the initial cost of tools, just once you already have the tools. So there is something to say about the initial cost of tools, that some stuff does have a higher cost. Like, to be fair, the basic crops honestly have a relatively high cost to get off the ground. From your basic harvester, your seeder, your plow, and all that. Whereas, like, you know, stuff like rice is relatively inexpensive because you can actually get away without even having so much as a plow. You just need a cultivator or plow of some kind at some point. And then just a harvester and seeder, and literally everything else just works. Alright. This will be another one that's going to be really interesting to collect this stuff. Alright. We're getting there. We're coming up on 70% compacted. I'm just not making a lot of progress very fast because we just don't have the horsepower to shove this around. If I had just a bit more horsepower, I could probably shove this wheel up there and all that. Or at least use the thing for leveling out the chaff. If we could actually use that thing to level out the chaff and go the whole way across, it would level out, I believe, quite well versus just heaping. It's just once it starts to heap and we start trying to level it out, I just don't have the horsepower to keep pushing forward. The tractor just doesn't have enough oomph. That's because we are starting a challenge mode where I have like the worst tractor in the game, and I'm just trying to make it work. But as soon as we get the money together, we get that better tractor. I technically can upgrade this tractor's horsepower to like 120-ish horsepower, but I want to say that cost me an extra like 20,000. And it's kind of the juggles, like, I can spend that 20,000, but, you know, then that's that much keeping me from going to the next tractor. And I don't remember if you up and downgrade the stuff, if you can get your money back kind of thing. So, like, if I spent the 20,000 to get the horsepower upgrade, am I then able to turn around and then sell the tractor for an extra 20,000 to, you know, make up for it? Because I don't imagine I'm going to keep this tractor. There's a pretty high cost to me struggling with this. It's just, it is worth it in the long run. Now, con arguments, I could not do this and just keep mowing the grass, and each pass ends up being about $650, $700. Whereas each load of this is about $2,100. Alright, so we're getting about 1 or 2% per lap right now. It's not great, but it is progress. Try adjusting because I'm slowly working my way off to one side. Okay. Hey, Sniper Space, how's it going? Alright, only 14%. We're getting there. And then I cover it up and I can ignore it for like an in-game day or two or whatever it takes for this to ferment. And I just drive the foraging wagon over it. And then we get paid. And one of the good news about silage is while its price does go up and down, it only changes like $1, $2, $3 from the high to the low. So it's one of those things that like, there's just no need to wait to sell it. You can just sell it whenever you feel like. So you can just get rid of it immediately. Alright, 10% to go. I have got to get that better tractor. And hopefully this time, unlike last time, we had difficulty getting the stuff out of there because the mat wouldn't move. But we did find if I use the leveler, the thing that's on the back of my tractor right now, then that would kind of reset it. Alright, 5% to go. Okay. And I got to repair and gas up the tractor. Two. On the plus side, for as rough as this is, it was worse when I didn't have the roller and the leveler. I just had to kind of like barrel across the top of it with this tiny little tractor. Okay, it is fully squeezed. Now slide this back a bit more. All right. So I have 137,000 liters of stuff there to deal with. So let's gas up and repair the tractor. And then it'll be done for this in-game day. And it'll be a matter of waiting for it to ferment the next day and to just keep moving things along. I kind of decided I'm not going to put in the time to try and mow the grass and just sell it as grass very much. I guess it wasn't as bad as I thought. I thought the repair was going to be like $1,000 bucks, but it was only like, you know, not quite 500. Alright, so we can advance the day, see what we get out of the silage, go from there. We're partly waiting to see what we catch on sale. So yeah, so nothing we care about here for sale today. I got stuff for doing tree work, but I don't have the money for it anyways. So I can pop over here. It's 50% fermented. So we're just gonna go ahead and advance it another day. And part of the reason I'm doing that is I don't want to bother mowing the lawn. Ooh. Actually, I'm not gonna do that. And the reason is I actually haven't seen the tornado yet, and we have, according to the forecast, a tornado. So this will be my first tornado we'll actually see. So I would like to genuinely see this. So I'm fast forwarding a little bit so that we can see the tornado. Alright, so I'm just fast forwarding time to hopefully get to see it. I'm assuming it doesn't just show up on the map or anything like that. Come on. They're supposed to be in tornado weather. It's getting darker and stormier and more overcast. But where's my twister? Because I've been told they move relatively... Oh wait, there it is, there it is. I see it. So we're definitely going to run straight at the tornado. And look to see what that looks like. Because obviously that's the intelligent thing to do, is when you run into eventful weather, is to run straight at it. It show up on the map if you have it. Ah, cool. It does show up in the map. When I checked at the beginning, I didn't see it. So I'm gonna drop to half speed just so it doesn't like despawn or whatever before we get there. I'm assuming as the character it's gonna have no impact on us, like maybe it knocks us back or whatever. But Farm Sim isn't a thing where you have like hit points or anything like that. So I fully anticipate we either won't be able to interact with it, or like I said, it'll just push us away or something like that. Alright. Just run straight for it. We don't run very fast though. So, you know, we're doing the best we can. I don't see it anymore. The map says it's over there. Like in this group of trees. Maybe it's a tree line I can't see it through. I mean, obviously in real life the tornado would reach all the way up to the cloud line. And we'd probably see stuff getting whipped around out there. I mean, those bushes are swaying pretty good. Okay. Yeah, so if I had crops or anything, this would damage my crops. But yeah, so we finally got to see a tornado. Now, in real life, this would be destroying all those trees and all that below. Like, the trees would be getting a lot of them snapped in half, some of them uprooted. It wouldn't be like devastation, like clean sweep or whatever. But it would mess up any trees it came down on. A lot of the bushes would be all torn up as well. But yeah, it is supposed to be a thing that if that goes over your crops, it does, like, it doesn't fully carve a solid path, like you lose everything, and you can turn that off. But it would do some significant damage to your crops. So, finally got to see a tornado, which we've done many years in the game, and I think it's just I was rushing through the days too fast and not looking down at the weather down here. I would have actually missed the tornado entirely, except for the fact that I just happened to notice it on the forecast. So that said, I can't tell if it's really moving that fast. It's moving, but I think it's just kind of slowly crawling across the map. Yeah, so if we massively speed up time, it does move. But you see, it doesn't move very fast. Hop inside. We already went inside. It doesn't interact with us. Oh, it does interact with the map. If you notice, it snapped a bunch of these trees apart. So it killed a bunch of trees in its path. And as you can see, we're fast forwarding pretty fast. But yeah, so that's cool. So it kills the trees that it goes over. It's all supposed to damage your crops or everything. I also noticed it's on the mini-map. I missed that part before. But yeah, so it travels along. Let's see. The one you had in your map was right in the middle of town in Riverbend. It really didn't do anything to town. Yeah, no, my suspicion is it won't damage town. It probably just damages, you know, crops, plants. Up, and it looks like the tornado's possibly done. Yep. Tornado's finished. But yeah, so I mean, I honestly don't mind that. Because it's very easy for them to get, like, all cartoonish with what it does. I think it's perfectly fair for the tornado to work in a way where it just kind of messes up your crops and all that. Because it's not like they're going to go to every building and render the building to be completely destructible with physics enabled and yada yada. You know, they could, but it's just one of those things like, but what does this add to the game so far as the normal gameplay outside of tornadoes? And the answer would be not much. And, you know, how would you set it up to deal with that from, like, a play to counterplay? Oh, well, there's, the smaller bale wrapper. But it would still need a baler. I also can't afford it right now, so that's fine. So fast forward on that. But yeah, no, it's good. We actually got to see a tornado, which was kind of nice. In real life, they're nowhere near that slow moving. In real life, they can move around pretty quick. Oh, okay, hang on. So, if we're going the McDon route, that is the header I want for the McDon. So, that is something to consider. And we're about to get paid. We can open this side of the silo. Which actually, now that I think about it, drop the mower header. And instead, let's grab the leveler as our counterweight. Because with the leveler as our counterweight, I can actually go and clean stuff up if I need to uncover more. Okay. So I just unfolded it long enough that we could get more of those to uncover. Let's turn that off. Okay, try and rush forward and then turn it back on. And that's not going to work at all. Okay. So I don't know if I can reasonably back the foraging wagon up onto it, because I haven't tried. I don't suspect it's going to work well, but I also haven't tried it, so you know. Because it picks up from the front of it, so I gotta really shove it up there before it does anything. There we go. Apparently that's not the worst strategy in the world. It's gonna take a little finagling to get off the pile, but that's okay. Alright, well there's the first load. Instantly absorbed. Okay, so new strategy for the foraging wagon. We just shove it all the way up there backwards, since it seems to be able to go over there because the wheels are a bit higher up. Turn it on, and it just grabs everything and falls. And we can just push everything back into the pile with the leveler again. The question is, do I buy the McDon header at 50%, knowing I can't use it right now? That would delay us getting the actual tractor we need. It's probably not. As much as I want to save that money, it's probably going to sit there for like literally 2-3 years or more without me being able to do anything with it. It's probably better we just wait, get a better tractor. Like if I get the McDon at that, you know, McDon at that much reduced sale price, that's a different story. But I think the header would just sit around. Because if we get the McDon, getting the header isn't nearly as bad. Alright, so there's the first load. So it's 1,900 bucks. Is it cheaper today? Let's advance the day one more. Because it looks like I'm taking at the lowest. So let's not waste our money grabbing all the rest of that right now. We could advance one day. It's not gonna rain today, is it? It does rain tonight. Alright, I think we just we're not getting quite as much as we could. We're losing out a couple hundred. But if I have it uncovered and in the rain, I believe some of it will just rot away. So, in the future, I should plan to uncover it and sell it in September. Versus right now, we're losing a little bit per harvest, or per go of it just because we're selling it at the low. It's still a massive step up from what the grass itself would have been. Come on, uncover the next one. There we go. I just need to check next time when it's time to uncover it that I'm not waiting. Okay. And we're good to sell again. We'll still make good money. It's just we could realistically probably make for the whole load an extra 1,000 or 2. Well, we're losing about 300 a load. And it looks like, based on my best guess, there's probably somewhere in the area of like... Well, no, it's like 100 and something thousand. Probably not quite 10 loads. I don't think so. It doesn't feel like it's that much. But you get the idea. So, you know, that is easily a couple $1,000. It's fine. A mistake was made. We could have made more money, but it's not like we're losing money on it, so it's whatever. I'm kind of tempted to make the greenhouse happen. Because I feel like we can make the greenhouse happen, and it should improve our income a bit. Do like the mushroom greenhouse, maybe? Like, probably just set up the auto sell for right now, since I don't have what I need to, do all things. And we did go for the greenhouse. So big greenhouse is 3,600. Or more. Sorry, 36,000. But if we can get the water thing first. That should help. And restack it up. can back this up, shove it up there. Because of the greenhouse, I just fill it up with water and I get that trickle amount of money every month. That's fine. I think I'd go for the mushroom one. Weird. Try that again. It worked so well in the last one. There we go. Just need to finagle it a little. And we can grab the next load and sell it. Okay. So if we were to do the minimum required to make the greenhouse work, I need the barrel, so we'd grab the $6,000 barrel. The cheapest greenhouse is $9,000. And we can see what we can do from there. And it could be one of those things, we use the $9,000 greenhouse, we let that spin up for a little while, get ourselves a little bit of a bigger one, trash the small one once we have enough money. And I wouldn't want to do a ton of them, but keep one or two greenhouses going. Keep that income rolling in little by little. That'll save us a bunch of mowing the grass as our means of getting money. We'll still keep doing some of that. But it's one of those things that'll delay us a little bit of money now for a lot more money later. Is there a fruit greenhouse? I mean, the regular greenhouse you get strawberries. But no, the only greenhouse we have is there's the one for the rice saplings, there's one for mushrooms, and then there's ones that's just like a greenhouse, generic greenhouse that does like lettuce, cabbage, tomatoes, strawberries, spring onions, garlic, hot peppers, you know, all as like one greenhouse. But there isn't specifically a greenhouse for like a bunch of different berries. Yeah, so you probably land around 20,000. Because I'm almost wondering if I want to go after the greenhouse and just say to heck with the silage. Because, like, the silage is fine and all that, but this is a lot of, like, just shoving things around and getting it to work. It wouldn't be so bad with the bales. But until we get the bigger tractor, I can't do the bale wrapping. At least I don't think I can. No, and it probably can, because I could probably do the really tiny bales, but I wouldn't be able to do the bale loader. And honestly, unless you're modding without the bale loader, bales can be pretty aggravating to deal with. Okay. And here's another load. Yeah, because I'm curious. That seems like an efficient way to load up. Yeah, that's definitely better loading up than what we were doing before, we was trying to drive over and pick it up. Like, I think this will do good until there's not enough for me to get it to work well, at which point then we just drive through it normally. It should be low enough for us to just clean up the rest. But it's still... I am thinking with how low horsepower this tractor is, instead of fighting that really hard, we don't worry about the silage ditch. I should be able to sell it and get a chunk of my money back. We get all the silage out of it. I might just sell the silage roller and the silage leveler, because I just don't want to deal with the loose silage that much. And we still more made our money's worth out of it as well. And if we take all of that money and instead move that over to, this game had you looking at videos on YouTube about harvesters and silage. Absolute mad lads in those fields? Yep. But I'm thinking we get the greenhouses set up. And we can just, you know, mow the grass in between, like, whatever, drop off the stuff, not fight with the silage. Yeah, we'll make as much money, but we'll try and rush through it. And then maybe if we're lucky with that on top of it, I'll be able to turn around with it and, just, you know, start funding to get my equipment. Because that's what we need to do for this early part. Because one difference between this run we've had versus when we did the Survivor Man challenge on 22 was we went into the lumber route at the beginning, and I think they may have kind of like they may have nerfed lumber a little bit. You're not sure how this works? You missed 2 streams? I don't know. I've come to accept the stream streaks are just not a reliable thing. That's honestly the thing that impresses me the most of the people who have like the really, really, really big stream streaks. It's like, I don't know how they've gotten lucky enough that it hasn't bugged out on them yet. But thank you so much for the 20 stream streak. I really do appreciate it. Catch the last 20 streams without missing a single one. Despite what you're saying where it's like, hey, I've actually missed some streams. According to Twitch, you have not. That may not be true, but according to Twitch it is. Alright, so we can go ahead and turn this around. We'll shove this over the pile. Yeah, and I think I'm gonna pivot in some way. Either I want to do either the silage as bales, where I don't have to sit here and deal with all this stuff again and again and again. It's so easy to like not keep my line. Because I don't just have to back up, I have to back up at a decent speed. There we go. There's another full load to sell. Can you just leave a tab open or something for it to count? Yeah. Yeah. No, it only cares that you tuned into the stream. It's just, it's a little buggy, especially on mobile where a lot of times it won't count. That would be really nice. So if we went... Yes, that's probably the bigger bales. If we wanted to do like a baler instead, what would going for the baler cost me? If I wanted to do the bale silage instead. Start emptying that, because we're trying to see what it would cost, because we have a bale wrapper. I mean, the problem would still be I don't have the ability to load the bales. without buying like a forklift or the forks or whatever. It still creates a problem. So round baler, which interestingly doesn't. Oh, they're like 60,000. Never mind. Were you cheaper? Gotcha. So there's the one rectangular baler that's really cheap, but all the other balers are rather pricey. I understand. That's why we didn't go for the baler to begin with. I feel like they got rid of some of the less expensive alternative pieces of equipment to do the baling. I see you bought the golf cart. Do you mean the little teeny tiny tractor here? Because we've had this the whole time. I think we're at the point I might be able to just drive across and not have to fight with it a whole bunch. Was the golf cart yet? No, it's a narrow tractor. It's designed for doing the grapes and olives. Hey, Farm Roland, how's it going? Alright, so let's try and pick up some speed on this one. In case anyone is keeping notes. That didn't work out. Yeah, it makes no meaningful difference. Yes, I beach myself a little, but sometimes by connecting, disconnecting, you can finagle yourself forward. Okay. I'll actually be able to move it out either way. There we go. Just gotta pick it up and drop it off a couple times. Come on. There we go. Alright, so we can drop off another load. So we're getting to that last home stretch of what's left. Get ourselves a couple more thousand. And then, like I said, I'm probably going to switch off the silage, I think. Because it's fine, but I'm kind of tired of, like, fighting with the physics. And I think we go the way of the greenhouse, because... like I said, it should be 6,000 for me to get the thing to fill it up with water. And we'll just get the largest greenhouse we can. I can probably also sell the silage thing to score back at least $10,000-$15,000 as well. We still would have made money, especially if I sell the other equipment too. We can also make that work. So we can go to, it'd be the R tab. I get a decent couple thousand, like 10,000 something dollars out of that. That should be enough to get a greenhouse or two going. Well, that's going. So go down to you. So I could sell you for about 7.5. I think I spent 10 for that. I think we spent like another 6 for this. We got our basic setup for lawn mowing. For $34,000. There's a good chance I can get probably... I might be able to actually make the big greenhouse happen. No, I probably should be able to make the big greenhouse happen of like the mushroom greenhouse. And we just put it on auto sale. And then what it can be one of those things, we fill up the water, we mow the grass to get, you know, a couple thousand extra bucks, you know, in a day. And we can go from there. That should be a little less annoying than fighting the silage. I don't regret doing the silage, but I'm definitely not enjoying the silage as much. Like, probably wouldn't be as bad if it just wasn't for the fact that we, A, don't have a tractor with much horsepower. And just B, I was doing the bales instead of... Oh, come on. Just need to inch it forward. We're almost done. Why are you not scooping up? Okay. So I'm trying to do right now is actually back up. So I can try pushing this from the other side where it's not as steep. Okay. And thanks, Sextuple Negative, for the 45 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. Means a lot that you continue tuning in time and time again. Get to the last 45 streams without missing a single one. So thank you so much for that. Alright, so let's try this now. There we go. So with that, now I've got a clear path that we can just clean up the mess. Wasn't sure if that was still more there or what. I'm gonna be annoyed if I got rid of all my leveling stuff and now I have difficulty grabbing the rest. I'm sure we can make it work. There we go. Hey, have yourself a good lurk. Thank you for lurking. Okay, so we got that, and we probably have not quite one more full load. And then we'll be good there. Alright. So one thing they did change, for those who weren't keeping track, I actually don't know where it's under. I think it's under here. This 10,000 water mill thing, that now gives you free water. In case anyone hadn't noticed. It was you had to pay for the water before, but they did make it with the last big update. They made it so the water you get out of there is free once you build it. Let's see, is it lurking if you're playing in the background while cooking in the other room? Lurking on the stream is anytime you have the stream up but aren't actively participating in chat, is referred to as lurking. Whether you're like 90% still paying attention but not participating in chat, or you're like just barely 1% paying attention to it, not participating in chat, for the purposes of Twitch, that's all the same. You know, it's still lurking. When you start actively participating in chat and all that, though, then you're not lurking, you're active. Which there is no weighing like, oh, lurkers only pay like this much advertising revenue versus active is that much, or anything like that. As far as Twitch is concerned, a viewer's a viewer. But it's just a normal thing that when you're streaming, you'll have somewhere in the area of 70 to 80% of your viewers will be lurkers. Some channels are outliers for being particularly active chats or particularly lurk heavy. Like when you have these streams that are, you know, like chill study music, those tend to be extremely high levels of lurking by comparison to other channels. Which makes sense. Everyone's just kind of studying and hanging out. Whereas, like, there are ones that are a lot more of, like, playing, what's the word I'm looking for? Jackbox, those kind of games. Those ones have a tendency to have a lower rate of lurking. But those are outliers. Alright, so we've got that whole side cleaned up. Lurkers number 1 on Twitch. Oh, yeah. Like I said, 70-80%. That's one of the reasons why a common thread you'll hear on Reddit, they'll be like, oh man, I've got like 12 viewers, and only like 3 or 4 of them are talking. And a whole bunch of people are like, yeah, that's actually good numbers. Yeah, if you've got 12 viewers and like 3 or 4 of them are talking, congratulations, you actually have a higher than normal ratio of active viewers than that. Congratulations on your abnormally high, you know, active viewership. Yeah, congrats on having interaction. So it's saying this isn't empty. I think it's at one spot right there. Which is fine. Oh, it didn't actually... Here, we can fix this. It didn't actually uncover this last little strip. Okay, so I got this tiny bit extra silage that I missed. I was like, I wonder why it's not done. Yeah, so I gotta get that last little sliver of that. Most people don't have anything to add. They just want to watch. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like, 100% nothing wrong with lurking. Alright, so what I'm going to go ahead and do then is we are going to pull up our construction thing. I'm going to go over to that. I'm going to switch to deconstruct mode. Yeah, so we got 12,000 back for that. You know what? I'm gonna lurk even harder. You won't. Just, you won't lurk my channel even harder. Come on. I don't think you've got it in you. No, I'm teasing. Alright, so we've got that. So yeah, so it's putting us up to around 50,000. It's started tonight, so you're a little chatty while reading over this page. Normally say hi and then for hours just being silent. I do the same thing. The terrain smoothing tool can be used to clear out leftovers of the silage bunkers. Gotcha. I mean, I got it all out, so I don't need it, but all right. And like I said, I think we're gonna go ahead and grab a greenhouse because, you know, we gave the silo a couple. I think we did like what, 3-4 loads out of it, and it was definitely worth making money. But without like the proper horsepower tractor, it was a little bit more in the, okay, I'm doing all this time. It was still probably better money for time than just mowing the grass, but it wasn't as fun, which is certainly a factor to consider. But what I'm thinking we could do is we drop this off over here real quick. And I need to pick up something we can hold water in. I'm going to go for the little one, which is going to be not great in the long run. Ah, so it's just the rims. Let's just go for really dark. Sure. Okay, so we're going to buy that. Cool. And then from here, we're going to switch over to construction. And I'm going to go down to this. And I think I want to... Oh, man. Okay, that's the large glass one. Okay. Alright, I was about to say, like, oh, man, please don't be that expensive. I'm not ready for that. Alright, so now I need to figure out... So it's over here. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is way over here. I can't really make out where the entry points and all that are. So water goes in this side. But where's the output at? Because that's an important consideration. I also wish there was a snapping tool that you could like snap it to the nearest like 90 degrees or something like that. Let's scoot a little away from the trees in case I have it on that, so I have to go around. Alright. So I've got you here. So what I'm going to do now is wonder why we're struggling to go up this tiny little hill. Is I need to get water over there. And we can start it producing and selling. And that's going to get us mushrooms being produced. And for the moment, we're just going to sell directly to the market and not even worry about anything else. Now with this map, if I remember correctly, there is water. There's water located down there. So it's not nearby, but as I mentioned before, there is now like a little windmill watermill thing that gives you free water. It's 10,000, so I don't quite have enough for it. But we could do that. So I'm going to have to do a lap or two with this thing to at least get the thing started. So yeah, so go ahead and change you to change output, activate, change output, activate. You can only carry 7,000 water. So you use way less water than the normal greenhouse, which I do not mind. Because this thing only carries like 2,000 water. But yeah, so we definitely want to switch to having our own water generation nearby so I don't have to schlep across the entire map to go get it. Now one thing I am going to do is we're right about to hit an ad break. Rather than keep driving right now, I'm going to take 2 seconds, and I'm going to put up an away screen, and I'm going to use the restroom, and I'm going to be right back. So thank you again so much for tuning in, and my face is dark on that side, so let's change that light a little bit. There we go. And I'll be back in just a minute, so thank you again so much for tuning in, and I'll be back here in just a moment. This is not the way I should have done this. Oh well, it's too late to turn around and rethink our choices. That is death right there. Bully, 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 bully. I don't know if that was a zombie hitting us or if that was us falling down. I am uncertain. I can't do it. I can't stop laughing. It's gonna sound like some horrible dog sound or something. That's awful. That's terrible. That's the one I am sending. For the record, I had to clip at least in the path I just took. So there's a good chance I'm getting myself boxed in. Okay, oh no, we're not fine. We're definitely dead. Oh no, wait, we're fine. That was a trip injury. That wasn't a zombie hit. That was a trip. We're fine. We're okay. And the good news is my left arm, not my right, because your right arm is your weapon arm. There's no left-handed people in Project Zomboid. It's fine. The squealing tires mean that that we're making good time. No. I'll just... You know what we should do that our characters haven't done? Let's have a lantern. A sky lantern thing. We've done this, I think, 3 or 4 times in this run, and we have had not a single one that has been a positive experience. So, we'll see if this one's better. It's the first time we've had one with clear skies. Okay. Alright, let's get back to it. Because I just need to grab myself a new drink. Need to do all that. Where is the... I guess it's tucked up in these trees? Yeah, so we'll definitely want to get switched over to having our own water on property so I don't have to do this back and forth nearly as much. The good news is I didn't realize how much less water the mushrooms use, which feels counterintuitive to me. Maybe I just don't know enough about mushrooms. Well, I mean, I guess strawberries and that do use a lot of water within their own right. But it's just the fact that, like, the big greenhouse for the other crops use, like, 40,000 water or something like that. And this thing uses 7. Alright, so here is where we've got a pool of water that we can just go and drop this in. Because for those who don't know, if you take any of these water tanks and just kind of dip it in water, you can fill up for free. Yeah, so the greenhouse can hold about 3 of these. I'm not going to try and top it all off at once. My hope is only use a couple 100 liters of water a day. And I can just make it a habit, like, once per day to just do the trek out here. Until we have the windmill thing going right there, so I can just top it off. Alright. So let's see... Alright, so about that angle. Yeah, that's literally the pad out there. In the meantime, let's take a quick peek and see if there's a significant difference in the prices on those mushrooms. Because we have the Inaki mushrooms, which should be... I thought they'd be up here, because I thought they're alphabetical. I guess... Yeah, so Inaki mushrooms. So they do vary about $100. It's actually not an insignificant amount. And then the oyster mushrooms, which are honestly they're like $200 difference between September and January, which is a lot. That said, I can't even afford the thing to like pick them up to move them right now. Otherwise, I could consider that. So it definitely will be something worth dealing with later to try and hold on to them until they're like in their best-selling season, and then selling then versus selling, you know, as you go. Because also by automatically selling, they do take a cut of the money I would make. I'll still make a profit, no problem. But I could be making a bigger profit. But if you don't got the gear, you don't got the gear. Alright. And there's the greenhouse. But that'll give us a little bit of a relatively passive income as opposed to other things. Later on, like I said, we'll get the forklift and all that. Because eventually we'll do production lines. And while the mushrooms I don't believe have any production lines, when I have the forklift for our actual production lines, I can just deal with it then. Okay. See, then you have to ask if holding until a better price is more cost effective than investing the money to get that payoff. Well, usually most of the time it's worth just, you know, waiting till the best time to sell, because it does end up being a big thing. The exception being when you start getting to production lines, the stuff that isn't your production line stuff you just dump. All right. So let's go and grab that. We put some water in there. I wonder if there's like a fair number of, hey, this is how many laps of mowing grass makes sense for me a day. I also wish it was easier to distinguish like where I had and hadn't finished mowing. Yeah, so here's the line where I had finished. I'm honestly thinking about trying to, instead of mowing all of it with the equipment I have, since I don't have great equipment, maybe try to get ourselves a rotation. So that's one of those things that, like, I do a couple laps of mowing each day versus, you know, doing all of it in one go and then waiting a couple of in-game months. Try to find that nice balance between the two. We spent quite a bit of money getting those mushrooms online. So it'd be good to try and get, you know, a water mill going. And see what we can do about there. Because all that is spending a lot of money. Because that was the 40-something thousand. Almost 50,000. We spent a good 40 of it. You know, so that was halfway-ish to the tractor we want. But it's one of those things that'll get us more income now versus the tractor makes us more efficient to get us more income in the future. I don't have a good place for this water bottle. It's so full I don't want to leave it open, because if I tip it over, it's a lot of water. But at the same time, it's also one of those things that yeah, spend money to make one way or make my one way there. Oh yeah, you're not wrong. It's just kind of one of those things that, like, It's delaying getting to the crop that we're supposed to be doing. Which is fine. Like that's one of those things that I realize I have to get that early sustain stuff going. Because what this should do is then every single in-game month, even if I don't do anything, as long as that has water in it, I should be making X number of $100, $1,000, whatever. Another thing it can also do is, with a bit of money, I could potentially choose to, like, frame out some fields. And then just be like, this is, like, this day I do this field of grass, that day I do the next field of grass, until we get our plows and all that, and I can properly do the, proper fields. Not for grass, but for other crops. Again, just to try and make it so I'm not just doing one giant go of mowing the grass every time. Basically figuring out how to do a balance. I wonder how costly it would be to put some dirt roads or whatever in there as my separations for the fields. Because I probably also would have separations for fields anyways, so that as I grow, like, rice or whatever we end up getting... I mean, we're going to do barley first, but as they do that, so it's not one giant field. You don't even have a beer like a good old weekend warrior would have when they mow the grass. I never got that one personally, because being in Florida where it's just expletive hot, sitting there like out sweating your butt off and then drinking a beer was never my thing. Because unless you're going through beers and then stopping to get another beer as you go through it, either one, you're gonna run out of beer real fast, or two, your beer's gonna get warm. So, I mean, I guess I could see it if you're, like, stopping every once in a while to go grab yourself a fresh beer. Gotta get low ABV. Well, I mean, half the time people do that, they're doing, like, Bud Light, Natty Light, you know, some cheap beer. I don't know. I definitely drink alcohol, but it's not often. Like, every time you go to a doctor's place, like, do you drink? It's like, man, like two or three drinks a month on average. There's entire months will go without drinking anything, and then you go like a cruise or something, and you definitely drink a pretty decent amount while you're there. Alcohol's expensive. It's one of those things, like, you only got so much money to throw around, and you can easily delete your money real fast with alcohol. You're saying, honestly, that's probably the healthiest way to imbibe? Yeah. Well, I mean, it's also definitely one of those things that drinking very regularly can have problems. So good alcohol is expensive. If the goal is to get drunk, that's cheap. I mean, it can be. If you're willing to buy like a handful of like, or a handle of like the worst imaginable vodka or something for like 10, 15 bucks or whatever. But then you're taking fate into your own hands half the time. Like, if you're trying to get, like, just drunk to get drunk, I mean, you know, you're going to be buying probably more than a six-pack for yourself, and even then, that adds up fast. I'm also not the kind of person who goes out of the way to get drunk. I don't really enjoy that feeling. I don't mind like a mild buzz or whatever. But like once you start getting to the point that, you know, it's difficult to keep focused on stuff and your balance starts getting messed with, that stops. It very quickly goes from fun to not fun pretty quick. But that's just not my preference. For those who enjoy it, there's a market.
Hello there.
Hey, Bentley, how's it going? You like to cook with wine? Sometimes you add it to your food too? Yeah. Well, when you're doing like a wine, you end up cooking off all the alcohol. So it's kind of, it's not too much different than if you use like a mild fruit juice or something like that. Just, you know, different taste because wine's fermented and not all that. I'm doing pretty good. All right. Yeah, just doing a couple loads of this for a little extra income. And then we'll see how lucrative those mushrooms are. Because like I said, the good news about the greenhouses is once you set it up, you do that individual like first investment. It is everything. No silage? No, I actually did like the last sale of the silage, and I'm like, you know what? I'm not enjoying dealing with this. So we actually sold all the silage stuff. We did make plenty of money off of it. So we got rid of the silage and I got the mushroom greenhouse and what I need to fill it up with water. And I still had like 6,000-7,000 left over after that. So it's just one of those things that I wouldn't mind as much if I was doing the bales if I have a bale loader. Without the bale loader, I feel like it'd be just as kind of annoying to just do the manual processes. It's those really manual things in the game, like doing the forklift, you know, managing, like, flattening the material and all that, doing a lot of that. Those are processes I tend to find in the game that very quickly become tedious. Whereas stuff like, you know, handling the various functions on the field, doing the animal care, that I don't mind as much. But, like, Forklift Simulator, it can be fun for a little while, but very quickly you get tired of it. Like right now, we're not doing like the autoloader mod or anything like that. But more than likely, if we start getting, you know, 5, 6, 7 production lines going up, there will be eventually be a point where, like, you know, when you're putting in each in-game day, half an hour to an hour of just managing pallets, it's about the point where I'm like, you know what? I don't want to do that anymore. But this way, you can do a little bit of managing the lawn and a little bit of doing the greenhouse, split it up a little bit, and so it shouldn't get quite as repetitive. Just mowing the lawn, mowing the lawn, mowing the lawn. You can do super strength carry. Oh no, there's the options. But like the moment you get to the point of using super strength mod, I'd just rather use autoloader. If we're gonna get down to that, like once we're using mods to give like ease of doing the function, I'll just use the mod design for it. To me, super strength is usually more so around dealing with like logs when you cut them down. Which like the lumberjack mod usually includes. Then you can say, like, okay, I can just pick up the logs without a problem. Alright. Because another thing is just the tractor struggling. Do you think there's a new game that wants to be Project Zomboid 3D Early Access now, you recall, if you remember correctly? Anyone know what the name is? You forgot to wishlist, wanted to checklist. Do you mean Humanity? I know there's that one, and then there was another one that's like really, really like a lot more in like the cartoony aspect. Which the cartoony one I think looks really fun, but where like it's got zombies and all that, but to me it felt a lot less like zombie survival, like really on top, and a lot more playing off the multiplayer, which isn't bad in any way. But it's kind of one of those things that, people are like, DayZ, Project Zomboid, man, Project Zomboid's just gonna kill DayZ. I'm like, no, they both have zombies in them, but they're very different games, just the same as like Left 4 Dead and Project Zomboid are very different games. And State of Decay 2 and Zomboid are very different games. Fermented Z hits a lot closer, but I still feel it's enough different that one's not going to cannibalize the other. I think what's going to happen is both are going to ultimately benefit from each other by getting more people interested in zombie games, generally speaking. Because Fermented Z, the precision of combat is significantly worse than Project Zomboid. Not in a bad way. It's a lot more arcadey combat. And it's also nowhere near as like gritty, punishing, and all that. Fermented Z made you motion sick so much it was painful. Yeah, that's probably like smooth cam kind of stuff. I tried to play it when it first came out. Did I refund that? I think I did. I had bought it when it first came out with the intent of playing it on the channel and couldn't get it to run. That it had, yeah. And it just didn't work on a lot of hardware at the time. So I went ahead and refunded it because, like, it wasn't a super expensive game, but it wasn't cheap, and if I physically cannot play it because they don't support a bunch of graphics card and all that, and it's better now. But at the time, it's like, all right, well, if I can't even play your game, I'm not paying for it. Which sucks, but at the same time, it is one of those things like, hey, if you're going to have your game, like nowadays, you gotta support like the main brands of video cards and all that. And I get early access and all that, but also I've gotten to the stance with early access since it's such an empty term these days between early access, beta, alpha, and release, that you have release games that are buggier than the typical alpha, and then you got alpha games that are, borderline polished games and whatnot, and everywhere in between. That I've kind of ignored all of the verbiage around that, and the way I justify stuff, it goes, what's the price? That's how I'm deciding how strict or how nice I'm going to be about your game. Like, if you're charging me $70, I am going to expect a game that is polished and clean and nearly like that needs to be, if you didn't update the game a single time, I would be satisfied that you gave me a complete product for $70. If you charge me $12, I'm gonna be real forgiving on a lot of things. I'm gonna really, really give you a lot of leeway on a lot of stuff. Because for $12, I'm expecting something that barely runs, or is a very short and simple game. But again, that's the price point. That's kind of where I've started to go with that. Which mostly boils down to, once you start crossing that line, that $35, $40 and up, I have much higher expectations of your game than if you're below that mark. $20, $30, I'm like, okay, I expect it to be mostly functional, maybe not polished well. Early access there is fine. But, like, I expect it to at least be playable and a generally positive experience. Alright. You don't trust EA games? Never. It's an empty promise. Only trust the devs you know. Well, the way I look at EA, and I should say early access, not abbreviate. Early access games, like I said, nowadays, it's based on the price. And usually as a part of that as well is, again, this game, if it never gets an update, ever again, like just never gets an update, would I be upset about the amount of money I spent for what I got? And the answer is no, that's fine. Like, if I spend $10, but I get a game that feels like it's at least worth $10, even if it never got updated, I'm okay with that. again, because like I spent $10 and I got $10 worth of game out of it. You know, and obviously we're all going to disagree on where that line in the sand about when a game is worth $10 or not. And I know you'll have people like, oh, but you're paying for the opportunity, the promise, and where I was like, man, this crap used to be free when we would beta test. That used to be like the thing, is you'd get the game for free if you were willing to sit there and test and do all the things where you deal with like not great situations. Then eventually people figured out, I was like, wait, I could charge people money and do with the less QA people. Heck yeah. And like nowadays it's gotten worse and worse so far as like early access games that like you have, you know, oh, this is a game that's supposed to have 10 chapters. We've got the alpha version of chapter 1. By the way, the game is $65. And here is our timeline that we absolutely are not going to hit. And you feel suckered if you get into that. That's actually, I really appreciate that that Steam has been changing its return policies. So for those who didn't see, Steam did make it, and this is more DLC than early access. They did set it up so that if you go with your game and you have a season pass, that you are required to kind of disclose what the people are supposed to get with that season pass, like before they buy it. And if you fail to meet up to that expectation, that basically you can get a prorated refund. So if I were to sit there and go, okay, here's the season pass. This season pass, you're going to get 1 expansion and like, you know, 4 sets of DLC or whatever. Then if you only come out with 2 things of DLC, because it's only, you know, the two things you got out of it, that if you spend $20 on that season pass, it could very well be prorated down to like you get refunded $15, all depending on where it's at. And at the same time, right before the change in policy, they had the once you played a game for more than 2 hours, you normally won't be able to refund it, but they make exceptions quite often. Like Flight Simulator 2024 actually was given an exception because of the whole like dynamic download of the map and the servers being offline for days and all that, or not really usable for days, that a whole bunch of people were buying the game, but you know, by the time they got to play the game to realize it wouldn't run on their computer or whatever, they had already technically played for over 2 hours because they're waiting in line to be able to play. That Steam was like, all right, hang on, we're gonna let people, you know, refund this at a much longer period of time. But they went like a step farther with like the DLC now. Is the DLC, the problem was you don't have like an independent playtime for the DLC typically. So what they are doing is they are having a refund relevant to the DLC and all that. Yeah, also missing roadmap marks can result in a refund or partial refund. That's the big thing, is that they're introducing the idea of partial refunds as well, prorated refunds. But that's mostly around the DLC and for the DLC and for season passes. Which is good. If you promise me something and I pay for it and you don't deliver, you know, give me my money back. Like, I paid for a good you failed to give. It's simple as that. You think Steam is going to add early access stuff to that as well? That's the curiosity. So I do think Steam is in a position they got to make a couple of calls. One of those calls is they've had a couple of times now that a company has come out with a game that they were expecting to be like their big cash cow or whatever, and the game falls flat. And that company either goes under or like, you know, they axe the product ahead of time. Because we had, was it Sony who came out with a game and barely ran the servers for like a couple of months and then killed the game? And so they have gone and said, you know, hey, we're gonna do something about this. In those extreme situations, they will allow an you know, they will allow like an out of the normal cycle refund, that even if you've got a bunch of hours, or like, hey, this game was only out for a couple of months, that's not reasonable. We're going to guarantee free like refunds for basically everyone kind of thing. Like anyone who puts in for the refund will give it to you. Because like this is an extreme situation. I don't know if Concord did that. Like so far as the special refund. But there are those extreme outliers that are like, hey, you know what? Like, you know, you're not legally obligated consumer protection, but also with the contracts we've got going on, like, we are going to require in these extreme scenarios that you just get your refund. So, like, weirdly, Steam is becoming its own consumer protection thing. But, that, from what the rumblings are, is that Steam is going to be adding language that will, again, one, allow in those cases that you sell a game and then you pull the plug in the server within a certain time period of the purchase of the game, that you're fine. And that goes, like, ongoing. So say a game was running 10 years that they had their online servers, and then you buy the game on that 10 year, and then 2 months later they axe the game, you would be eligible for a refund. Everyone else wouldn't. But, like, those people who grabbed that game in, like, the last couple of months would be eligible for a refund, since, you know, they picked up the game, barely got to play it, and then the servers got killed. So they basically bought a product and didn't get to really do anything with it. They're also talking about, you know, again, what Bentley was talking about with, like, early access games, they have this, like, long, lengthy roadmap, and you buy the game with the roadmap, and the game stops updating, that they're going to have some kind of path to get at least a partial refund for that. That's the one I don't know how they're going to navigate, though, because that's a tricky one. Because on one end, you need to allow developers to have, like, deadlines slip just a little bit and all that. You know, like, if I say, hey, we're going to have this deadline, we're going to have the next version out in October and it actually releases in November, I don't think that really justifies a refund. But if it is one of those things that, like, oh, we're going to have this update, and then you turn around and it's supposed to be in March and you're getting to, like, December the next year, there's definitely a point where it's like, okay, this has gone too long. So I don't know how they're gonna tackle that one, but they're gonna add verbiage that basically you start blowing your deadlines by too much, that there is a path for, again, a prorated refund, which for those, again, who don't get it, a prorated refund means if I spend $60 and you give me the promise you got this update next year and it doesn't happen for over a full year, maybe I don't get the $60 back, maybe I get $30. And that's I have no idea how they're going to facilitate any of that, but that'll be interesting. I think they'll have ramifications, but I think they'll be mostly good ramifications. How's Farm Sim 25? It's a lot of fun. I've been very much enjoying it. We did the entire temple on the East Asia map. Then we started our Survivor Man challenge on that. Those are not going to announce roadmaps though. Then. Yeah, no, and I get that. There's gonna be people who find ways around it and all that. But it's gonna be one of those things that maybe, like, it very well could be that literally Steam has a requirement that says, hey, if you want to do the early access tag, you must have a roadmap associated with it. And they could just require that. Whereas otherwise you're expected to have a release quality game. We'll see. Because I wonder how they put it in contracts with publishers, and how they retrieve refund funds. Do they hold part of the stuff in escrow till it's fulfilled? That might be problematic with financial market supervision, maybe. Which game are you discussing? Not a specific game. We're talking about that Steam has been making changes to its refund policy and all that. And basically trying to deal with some of the edge cases that are getting really problematic. Like, again, early access games that never get to see completion, or, you know, people buying season passes that, you know, they're promised XYZ and then you don't get that, you get less than that, or it's just super delayed or not to a reasonable quality. And DLC that come out and then people buy it and they can't refund it because there was just not a path to really refund DLC before that was reliable because you couldn't confirm whether or not you only played 2 hours and yada yada. So they've been doing a lot of changes in their return policy to make paths to either fully refund or partially refund a lot of stuff that you couldn't refund before, or at least it'd be so difficult. Oh, you're the person who's been playing all the operator games? Construction? No, I think you got me confused for someone else. I do play a lot of Farm Sim, but no. I actually don't know what all those acronyms even mean. You know the Season Pass contract are good changes. Well, I think they're all good changes. Some of them will have not great side effects. My suspicion is there's 2 different routes that Steam could go for, like, you fail your Season Pass prorate refund, that kind of thing. And there could be the escrow thing for a period of time. I don't think that's a huge thing. Imagine there is some rate of that going on already, that, you put up your game for sale and you get paid out every X amount of time. And so it could be one of those things that, there's a delay before you get paid out kind of thing. But the other thing that I could see them potentially doing is just all your future business, like, you don't get any of your future money until the refunds are paid out kind of thing. I could see that as well. But yeah, it'll probably be one of those things. And for, like, people on their very first release, yeah, they'll get away with a lot of stuff. But then you start looking at big companies like Sony and all that, and if you're just treating it not by the individual game, but by the company, if Sony goes and has a game, it ends up being a flop, they just pull the plug immediately and they say no refunds. And Steam goes, yeah, okay, refunds. All that happens is Sony's sales on everything else, basically they don't get to have any of the money until the refunds are covered. I can see that way. That's not an uncommon anyway. Early access, you mean the FOMO tax? Yeah. You don't get the money, it might be a problematic. The publishers axe the company. It could even be that the publishers start being on the hook as well. That there's a liability there, that if you're publishing a game, even if you're not the developers of the game, in the event that they can't get the money from them, that the publisher gets involved. I don't know. We'll see. Like, don't get me wrong, there's still going to be cases where, someone screwed, like, you have people, they self-publish their game, it comes out, they dump it, before it gets too far, that people are eligible for refunds, but they already got their money out, and then the developer dissolves, and, there's no one to go back and get the money back from. I can certainly see those kind of problems happening. And likely, in some cases, Steam might even just eat the cost as, like, a cost of doing business to keep, a good reputation. Other times, who knows? It could even be that, like, if you're an unknown wild card kind of thing, that there's some percentage of your stuff they hold on to. I don't know. We'll see how they handle that. That'll be one that'll be curious to see what they do going forward. You think they make the publishers liable first rather than devs? Yeah. Well, one of the problems we're running into with game publishers right now is, I forget what the term is for it, but they're having this whole thing that, like, I as a publisher might go, hey, you want to make this game and you say you need more money to hire more people, here's $200,000, go get your people, go start making your game, we're going to start marketing it, your total allotment that, we have given your game and all that, we have invested $350,000 and we're expecting an extra $100,000 back. It's effectively kind of like a loan, but you get all that kind of stuff. And what they'll do is, in the contract, they basically say, hey, we get first dibs of money. So, like, until your game sells enough that we make our money back, you don't get a dime. And if you end up not being that lucrative, then literally you make your game make 0 cents out of it and get to walk away, with that. And then arguably, the publisher has lost money as well. But they could land in that spot where you hit that middle thing where saying, hey, for our investment, you cover that much. And there's been a lot of those where it's basically zero risk on the, well, I shouldn't say zero, that there's very low risk on the publisher by comparison to the game developer. The game developer is assuming all of the risk. And that can be problematic, because, like, there should be a certain level of assumption of risk on both parties involved. But that said, but with that, you know, if Steam starts doing these refunds, where, like, again, you could have people get screwed by it, like, legitimately devs could get screwed by it, then the publisher becomes a thing. Because it's going to have to go through the publisher, because usually when a game gets pulled, it's usually by the publisher, not by the devs. There's exceptions. Yeah, predatory publishing. And it's a thing that, like, a lot of different game devs are starting to be more and more vocal about, being like, hey, even if you desperately need the money, be very careful. You can screw yourself through your publisher really bad. Out of War and Construction Sim? Sorry, I've been busy getting streamers mixed up. Yeah, no, you're all good. I have played Construction Sim, but it's probably been a year plus. And I've not played Out of War yet. I've heard that name more than once, but I haven't actually checked it out. But yeah, no, there's some publisher deals that literally it's just, hey, we're going to go ahead and do the marketing for you, and we either get, like, some % cut of the revenue, or there's some extra payout, or whatever. And otherwise, like, everything's kind of on the up and up, which is entirely fair. Like, you're saying, hey, we have this thing we're not good at. Hey, publisher, you're good at this. If you do this instead of us, you know, you get a cut of the royalties, as it were. You get a cut of the check. And honestly, for stuff like marketing, that could be well worth it. Like genuinely, games live and die by marketing. Kind of the comment I've made is marketing what gets the eyeballs on your game to start with, and then it's up to your game to have, like, a reasonable enough quality to keep those eyeballs on it. But if you don't get those initial, if you don't get, like, your SEO and all that to get those first glimpses of eyes on your game, it doesn't matter if you made the greatest game ever to walk the face of the earth. If nobody's heard about it, you've got a dead game. And it's very difficult for a game to properly build up with no actual marketing. And you'll have companies will be like, oh no, we don't market. And you go, do you have a full-time staff member who is on, you know, Twitter and Blue Sky and Reddit and, you know, Imager and all these other things, posting very daily? It's like, yeah, you have a marketing budget. It's just not in traditional ads. Or, you know, oh, we don't market, but also we hire influencers to play games. It's like, cool, you have a marketing budget. It's just not traditional marketing. You're still marketing. It's just a different kind. Or the devs themselves will be, like, active on everything doing that, which is fine. It just means what you've done is, instead of paying in cash, you've got people who are putting in human hours to do your marketing. But, like, if no one does it, like, with the, what is it? We're getting close to 18,000 games released on Steam alone this year alone. 18,000? And sure, there's a lot of them that are shovelware. Which is where, like, you know, instead of having House Flipper, you'll have, like, it'll be like the House Flipper, or Old House Flipper, or Beach House Flipper, or, you know, something that you're like, all right, come on, man, you're clearly trying to use market confusion. Like, if someone actually put a suit here, you'd lose. It's not worth the legal fees, so no one does. Or oh man, it wasn't Raft, was it The Raft? There was one I looked at, and it was something like The Raft or something like that. And I'm like, man, this is straight up, you just shy of asset ripped this from Raft. And did away with, like, the entire story and everything. And just added, like, one or two mechanical difference to, you know, the actual Raft building. Because I'm assuming they, like, had to rewrite the code to, like, you know, like, write their own version of the code to do the same stuff. So, you know, there was some nuanced difference. But it's like, you got a picture of a Raft that looks almost exactly like Raft. It's got a name that, you know, a single grammatical error makes it Raft. It's like very clearly you were trying to get people to buy this one incorrectly. Stranded Deep. I thought Stranded Deep did enough different, but it was well. Didn't Stranded Deep just like never find like get properly sorted? Yeah, it wasn't quite that bad of like Raft and Hacksaw, but it was something like The Raft or, you know, like Ocean Raft or something like that. But it was like literally the exact same looking graphic. Like they looked at Raft and they tried to make it as similar as possible, but you know, with their own art assets. And it's like, I see what you're doing. This is 100% the kind of game that should get pulled from the store and then either a warning or straight up told you, like, hey, you're not allowed to publish here anymore. But almost every big game had several same-named false games launched this year on Steam. Yeah. Well, no, and it is something that Steam needs to work on. Like, and they will pull and ban stuff. That is that shovelware kind of game where it is deliberately trying to mislead you into accidentally buying them instead of the actual game. But it is something they do need to like deal with, like just being like, hey, I know you've made it really easy for anyone to publish games, and that's a good thing. But also, with allowing literally everyone to publish games, there does need to be at least one quick, like, peek over the desk, is this game legitimate? Alright. So I feel satisfied that we did enough lawn mowing for one day. Let's see, you thought it was compared to Stranded, thought didn't have any buying force behind it? Oh yeah, no, Stranded Deep, I do agree, I feel like it wasn't particularly marketed either. Okay, so we put 2,000 water into the greenhouse. Okay, so we use about 500 liters of water a day. The Temu game clone. Oh yeah, there's like, for anyone you find, there's a dime a dozen clones. Like, Supermarket Simulator found some popularity. We got 1 billion of them now. And there's some that actually do evolve the formula. Like, that's the pro and the con. There is, like, a lot of games that actually do evolve the formula and are worthy of being around. Like, you look at the Vampire Survivors came out, and we got just dime a dozen, you know, whatever Survivor games going on. That's not happening. Like, a dime a dozen Survivor games going on. And there's some that, like, took the model and went, okay, but we can do this and that. Or, like, you know, twisted it a bit that, you know, it's, okay, well, now it's squad-based. Okay, you have entirely different leveling up. Okay, it's a more active play style. You know, and so there's a bunch that, like, took that model and did something with it. But then there's also a whole lot of them that straight up, it's like, yep, those are the same abilities. Yep. Those are very, very similar sprites. I see. Vampire Survivors is great. Pay-to-play gacha clones. Did you buy a greenhouse? I did. I did ultimately buy a greenhouse for mushrooms. Just to give ourselves a trickle income that wouldn't be just mowing the lawn forever. So the question is, if we look at our finances, so yeah, it's a harvest income. Okay, so it's looking, it's gonna give me around $700 a day. I want to say, doesn't the water come close to the edge of the forest? Yeah, it's over here. Yes, the good news is I shouldn't have to do this too much. Because basically, every time I'm filling up like this, I'm filling up basically 4 in-game days worth of stuff. So we'll do it till we top off, and then I can ignore it for like half a year to a year or whatever. Alright. Okay, so yeah, like I said, that should be making me a bit over 500-600 a day, which sure, that's only one thing of grass. But it's just one of those things. That means every time I bring this back, I'm effectively getting like $2,000-3,000 for that. Just by the fact that we're getting those mushrooms and they're like trickling through and all that. Whereas, you know, there's all that. And I could turn around and I could spend 10,000. I'm not going to do it right now. If we were to add like another greenhouse forever, or when we get the animals that need water. Oh yeah, no, it's only 70 horsepower. Like, this tractor is very, very under what I need. Which is one of our big spends, is we want to get, if we go up here, we're looking at, where are you going? That tractor, so 230 horsepower for 90,000. There's a reason down here, but probably gonna save up for that one. It's a pretty small load. I mean, it's still 2,080 liters of water. That's still a heck of a lot of weight. Like, I don't know what the weight is for a liter of water. But, I mean, we're still talking probably in the area of, like, a ton or two. $2,000 kilograms? Yeah. So it's definitely a meaningful amount of weight. One liter is 1 kilogram? Yeah. One liter is exactly 1 kilogram because the French are clever like that. I wish our numbers worked nearly as well. Okay, so we've got some water in there to top that off. And they'll keep selling the mushrooms. We can go over here, we need to get a bit more. So when we see the better tractor, what is my tractor worth? The tractor we're in is worth about 25,000. So in the event we do get a better tractor in there, basically I've got 25,000 in this tractor, give or take. So if we had that tractor show up at half price, it'd be about 45,000, give or take. So it'd still need about 10,000 more to be able to buy it. But you missed the start of that. What are the rules and what start did you have? And how did you get to this point? Sorry for asking. No, you're all good. So I actually updated, there's an exclamation mark survivor command. But basically we started with $0. And the way I facilitated that is I actually gave ourselves a giant amount of money to start with. Because I had to buy a tile of land. And I had to give myself the bare minimum to be able to make money. Because if you don't have those two things, you physically can't make money, and your run is dead on arrival. In this case, we gave ourselves the minimum to mow grass, and be able to like sell the grass clippings. Usually, your choices are: you can start with mowing grass, you can start with logging, which is the logging's probably the most popular one. You can also start with a little greenhouse and just what you need to drag water to it. I started with grass this time because we put up with a vote for chat, and that's what we went with. Once I've got all that built, then I went in and I edited the save file and deleted all the money. So we had $0. So no debt or anything, just $0. Yeah, no, to be fair, most US units, the Imperial system, are kind of a crapshoot. And I guess hard economy? Yes, hard economy. I'm also not allowed to take loans or leases. Which is why we're mowing grass. And to that end, I have been mowing the grass for a little while now. We did go and set up silage for a little while. I did that for a little bit. And I decided I just don't want to deal with silage. Silage is actually decent money. But, like, the imperfection of, like, dealing with this really low-end tractor and trying to deal with that. So instead I pivoted that, got rid of my silage stuff, and I got a greenhouse, because the greenhouse is a nice, pretty easy passive income. Well, passive-ish income. That said, we did roll a thing to see what crop we're going to do first, so I didn't strategically go, this is a very lucrative crop, that's the one we're doing. We literally just put all the crops on a wheel and spun it. So we're going to be doing barley first. So my next thing I need to do is get a bigger tractor, because I can't do hardly anything without a better tractor. Imperial units. Imperial units are, when it comes to measurements, what the US primarily uses, and then the UK also uses a lot of the same stuff as well. We have some minor difference, like the UK, they can measure stuff in stones and all that, and we don't really have that in the US. But it is... Yeah, no, we just have, like, generic things where we go, like, you know, pound, whatever, it's a different weight unit. But it's not like a metric where it's like everything is a factor of 10 of each one. It'll be like, well, this one's a factor of 12, and this one's a factor of 6, and that's a factor of 3, and you look and go, why do you do this? Yeah, no, that's just, it's called the Imperial Measurement System. Yeah, no, the US once upon a time, actually more than once upon a time, has made multiple, like, big attempts to try and get us switched over to the metric system. Because the metric system is genuinely just better for most things. There are some more nuanced stuff. But as a broad concept, having everything be a 10, you know, a factor of 10 of each other, and then having certain things where it can, you know, like, do the switch. But it's one of those things that we would start doing the training and all that. And the idea was, and the approach was good about, okay, we'll teach the kids to be able to do both, and as they start getting older and being entered in the workforce, then we'll worry about in the workforce about starting to get everything switched over. You know, and like, that way you raise people up able to do either system, and then you start switching the system over, that by the time all of that takes effect, the people who are, you know, never knew the metric system are mostly outside of the working age and all that. But it's just kind of one of those things that it would get really far, and then people get upset about the investment and then back out, like, push back on it because that's not the American system and all that crap. And it's super frustrating. And we're still in this weird hybrid thing, because if you're doing any scientific job, you're doing Celsius, you're doing metric system. If you're doing any, like, proper engineering, you might be using some Imperial units, but the moment you're dealing with people outside the US as well, you're probably doing the metric system. For any type of aerospace, you're not using the metric you're using the metric system. And it's just one of those things that, like, we're still, like, stuck in this weird hybrid because the rest of the world, broadly speaking, uses the metric system. And it's just kind of those ones, like, for all, you know, all the younger people, they still have to know both systems because no one's willing to switch it. It's really annoying for regular nuts and bolts. You can buy fractional inch wrenches and stuff, but it's just annoying. Yeah, well, that's the whole thing, is you have, like, inch, half inch, quarter inch, 7/16 and all that. And when you really look at those, they're very, very similar to 10mm, 11mm, 12mm, 8mm. They're just enough different you don't want to use the wrong one for the wrong thing. There's a couple that they overlap almost exactly. Yeah, no, with temperature, the joke is Fahrenheit is how a person feels, Celsius is how water feels, Kelvin is how energy feels, or like space feels, or something you want like that. Yeah. you can almost make it work. Well, there's a couple that the millimeter and the inch size do align. There's not many. It's only like 2 or 3 sizes in your normal range. And then there's ones that are like, yeah, it's close. It's a little sloppy, but it's close. And then you chew up a bolt head. But yeah, temperatures were the only ones. Honestly, I wish we had a metric equivalent for time. I know it wouldn't work that our time... That's the thing, like, the time is supposed to be, you know, it's based on the rotation of the Earth and the rotation of the Earth around the Sun. But at the same time with day lengths changing and yada yada yada. And then have to do leap seconds and all that, and leap years and whatnot. There's just so much with time that you're like, man. Like, not to have the, well, this is 60, and that's 60, and that's 24. And this is 1,000. And you're like, please stop talking. Everything you're saying is upsetting me. Yeah. Do you think 0 degrees Fahrenheit was the established as the freezing temperature of a solution brine made mixture of water? Oh, zero degrees temperature. Yeah, I don't remember what 0 degrees temperature, like, so water freezes at 32 degrees Fahrenheit, which is the reason why we joke that Celsius is how water feels, because 0 degrees Celsius at like sea level under normal pressure, 1 atmosphere pressure, is, you know, when water freezes, 0 degrees Celsius. Whereas it deals with more like where a person is comfortable and all that, and where it's like dangerous to that. It was more loosely aligned with that. Because like when it comes to degrees for what's comfortable for a person, getting down to decimal points is really more difficult to grasp than full numbers, which is where Fahrenheit kind of wins out for the people consideration. But even then, I wouldn't care. Like, if everything switched over to metric, I had to use Celsius, whatever. That's fine. For me, it's like all of our, like, like measurements of volume and weight and distance. I'm like, please. Just make everything a factor of 10 of everything else. We don't have to, like, go in and be like, hey, what is this unit relative to that unit? You know, what is an inch versus a foot? 12. But is there a reason for it? Because that's what we decided it is. I'm sure there is a reason for it that I'm just blissfully unaware of, but I've yet to hear it. Beyond, it's 12. Okay, but then what's a yard compared to a foot? Oh, well, it should clearly be 12 as well. The first one's 12, the second one should be 12. Oh, no, that's 3. That's 3. Why is that 3? Because it is. But why? Why would you be inconsistent about this? Okay, what's a mile? Alright, it's either gonna be 3 or 12 feet or yards. Oh no, it's like 1,000 something feet. Why? Why do none of your numbers work in ways that make sense? I just have to remember a bunch of random arbitrary numbers. You know, versus when you go into, like, kilometers, it's like, well, you know, that's a meter. All right. Well, what's a kilometer? Oh, well, it's 1,000 meters. Okay, that makes sense. What's 1,000th of a meter? Oh, that's a millimeter. Oh. Okay. That makes sense. And then we could even change the units on you and be like, ah, but what's a liter? What do you think a kiloliter is? Oh, that's 1,000 liters. Oh, that just makes sense. Well, the yard is better defined as the length from the fingertips of one hand to the opposition shoulder when Tater's measuring it bolts of cloth. Right, but that's the whole thing. You know, like that used to be the joke is like, okay, you know, a foot is about the length of your foot. And I'm like, well, people have different length feet. And it can vary by a number of full inches. So that can be actually very considerable. And I want to say, it wasn't like an inch supposed to be like a segment of your finger or something like that? And you're like, well, you know people have different length fingers, right? Like, don't get me wrong, that one's relatively close to the same. But, like, that's really what we're measuring by? And what's a mile? The heck if I know. A mile is apparently 5,280. That gives you an idea that I've been using these units forever, and I can never remember what the heck a mile is relative to the feet and or yards. I think maybe when I said the 1,000 something, I was probably giving my best guess on yards. That was somewhere in that ballpark. But the whole point is, who's going to remember that it's 5,280 of the next down unit? It's just an arbitrary number. And don't get me wrong, there's some reason they chose that number. But do you remember how many feet are in a mile by the moniker 5 tomatoes? 528 O's? Oh, I see. I see it. Let's see, miles and feet are fundamentally different sources. They're weird because they were never meant to be converted between the two. There's a great video on it that you can share links of it. Okay. Well, I have links disabled. That would make sense, is that they were just completely and utter do that. Horse height measured in hands. It wouldn't surprise me. In Sweden, you also have access to inch, but you call it a tum. You call it thumb, which is basically means thumb. So it's the approximate width of your thumb when you press it on a surface. I could see that. Does even the military use yards and meters to judge your shots in the range? Yeah. Like, it's just one of those things that, like, I get annoyed by, because it's like, ugh. And again, this is coming from someone who has used the imperial system their whole life. Like, I learned metric in school and all that. But it's just kind of one of those things that you're like, man, our system sucks. Well, I thought a meter was based on an actual reasonable length, and a kilometer just happens to be 1,000, and all that. This horse sight's still measured in hands, and decimal units in that are weird. 14.2 hands means 14 hands, 2 inches, and the hands is standardized to 4 inches. Why? Why? Why do we measure things in the way we measure them? They invented the kilometer first. It's required to be measured through Paris meridian, as if other meridians have different lengths to the equator. Let's see, now to the military bases in Europe, you have to learn the metric system, which you find interesting because the service member has to go home. They have to learn the... Now, on the military bases in Europe, you have to learn the metric system, which you find interesting because when service member has to go home, they have to learn our system. And I missed... Where were you located? Was that Sweden? I'm just making sure I'm not mixing you up with another one. Georgia. Ah, gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Like, that's the thing. It's like, it's a global economy. And I know it's a very American thing to be like, but that's not the way you do it. Rawr. That's the way them's peoples does it. Rawr. And it's like, come on, man. They do it better than us. It's fine. It's fine to look at another group and say, hey, that thing those people are doing is working out better for them than the thing we're doing. Maybe we should do more of that stuff. And there's also some vice versa there. There is definitely things that we do better as well. But just shaking your fist at the proverbial cloud and being like, but we do ours different is the whole thing. So you're wrong. A meter is 1/10 millionth of a kilometer. Is 1/10,000. Yeah, that sounds about right. Because you're born in Romania, so you learned the metric system. When you came to the state, you had to learn inches. Yeah. Like, and that's the thing. Like, there is, and like I said, in academia, they use the metric system more. In science, they use the metric system more. In a lot of engineering companies, you'll use the metric system more. Not always. Like, if you're doing domestic automotive, you'll end up using a bit more of the imperial system. But even that's becoming less and less of a thing because the moment you start dealing with other countries who use the metric system, now you are dealing with the metric system. And so it's kind of one of those things that, like, professionally, when you're doing measurements, you're doing a lot of the metric system. Cooking, it kind of depends on what kind of cooking you're doing. Some of it will still use the imperial measurements. Some of them will use the metric system. Some of them will use both. But wait, cars can have metric and imperial because they're two different sized bolts in there? Yep, you have plenty of cars here in the US that will have both metric and imperial stuff in the same car. Because, like, these parts will be the ones that we installed here in the US, they'll be using the imperial ones, but like that assembly was put together in Mexico, they're using metric ones, that one is made in China, so they'll have those parts will be metric. And usually a lot of times they'll be like, yeah, it's a half inch. It's actually a 10 millimeter, but you know, a half inch will work. I don't trust me between those two. I don't remember the 10 millimeter was a near equivalent. I think it was half inch. Was a near equivalent enough that you can get away with it kind of thing. It's not good. So 10 millimeter is a very popular bolt size for automotive when it comes to metric. You think an inch is 2.52 centimeters, so 12 millimeter? That sounds about right. But you get the idea. It's just there's a couple popular sizes that there's close equivalents. They're like, yeah, use that other one. Yeah, so it's probably 10 millimeter to like a 3/4 or 7/16 maybe, or no, 9/16. Because that was always, like, the thing that led me to that was I'm like, okay, if we make our bolts, if we choose the head size, why are we using, like, 1/2, 3/4, 7/16, 9/16, 1/2? Like, why are we using all of these ones? Wouldn't we end up with, like, 2 or 3 common sizes? As you mentioned 10 millimeter socket, everyone check your toolboxes, because that's the one missing. He's cursed us. Oh, no, it's your 10 millimeter socket will be missing, your half-inch socket will be missing, and your number 2 screwdriver. Good luck finding any of those. You'll buy like 10 of them, and you'll still not find them. Not when you need them, at least. The number 2 screwdriver especially. That joker has legs. I think that may be the tool I sold the most when I sold tools, was number 2 screwdrivers. And it's not because of wearing out, though that does happen. It's because people always misplace it, because if you're doing anything with screws, 9 out of 10 times you're using a number 2, and if you're not using a number 2, you're using a number 1. And that's usually when you're doing like finer work. Then you get to like those little micro sizes. I can never remember. It's like P2, P1, and all that. I don't remember those sizes. Bolt sizes and bolt heads are the original dongles. You have a 10mm socket in a box with a lock that says break in case of emergency. Meh, Phillips is inferior to Robertson. I mean, you're not wrong. Like, there are just better screw heads than Phillips. Phillips just became like the standard. I'm just happy that way less people are using flathead. But yeah, no, definitely better than Phillips. Like, even the torque head is better than Phillips. I know people get really upset at spaghetti because getting torque heads is a lot harder. Now, granted, once you get to the tamper proofs, that's when you're getting into, you know, dicey territory. The tamper proofs are hot garbage half the time. For me, the big thing with Phillips is you can strip the end of them a lot easier. They're the easiest ones to strip. Versus like Torx, it's got much better fit to it, so it doesn't have nearly as much of a risk of, you know, stripping it as fast. Same with Robertson. It's a lot harder to strip those. But like you get yourself, you know, a Phillips screwdriver and get a nice aluminum screw on the top. You just go plop, and now you just got like a little drilled in spot where you just chewed up the aluminum. Nowadays, IKEA's all Allen keys. Yeah. When you get to smaller size Allen keys, I'd rather have like a regular Phillips screwdriver. The bigger ones, though, they honestly are bigger a lot of times. Yeah, you have drywall screw gun, and it strip screws all the time. Yup. Yeah, no, if you're stripping a Torx, something has gone wrong. Now, it could be, you know, something's gotten welded in there real tightly, and you gave yourself some mechanical advantage. And just, you know, I mean, it's not so much strip as like snap the end off. But I mean, that's those ones that with like a Phillips, you're just chewing it up. This Phillips was specifically designed because the driver to slip, causing this driver to slip to prevent over torquing. They're garbage for trying to drive anything in with real force. Yeah, that sounds about right. That was, I always remembered as always like one of the things you'd see people do all the time is you've got your on your electric drill, you've got where you can adjust the torque to it. And so you'd have, you know, like the actual like the numbers for your screw torque so that it would start, you know, not catching once you get to a certain tightness. And everyone just slapped that thing over to drill and just go for it. And you're like, no, the horrible clacking sound is you not stripping your stuff. It's like you want to set that, you know, oh, it's a little teeny tiny aluminum screw. Yeah, set that thing to like 1 or 2 and just put it in. You know, okay, you're driving this into like a proper board, set it up to like 8 or 10, and you know, so it won't go until like you really kind of got that wrenched in. You know, if you can't get it to drive in, it means you need to do a starter of a drill bit and not just go for it. No one wants to take the time to do a starter drill. You take that really fine drill bit and you just poke it in there real fast and then follow it up with the screw. Some things you gotta do that. Like I remember doing that with a lot of woodworking. You'd have to do that, or you run the risk of splitting the board. Especially with the closed grain stuff. Closed grain? I'm probably getting that backwards. Especially with stuff like oak and all that. When you go, if you put like a decent sized screw into some oak and you don't take the time to, you know, do the start drill, you can just split out the end of the board. Let's see, you have a head on a screw gun that swaps back and forth. Oh yeah, those are pretty common to have, like, ones you can switch between, like, Phillips and flathead, or... I haven't seen Phillips and Torx. I have seen it where it's been, like, one size of Torx on one side and a different size on the other. I've seen that, but I haven't seen, like, Torx to, you know, Phillips or Torx to flat. I wouldn't be surprised if they made them. At least here in the US, when it comes to Torx, usually either A, get just the one bit that you're looking for, or you get like a kit that's like, you know, 8, 9, 10, 12 different sizes of Torx bits, which usually the reality is it'll be like, you'll have four of the individual size and like 5 of the one size that you use the most. That's the same thing of when you buy like the screw, like for your electric drill, you like the little screw heads. There'll be like 2 or 3 tier, like size 1s. There'll be like 8 size 2s, and they'll have like a size 3, a size 4, maybe like a P1 or a P2, which are the smaller ones. But it's like, here's the ones we know you're gonna use, and we're gonna give you like 5 of those. We know what you're gonna do to these. And they're not wrong. They're not wrong that I'm gonna be like, the screw isn't coming out. I'm just gonna like really go for it and try and get this out. Probably destroy a bit after doing a couple of those, but you know what? The bit's only like $2-3. Who really cares? I just need to get this screw out of this thing, and I'm not taking 2 more stops to the hardware store to get what I need to, you know, drill it out or whatever and extract it. All the unga bungas. There's sometimes you're like, how am I gonna solve this? I'm just gonna apply more force. Is that the right idea? No, but the right idea takes me another trip to the store, and I just want this project done. So I'm gonna apply more force, maybe damage a tool, but hear me out. This tool's not that expensive. Like the cost of gas and maintenance to my car will be higher than the destruction of this tool would cost me. Therefore, the destruction of this tool is the more economical way to solve this problem. Hey, Cerise, how's it going? Also, let's not forget the cost of time. Yeah, that's another thing. Especially like if you're in a really rural area and like the nearest hardware store is a good 30-45 minute trek up the road to get to like the nearest proper hardware store. That's when you sit there and go, look man, me getting up from this seat and going to the hardware store and coming back, not counting the purchase of the tool, just the physical activity. You know, 30-45 minutes drive, let's assume 60 miles per hour. You know, if we're being generous, we say it's 50 cents a mile, which a lot of times it's more than that, especially if you're driving around a big old truck. You're looking on that trip going back and forth costing you anywhere from 15 to like, you know, 15-20 bucks just for the drive. 15-20 bucks just for the gas and maintenance on your car that you just cost yourself. Not even counting literally anything else. Is that $3 drill bit worth more than 20 bucks? No. Destroy that drill bit. If you go through 3 of them, you still made out ahead. I'm doing pretty good. You went out to get the tool and deal with humans? Nope. Yeah. And then like when you start factoring in what's my time worth kind of thing, you know, one would hope you'd measure your time in at least a couple of bucks for, you know, 30 minutes. Hopefully. Probably should be higher. It's really uneasy to underestimate how much driving around really costs you. Because, like, most of the time people don't even do the math on the gas. Some do. But, like, it can be real tricky to get a proper feel for the cost of maintenance. Which is, you know, everything from oil changes to, oh, your filters need to be replaced, oh, your tires, and all that kind of stuff. you can arguably put depreciation of your vehicle in there. I feel like, to me, that's less important because most of the time I don't end up reselling my vehicles when I'm done. I drive my vehicle until it's like, you know what, this vehicle's worth a discount on a trade, and that's it. Because no one, like, this is going to a scrapyard when it's done. Like, no one is buying this vehicle for any meaningful amount of money. So if I can get a couple thousand off, you know, a replacement vehicle, worth it. It's more than I'm getting, you know, sent into the scrapyard. And no one's collecting them. Not the ones I drive. Yeah, the metal is worth more than the car. Oh yeah, no, that was my first car out of high school that I got over 200-something thousand miles on by the time done. I bought it with over 100,000 miles. And that car was not in good shape when I got it. It was in better shape when I got rid of it than when I got it. Still drove like a car that had 200,000 miles on it though. It's still, if anyone's played Pacific Drive, it's like driving the car in Pacific Drive after a couple of maps. It still had just some things that didn't work exactly the way you'd expect them. And it was one of those ones like, what is the fair trade-in value of this car? And it was like $200. And it's like, you know what I'm not doing? That. Kelly Blue Book is like, do you want a piece of paper saying it's worthless? Because genuinely the piece of paper might be worth more. You know, before we wrote on it, that is. You hate the car in Pacific Drive? I really enjoy it. It's funny, like, it's a stage mech. For those who haven't seen the game Pacific Drive, it's a game I highly recommend. The entire game is sort of this, like, it's not horror. It's got like a little spookiness going on. But the entire gist of the game is you're driving in this like old station wagon and you're on, I can't remember what road that goes along the Pacific coast and all that. But what ends up happening is you get pulled into this exclusion zone, because in that alternate reality, basically what happens, a bunch of scientists are doing sciencey things, and things don't go well and there's an exclusion zone. And I won't explain what happens there, but basically you get pulled to this exclusion zone, and there's a lot of things that aren't quite the way you expect them to be inside there. Then again, it's not like there's jump scares or anything like that, or spookiness, or things stalking you or whatever. It's just like, you got weird, strange things in there that'll screw with your car. But it's an interesting game in that it's a collection and extraction game based around driving your car. Yeah, more mysterious. More mysterious than, you know, spooky. Like, it's just like, that's weird. But it's this fun game because you're like, you know, you run around, you jump out of your car, you grind a bunch of stuff apart, you load it up into the trunk of your car, you slam the trunk, you drive on the next place, go collect some more stuff. But it's an extraction style game where Pacific Drive. So like Pacific Ocean, but, you know, drive like car. The music in the game is amazing. But it is just one of those games that, like, it's an extraction driver. So it's like, you know, it's like playing Escape from Tarkov, except instead of shooting each other, and there's not multiplayer, but instead of shooting each other, you're driving around, you're collecting things, you're throwing them in the trunk of your car, and all that. Until, like, the zone you're in begins to destabilize, and then you're in the situation where you gotta, like, race out of there before, you know, the zone collapses in on you and murders your face. And so there's all that stuff, and there's a really fun story to it and all that. Like I said, the music is excellent. It does a really good job of being like sort of this weird mystery sci-fi pseudo spooky, but not in a horror kind of way. Yeah, no, it's a very different, a very original game. Like very much, very highly recommend. Like, obviously, if you don't like games that drive, like, and the driving mechanics are very, like, it drives extremely well. You know, it doesn't feel all arcadey and bubbly and all that. Hey, Suey, it's good to see you. Thanks for popping in all that. Can I get a shout out for Sui, by the way? If I got one of my mods here? If not, that's totally fine. Actually, I probably should take, because the one I know is hanging out's been... Well, actually, we got 2 mods hanging out. I think one's only half here, and I think the other one is not feeling too great. But yeah, so those that don't know Sui, another content creator on the platform, fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, has done like lots of RimWorld, Planet Crafter, a whole bunch of fun stuff over there. Lately been doing lots of co-streaming stuff, so definitely if you are looking for a place to just vibe and co-stream, place you can do that. And thank you for so much for that. Yeah, RimWorld recently. But yeah, doing the teaching thing, keeping people busy. But good times. We've collabed with Sui a bunch of times. We've done like Planet Crafter, American Truck Simulator. I believe we did Borrow Trauma together. We've done Project Zomboid, State of Decay 2. Gonna play a day of Coral Island, then grade papers. That sounds like a great plan. We need to collab more. Yeah, no, I'm excited. Twitch announced that finally, with the whole stream together, whatever they're branding it this week, but their stream together thing, they talked about where you're gonna make it so like, if me and our creator are both streaming, our viewers both count for both people. That should actually be working now, or soon. When I don't know if it's like already in effect or if it's coming very soon, but they did announce that. Like they announced it was going to be a thing. Not this past TwitchCon, but the TwitchCon before that. So that's been a long time coming. But that way when people collab, you know, you don't have to worry about that whole thing where me and this other person are playing a game, their channel's more popular, and it's just like sucking up all the viewership or whatever. You know, that kind of thing. That we can collab and we both benefit from it. Now, there's some question marks on the nuance, like, I don't think the shared viewership counts towards your affiliate or your partner status. Which, okay, makes a certain amount of sense. But I'm also curious, like, how it deals with the ad revenue. I'm curious about all that stuff. That I'm honestly curious how all that works. It's fine either way. That I'm not too sweating, because I think it's one of those things that's just a growth opportunity for everyone, you know, period. The thing it does do, which is a pro and con, is it does more better position you on the games page. So like, if I'm playing Project Zomboid and I'm pulling in, 200 viewers and I've got someone with me who normally pulls in 30, 40 viewers, we both count as like 240 viewers. Which does mean we can kind of boost ourselves to the head of the pile over other people. And so I think the pro and the con of that is the pro for people collabing. It's just going to be good for everyone involved in the collab. The con is going to be if you don't do lots of collabing, like you're someone who plays a lot of solo, I can see that becoming a negative in a lot of multiplayer categories where it artificially shoves you down the pile. I don't think it'll be that big a deal, though. I don't think it'll be one of these things that there's like some reckoning that suddenly no one's playing multiplayer or multiplayer games solo anymore. I don't think it'll be like that extreme. But I do think it is going to heavily encourage people to collab, which I don't think is a bad thing. I have good times collabing. You gotta be down for more collabs as well. Just the earlier comment. I just gotta figure out. It's always one of those things, and this is one of the things I appreciate with collabing with people like Sui, is usually like, the better part of a week in advance, we'll talk about, be like, hey, we should play that one game. Yeah, we should collab it. What about that day? Okay, that'll work. Versus a lot of other people I've gone to collab with, it very much is, hey, are you down to play this evening? And I'm like, I already have plans made for this evening. I'm bad at planning, but like, that is too short notice. Or next day, and I can make it work sometimes, but it's way more difficult for me to manage that versus, hey, 1 week out, you want to do this? You like playing ahead? Yeah, like, I don't keep a particularly, like, busy schedule with my stream stuff. Like, sometimes I have stuff going. Like, that's just it. Part of the time is almost Like, half the time, the other thing I run into is I keep fairly unusual hours for a lot of the circles I'm in. And so it is one of those things that for a lot of collabs, it can be tricky for me to overlap times. That's been the real Achilles for me with the latest collabs. I've had a number of people I would love to collab with. We got into communication. We're like, hey, you want to do a collab? Yeah, that sounds great. You wanted this game? Yeah, that game sounds amazing. We can do that game together. And you look at our schedule like, oh, well, you start about 3 hours after I finish my stream. And you end like 5 hours before I start my stream. And literally, we both sleep during our streams. Like, hey, you know what? If we need to make it happen, like I'm willing to, meet you halfway, or even do like a one-off stream where I do it on your schedule, or whatever. But usually, people don't want to force you to do that, so they end up falling to the wayside because, like, oh, this is not a one-and-done game. We're not gonna be able to do this like as a regular cadence. Versus like, I go later than Stu usually wants to be up, but we usually have enough of an overlap in time that we can still do stuff. Because that's been killing me for collabing with a lot of people, is like a lot of people I would love to collab, their schedule's just the opposite of mine. And for a special occasion we can absolutely do it, but for being like, hey, let's do a satisfactory playthrough, it's gonna be like 14 streams. Okay, hang on, wait a second. That might not be doable. Yeah, Cookie, it's a matter of also making sure that we find something that, aligns with my content, plan enough ahead time and all that. That's always a tricky. Collabing is hard. Like, even 100% when you absolutely want to collab with someone, it can still be very difficult to organize. Like, that's, I'm not gonna say names. I've had multiple people who are like, man, I'd love to do a collab. It's like, yeah, let's do it. I would love to collab with you. Yeah, let's get something down on the calendar. It's like, oh, like that new game coming out? You want to check that out? Yeah, I'm down to check that out. All right, well, what day works for you? Like, Tuesday works for me. I could do Saturday. Like, what do you got? It's like, well, I'll get back with you on that. You don't hear back. You're like, okay, man. Like, and then you'll kind of like write it off in your head. And then it'll come back and like, hey, can you do tomorrow? It's like, no, actually, I really can't. It's like, you needed to let me know. I need more advance notice than this. Like, I'm trying to get a date on the calendar. It's okay if it moves. Like, as long as you let me know enough in advance, I'd be like, okay, cool. Like, we're just rain checking that. That's fine. That's the reason there's like a handful of people that I've done a couple of collabs with that I really appreciate doing them with them, because, again, they're people I can be like, hey, next Wednesday? Cool. And even if it is, well, you have to spend like a little back and forth to find the day. Like, once we find the day, we're like, cool. Next Saturday, we're good. You got penned in. And so the other thing you can do with collabs is just have people hang out. Yeah. My big thing is the way I've garnered my content over the years. It's not that we don't do multiplayer. We have done multiplayer on and off. But it very much isn't a group of people just having long discussions and all that kind of stuff, like the chit-chat kind of thing. That 100% is a very good type of content to do. But I know a lot of people, especially during the Project Zomboid days, I would hear a lot that people kind of appreciate that this wasn't that kind of channel. Because it is very difficult when you are dealing with 2 or 3 other people, especially if it's a decent number, to juggle keeping up with chat and keeping up with what, your other co-hosts and all that. And I don't think that's bad. But that's the reasons why I would much rather do like the, hey, this day a week I'm doing a special collab. Because then that could be something interested for people who want to do that. Because I do think there is value in doing that on the channel. For another reason, to keep the content fresh. But like, I don't... Like, it's one thing if I'm doing RimWorld and Tynan wants to pop in. Obviously, I'm going to say yes. Or if I'm doing Project Zomboid and Nasco wants to pop in, I'm going to say yes. why would I not want the developer there in the chat talking about it? Or even like if it was something like myself and Lamprey, and we're talking about like world record stuff, even if we're not playing together but we're just shooting the breeze, I think that'd be fine for a stream. I wouldn't want to do that as a regular occasion. Sorry, that probably did pick up on the mic. That was like a weird kind of swallow, kind of hiccup thing. I think it's good. And I like, for example, I really enjoyed doing Planet Crafter with Sui. It's just kind of one of those things. The timing sucked. We got into that, and I was having a lot of fun with it. And then Factorio dropped, and people were actually hanging around for Factorio. And I was like, no, I just really want to go with this. And I'm glad I did. But we never did circle back to doing more Planet Crafter and finishing that out with Sui. Let's see, you often find collab streams to be too much. Too many people talking, doing their own thing, brain wants to explode. Yeah. Keep an eye out for something in like 3 or 4 weeks, you'll have time. It'll probably have to be something that's like not new. And the only reason I say that is we're hitting that time of year where like the games stop coming until spring, you know, with 1 or 2 exceptions. We can come up with something. I'm sure we can find a game though that's multiplayer. Like that's usually the good time of year to grab something like out of the old vault. You did get a key for this game too? Nice. You can't watch too many collab streams because your ADHD makes it hard to listen to more than one person. Stops talking, being relaxing. Yeah, that's exactly where it's kind of going with that. Like I said, I think it's good to have collabs as like either that's your main channel draw, which is totally fine. That is a good channel draw. Like that's absolutely a thing that can be really good. But I think for a channel like this, where most of the time I'm doing solo stuff, where I try to go for a relaxing pace, I think collabs make a good, hey, you see the same kind of content all the time, and that's good. You want to be consistent. But every once in a while, you want to put a little spice in there. And I think collabs are perfect for like popping in there and be like, hey, let's do that. And there's also a dynamic about who you collab with. So like, I found like myself and Ultra, I feel like we do pretty good when it comes to the collab, where neither of us are particularly dominating the conversation or anything like that. It's same with me and Sui. I feel like we have like a good dynamic there. Part of that is I feel like I'm a fairly flexible person that, you know, I can lead or just kind of take a, you know, support. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Versus there's some people that, you know, character isn't the word I want to use for it. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It's more along the lines of when they're playing a game, they kind of, I'm trying to think of the way to make it not sound bad, because it's not bad. You have main character energy. And that's fine if you're on a server and you have main character energy and you've got a bunch of people who are more comfortable being like the supporting role or whatever. That's fine. That can work out great. But when you got 2 or 3 people collabing who are all main character energy, that does not work. Because everyone is trying to like get that focus on them and everything. And it is one of those things that just everyone is kind of piling on top of each other that it doesn't work well. It's also the same thing if you're someone who likes to step back and take more like the supporting seat, but it's everyone involved likes doing that. That's where you have a whole bunch of people playing together and no one's talking. Or if they're not talking, no one's committing to anything. And so everyone's like, what should we work on? I don't know, what do you think we should work on? Oh, that's probably something someone who knows the game better should do. Well, I don't really know what you want to do. You're just like, oh my god, please just do something. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I'm definitely someone who I can easily step in either way. That, like, I'm comfortable being like, hey, let's go work on this. Like, if no one's saying anything. And just the same, like, I'm more than happy, especially if it's a game I know and I'm playing with someone who doesn't know as much. genuinely for the best experience, usually want to have the person who doesn't know as well take the helm so that they can have the most enjoyment out of it. And it's pretty easy for me to be like, hey, I'll follow your lead. You need me to go collect stuff? I'll go collect stuff. You need me to go over here and, do that? Yep, no problem. I can take care of it. Even if it's like, hey, you want to build right here? Yep, we can build right here. Even if already know because you played before, it's like, yep, this is a terrible spot, but they don't know why yet. They're gonna learn the same way I did. But that's the fun. Very, very Planet Crafter vibes in that one. Not where me and Sui built our base. But, you love a great button not spoiling? Yeah, because I've had stuff spoiled for me, and it can really ruin a game. So I try to do my best to do that. Like, that's, like, I've made the comment about Project Zomboid a number of times that very genuinely, Project Zomboid is one of those that once you start learning like the inner workings, the inner machinations of the game, it can absolutely ruin the game for you. Like once you get enough knowledge about it, they're like, oh, all these systems don't mean anything. Like they're there, you can engage them, but like they're entirely ignorable, and that's arguably a good thing. But it's also one of those things that, you get to the point you stop really being afraid of the zombies, you stop really stressing about survival because you can survive on almost nothing with a certain amount of knowledge. And it's once you have that knowledge, there's no taking it back out. You have to like deliberately say, hey, well, I'm not allowing myself to do that. And unfortunately in practice with the game, a lot of times just disallowing yourself to engage in mechanics ends up making the game less enjoyable in general. It's also one of those reasons when I get to my ridiculous marathon runs where, like we're killing hundreds of thousands of zombies and all that people are like, why aren't you looting the houses? It's like, literally there's nothing in that house that has any value to me anymore. I got the handful of things I want. That house is literally just a way to die and serves no other function for me. That said, oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. We don't know exactly when it's dropping. Build 42 is on its way. It's on its way. They've not committed to a date, but they've basically given the loose. It could very well be an unstable... Oh, wait, we can't collab that. It's not going to be multiplayer when it drops. I forgot. I was about to be like, Project Zomboid, that'd be perfect. It's like, right, the unstable branch is not going to be multiplayer when it drops. It's going to be like Build 41 was. Never mind. Really started to think Sillage was more time efficient. Yeah, but I wasn't enjoying it as much. That's fine. I'm going to do one more lap today, then we're going to advance today. I'm trying to kind of split the field into like 4 segments. So I do like 4 or 5 laps, go the next day, 4 or 5 laps, go the next day. And then we're hoping we'll get... I mean, that'd be nice. We don't have that kind of money. That'd be nice just to skip up to a 310 horsepower tractor from 70. Let's clean up this. Or if we got real lucky, we could potentially get a baler and all that. You've been itching to do a new Starfield run since the game has several updates and modding support. I want to revisit Starfield because I actually really enjoyed Starfield. Now, don't get me wrong. Would I say it's an S-tier game? No. No, it is not. It is just not. But I would still say it was a good game. Like, yeah, it didn't live up to the hype or anything like that. Those are all absolutely factual statements. People definitely got themselves way overhyped for it. It definitely also has plenty of rough edges. The loading screens be the rough edge. The loading screens be the rough edge. My god, the loading screens are the rough edge. But like where people are like, no, well they when they look at them and they talk kind of weird, and it's not It's not clean. It's like, ah, so I see you've never heard of a Bethesda game before. Because that's all of them. They all have that weird uncanny valley middle distance stare that they do. You're interested in the grand RPG game that the original creator for the early Elder Scrolls was making independently? I've gotten to the point that when I hear some, like, oh, this developer who, you know, they were the original developer who worked on Chrono Trigger, the original developer who worked on Final Fantasy VII, I've gotten to the point of stepping back and being like, all right, let's wait and see. Because I've had so many times where it'll be like, oh, it's that name person from, like, the big one. And their game ends up being kind of just a rehash of kind of their past game, but just kind of all right. Now, it's not to say that they're going to not be amazing. There has been. There's been some games that have been absolutely amazing. My apologies. Been drinking my water too fast. But there actually has been ones that have been like, you know, the devs broke off, made their own thing, and made something amazing. But man, for every one of those, there's been like 7 or 8 that, you know, the original developers for whatever this game, you're like, ah, I see. The project manager was actually the one carrying this team. And without the project manager, like, these people are all over. All right. As you found yourself finally in the mood for finally in the mood to play Disco Elysium for yourself? Yeah. Disco Elysium is another one of those games that I've heard nothing but good things. I think I even own it. I think I got it like through Humble Bundle. And I never have played it. It's just one of those games that I'm like, oh, I need to set aside some time for this. And, you know, that just doesn't happen. I'm trying to clean up this end of the field, even though it doesn't really matter. Because I'm not looking for perfection here. It's just one of those things that I was getting slightly more of a slope, slightly more of a slope, slightly more of a slope, and I'm like, alright, hang on, this is becoming a problem. Oftentimes the games are more the team thing than having one of the devs do something that doesn't carry too much weight, in your opinion. Yeah, and you'll have games that's like, even games that were hands out, like that's, like for example, Toby Fox came out with Undertale. Undertale is absolutely an amazing game, and has been working really hard on the next game in their series, and it's been taking a long time to happen. And even Toby Fox, at least he's humble to recognize that enough, so he's like, hey, you know what, I'm gonna make another game, but like, it's not gonna live up to the same thing that Undertale did. Undertale did something that was a unique and original idea, but it's just kind of one of those things that, like, I did that idea. If I redo that same idea, it's not going to have the same impact it did the first time. If I do something different, like, I don't realistically feel like, you know, I can live up to what the last one did. And I think he's going to make a good game, but I mean, I definitely played the first chapter. I can't, what was Deltarune? Played the first chapter, like, okay, this is not a bad game or anything. And it has like a lot of the same kind of hit and charm that Undertale did, but it's like very clearly this game is not going to hit me nearly as much as Undertale did. Like just already in chapter 1, you're like, ah, I see. Like it's going to be good, but it's not going to be as good, which is fair. Like a lot of times when you have those devs who like they have that knockout of the park, you know, $1 million indie game and all that, that's usually it. They usually have just the one. It's very rare you get the repeat performance, because it's really hard to like hit that right place, right time kind of thing. No, you like some devs. You like Breivik from Diablo 1 and 2. Yeah, no, it's fine to like the devs. It's just kind of one of those things that's not very often. It's not never. It's not very often you have a dev from one project move on to a totally different project and still have that same punch they can deliver. Sometimes, but like I said, I've found more often than not, I just find myself underwhelmed that, you know, they come out with their next game. It's like, okay, it's usually, most times it's not bad. It's like, it's most times it's not bad, but it's like, they really needed more than just their own ideas. Because I almost feel like, once you get that massive critical acclaim success, especially, goes to your head is not the words I want to do. Like, there's a certain expectation or whatever on how you approach your games from then on to just repeat what worked before. And the problem is, in the time it takes you to, like, get that hit game, have it go through its cycle, and then wrap up that game to then start beginning your new game, you know, that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years. And, like, literally the market has changed around you. And like I said, it can be really, really tricky to, like, land that same thing. I've just found way too often that either one, they'll release the next game and it's basically the same as the first game. They just, you know, gave a little thing with that. Same with Chris Wilson, the Path of Exile series. I mean, it's one game, they just keep making it. So it's a feel it's a little different because they keep improving, but they're just iterating on the existing game more and more and more. We'll actually see. I'm actually having kind of mixed expectations with Path of Exile 2. Yeah, well, I mean, Path of Exile 2 released tomorrow. So I played Path of Exile 2 already. The not like a demo. When I went to ExileCon, I got to play it. I honestly think it's going to be a fairly polarizing game within the Path of Exile community. I'm honestly curious how well it ends up being received once it's not brand new and fresh. And I don't mean that it's a bad game or anything like that. I feel like it has the Path of Exile label on it, but it is very something different. And I'm honestly curious in the long run how that does land with the community, because to me, it's a lot more like, it's got the Path of Exile mechanics, but it feels a lot more like Grim Dawn or Last Epoch or one of those than Path of Exile. And I don't mean that in a bad way, but it's definitely a slower pace. There's a lot more mechanical involvement, and I feel like one of the big draws to Path of Exile is you get yourself geared up and you just delete the screen by pushing a button. And I believe that is a very, very, very desired thing in Path of Exile. It's one of the things that Path of Exile 1 does differently than the rest of the action RPGs. There are other action RPGs you can delete screens, certainly. But, like, the pace that Path of Exile moves is way faster than anyone else in that market. And I just have this feeling there's gonna be a lot of people who play it and just feel like the game is just really feels slow by comparison. Because it definitely to me felt a lot more like a more polished Grim Dawn than a Path of Exile game, despite having literally the same mechanics so far as like your passive tree and all that. You probably won't play it tomorrow, even though you have it, because you're busy with other games at the moment. I am still on the fence. I'm leaning towards not streaming it, which I know will disappoint some people, but it's just right when it drops for the first N number of months, it is going to be absolutely super oversaturated. So I'm feeling like, for me as a content creator, my better choice is instead to be doing anything but Path of Exile during that time, so that all of the people who are just really not into it have some place to go. I feel like that's the better play for me. Now, that said, I'm going to certainly try it. What map am I playing Farm Sim 22? It is a modded map. I believe it's called Frontierlands or whatever. You're going to hold off since it's only dropping early access. It's not the full game release. Yeah, and I'm going to probably poke it and see what I think about it, but I'm not going to go all in on it. I'd rather wait till it's done. Like, I've talked about before that generally speaking, when it comes like early access kind of things, I do a lot of that on the channel because there's definitely a draw for that. Then, you know, the new game comes out, people want to see it, they're curious, hey, is this game something I'm going to be interested in? Is it worth playing? And I do feel like I'm offering a value there by playing the game, being like, hey, here it is. Do you like it? Do you not like it? You know, make your decisions. Does it look like something that interests you? Does it not? And there's a value there. But once I'm done streaming it, I usually won't touch it again until release. Some exceptions. I played like every update of Coral Island because I absolutely adore that game. It's still to me one of the best games that's released in the last couple years. You never got into Path of Exile despite loving Diablo, so you're not excited about enough to try PoE 2? Yeah. I think there's also a highly likelihood of the server being issued. Oh yeah, no, that's... Huh. I saw one of the people at GGG making the comment that's like, you know, we're genuinely not feeling like we can normally handle like 1 million players popping in, or that's a realistic concern. He's like, but honestly, I feel like that is a realistic concern, and that we can actually handle that. As like, you shouldn't have said that. You shouldn't have said that. No. You don't poke those demons. They're lurking back there. You don't say we're ready. Those demons are ready to bite. Be humble, friends. Man, I fully expect there to be server problems. Now, whether there's going to be, you know, the occasional disconnect and it's generally playable, just like mild frustrations, or they're just completely non-usable, that I don't know. It'll be somewhere in there. So like I said, I'll probably poke it a little, see how it feels again. Because when I did the trial thing that we got to do at ExileCon, it was basically a character that was already mostly baked. But I think they deliberately, because you couldn't get at the passive tree or anything like that. They had that locked down for you. So you just had like the build they gave you with the stuff they gave you, and you played like a tiny little slice of the story. And so it's kind of one of those things that I'm like, okay, the slower feeling of the game could literally be they're just bad builds. Because that is one thing that GGG is notorious for, is they'll have their trailer videos about like the new league or whatever, and they'll deliberately get really scuffed, slow-moving builds, because if you do the full delete the screen builds that everyone tends to get into and love, they look terrible on a trailer, because it's just visual noise, the simulator. But it's fun to play those things. It's fun to sit there and hit a button and just see like shots cascade everywhere on the map and everything explode. Or, you know, you do a little pulse out and everything just chain reacts across the screen and all that. Those builds are just comical to do. And everyone's seen Righteous Fire a bajillion times. Like, it's not a bad build, it's a great build. But it's always been relatively consistently good. That, you know, people have played that build forever. And for the record, I love that build. My usual go-tos when I play Path of Exile is I'll start with a build I usually refer to as like a sweaty tryhard build, where normally I have like 3, 4, 5 buttons I'm juggling for what I'm doing. And before streaming, when I had time, by the end of League, I would have what I call my lazy build. And it would be something like Righteous Fire, where it's running simulator. That I just have my regular, just AoE I do damage, and kill everything on the screen. And then I would have like it's single target time. Oh, that's fine. Oh wait, let's double check that. Yeah. You know, I'd have my like one that's like, oh, it's single target time. Drop this ability, drop that ability. Otherwise, just run circles around and avoid attacks or whatever. Whether it's Righteous Fire or some kind of summoner build, or if it's always ones where you're doing cast while channeling with Cyclone and like whatever you're combining it with. I used to do such ridiculous builds with that. That was to this day, I still think to this day my favorite league of all time was Synthesis. Which I know Synthesis got a really bad rep because it had a pretty rough launch. But just, I loved the mini-map in your map thing where you just run, you hop in, you just zip around and do that. And then, like, I liked the board game thing for when you got to later and you're like, oh, I got some time, I just want to do some Synthesis. So you do your board game, and you could cheese the rewards in that so ridiculously through the moon if you took the time to do it. So I very much enjoyed that one. But then I also ended up enjoying Harvest League a lot. Like, I didn't like the Harvest mechanic that much, but just the fact that I was able to use that stuff to get such absurd power creep, it let me put together builds that had no business existing. Where, like, I'm going to take this and I can put Shard of Sires, or whatever it is. The one that AoE attacks in all directions with your spell, but, like, really does not have good stats. So the idea is normally you can't use it because your attacks just don't hit hard enough. But using Harvest, which lets you just practically print gear, that's exaggerating a little bit, to just juice the gear so hard, you can take a build that has no business existing and make it work anyways. By just having such ridiculous stats, you can get past those limitations. I did so many just broken, silly builds in there that was the only league you could ever do it. Like we got lots of other ways to power creep in later leagues. But not like we had that league. There was the reason there was the devs like, we were scared of giving the players this much power. I'm like, yep, I understand. I still wish I still had it, but I also understand why they took it away. Where'd you get the map? If you go to the content, download content thing on in the game itself, like when you literally go like start the game, and it'll be like download content. You click on that, and it'll be like in the top left. And that top left will be like, I think it's like European maps it's under or something like that. And it'll be something like Frontier or Frontier Lands or something like that. Yeah, because it's one of those things that very much Farm Sim does use its own internal modding thing, and there's pros and cons between that and like Steam Workshop and all that. But theirs works relatively well. It does take a while for mods to show up there. There are mod websites you can go to that you can find a lot more mods. You just grab the zip file and just drop them in the mods folder in Farm Sim and they just work. Just be careful. We're seeing more and more issues. This isn't for Farm Sim, I just mean modding in general. We're seeing more and more people using mods as an attack vector for malware. Like, we're seeing a lot more of it lately. So it's just one of those things to be careful about where you're getting mods from. Try to get them from trusted sources as much as possible. So even then, like, Steam does a pretty good job of handling a lot of stuff, but even then, Steam's had stuff get through it that, you know, you go to the Steam Workshop and there'll be mods with, like, cryptocurrency miners and all sorts of nefarious stuff. So it's a beware thing. That said, they are rare, to be clear. Usually if you go and you grab like a very popular mod, you're usually fine. But if you start getting down into the trenches, then you're playing a dangerous game. And I mentioned this one because it was kind of a very public issue a while back. Probably about, it might not have been quite a month ago, maybe around there. Product Zomboid had a very popular modded map that had been maintained for a good while. that the dev behind it, is fairly popular so far as the mod map, and just the dev was kind of upset with people who were taking the mods and then, kind of being crappy people about it, being like, oh, the dev sucks at this, oh, they really, underwhelming. It's basically people are just being the way people are on the internet and just kind of being crappy. And the dev was like genuinely upset and literally broke the map. And so when it updated, people had the updated version of the map, which no longer worked. Which in Project Zomboid meant you had a bricked save. And so it's hard to get like the older version of the mod and everything through like Steam Workshop. So just bricked a whole lot of people's saves. Because, he was genuinely pissed off. And honestly, for the most part, with good reason. I personally feel like a lot of where people are just kind of crappy on the internet, we should be a lot less accepting of. Like, when people have nothing productive to add to the conversation, they shouldn't be involved in the conversation. And that's not to say you shouldn't be allowed to have criticism or negative opinions or anything like that, certainly. But there's a difference between, hey, I found this map a little bit tedious, it's really annoying how far things apart. That's meaningful criticism. If you, just drop in, this guy should go F himself, and, should go jump off a cliff or something, that could just go someplace else. We don't need that. You can go pull up an email and just type to yourself and then delete it when you're done. That's more productive for everyone in society. But generally the person got upset, bricked a whole bunch of saves. So that to me is worse than what was happening before. Because again, he was just getting treated like crap. He wasn't getting like death threats or anything. At least not that I'm aware of. He's just having people be kind of just crappy to him. And he's finally like, you know what, these people don't deserve this. And, I'm going to take my toys and leave. Bricked the map, ruined the save for a whole bunch of people. And then as things escalated, eventually he reverted it, got the map working again, and apologized. But it's like, yeah, but no one's ever going to download one of your mods again. Because they know if you're having a bad day, you're more than happy to be like, brick your save, deal with it, nerds. And you just can't do that. That's actually one reasons. So people probably know, like, as a content creator, you have to be on social media. That's just the reality. Like, if you're gonna grow and all that, you're gonna have to be on social media. You gotta be pulling all the levers you can pull to be in all the places to try and get whatever eyeballs you can get. If you're not doing that, it's not that you can't grow, but you're basically putting a really big pile of barriers in between you and the potential opportunity of growth. But Twitter has been an absolute cesspool. And I've made the comment a number of times, if it wasn't something that like sponsors basically demanded of me to have Twitter, because they'll say like, hey, okay, for the sponsored segment for this game, we want you to play 2 hours. We want you to have a timer that runs that says, hey, here's this game, go click the link if you want to check it out. Like whatever their plug is. But it was like, it still is, but not as much of one. It was always like, hey, we want you to post 2 posts on Twitter. One before your sponsored segment announcing that you're gonna play the game, and then like, one when you're starting. Like that kind of thing. Like sometimes they'll specify more, sometimes less. It varies wildly. But it was it's not uncommon for them to ask for like two posts specifically on Twitter. And it was always annoying to me because I was getting absolutely frustrated with how awful Twitter was getting. But at the same time, for me to continue doing this full time, I need that sponsor money. Realistically, I don't pay my bills without it. And so, I get stuck playing ball. And it makes me happy to no end that Blue Sky is just utterly demolishing Twitter. Like, just not even close. Twitter is just absolutely in free fall imploding. It is watching the handoff between MySpace and Facebook all over again. Except like this, Twitter is the worst MySpace. Because at least MySpace, the problem was all the MIDI players and the glitter GIFs and all that kind of garbage. And just bad web design by, not by MySpace devs, by all the people that we were all allowed to do our own HTML and CSS and JavaScript to our own pages, and we really shouldn't have. Not really. I think it was a great learning experience for a whole lot of people. But genuinely, we made some absolute abominations of websites. And so Facebook, I feel like their main market prospect was, hey, we're not that. What if we heavily curtailed what you're allowed to do here, so you're not covered with automatically playing MIDI players and glitter GIFs, and people using the marquee tag and all these other things that we all now accept as just bad web design and things you shouldn't do. But Twitter's problem is nothing around that. That is, they said, what if we got rid of pretty much any way to verify a user as legitimate, and also made it pay to play, and also just went ahead and said, never mind, we're not going to moderate. Say whatever garbage you want. As long as it's not strictly illegal and enough people complain about it, we're going to ignore it. And Blue Sky's like, hey, you know what? You can block terms a lot easier. You can have it so, like, you know, we'll actually ban bots and actually ban people for, you know, attacking each other in the comments and all that. I'm like, oh my god, actual moderation. It's so much nicer. Blue Sky's a breath of fresh air. Oh man, it is like going back to the early days of Twitter. And it's funny. It literally is like, what if you took Twitter from the very beginning and gave it a couple of cool features that it didn't have, and then just went, here's the product. And I understand the architecture underneath is entirely different, which makes it way harder for other people to, you know, abuse it and make it all sorts of awful and all that. I understand there's all that really cool architecture underneath. But from the user standpoint, just what if you took, like, the base idea of Twitter and said, hey, we're gonna add, like, block lists and joint, like, follow lists. Muted terms wasn't a thing when Twitter first came out, and that's wonderful. You know, all that stuff, just adding all that in, because, like, you didn't even really need to block that heavily in the infancy of Twitter because no one thought it was going to be anything until, like, you know, it kind of proved itself. And that's, you know, that's when you start having influencers popping in there and, like, trying to do all their, like, your sponsorship plugs and all that, which is a whole thing that I'm, you know, I am part of to a certain degree, unfortunately, because of my job. And all the other stuff that you run into with, you know, the rage bait is the meta, and it's not just even a Twitter thing, but the rage bait is a meta on so much nowadays. Just frustrates me to no end. That you're like, YouTube, well, I can't have a neutral opinion on a game. I either have to absolutely dumpster the game, or I need to absolutely dumpster the people that dumpster the game, because that's what gets the clicks. And I don't do that myself. But, like, that existing at a meta is just something that is entirely upsetting to me. Because those are kind of videos where the person is just, like, beet red, spitting on their screen about being mad about something that's completely irrelevant to anything. And you're just like, oh my god, please. So you've seen YouTube showing someone join Blue Sky and get blocked immediately for something fairly common X. Oh yeah, no, there is stuff going on in X right now where if you include Blue Sky mentioned in your profile or in your posts, the algorithm pushes you down now. That's been verified. Like, that's part of what ultimately killed Twitter for a lot of people, like for media people, for influencers, like, you know, for people like myself. If I put a going live post on Twitter, it gets buried by the algorithm because it's a link to something outside Twitter, and Twitter suppresses outside links of any kind. So as a, like, if you're a news reporter and you're like, hey, here's this article I wrote, check it out, you put the link there and it just buries you. So you have to be like, hey, you should check out the story I wrote on this website, but I'm not going to give you the actual URL or use the exact name of the website. Like, it was a thing I noticed that when I was putting my own post, like, to announce that I had something coming up, I would get higher engagement if I was like, hey, I'm gonna be doing this new RimWorld colony on the purple app. Like literally saying the words the purple app. Versus if I actually linked to the thing, I would get like maybe 100 impressions, which is nothing. Maybe like 1 like, but if I said like the purple app, it'd be like 10 to 100 times that amount. And it's like, come on, man. I get it, you're scared of everyone leaving your platform, and you're doing the panic where you're not allowed to leave. And so the moment Blue Sky actually managed to get some feet under it, Twitter just imploded. And the thing that caused that was the not allowing blocks to actually block people anymore. Like, that was one of those, like, I am actually planning to, in the immediate future, go through, and there's an application you can use to delete all my past posts on Twitter and just have, like, the one link that says, hey, I'm over here on Blue Sky now, like, I'm not here anymore. Because I haven't posted, but, like, I posted one time for the hot potato. Otherwise, I haven't posted a single other time on Twitter since I've gotten properly into Blue Sky. Because, like, I pull up Twitter, it takes me about 5 minutes to just be kind of just annoyed with the website. Because, like, you'll pop it in, so like, here's a picture of a cute dog. And then the next post will be this, like, racist tirade, and you're like, what does that have to do with anything? Or it'll be like, you know, someone putting some, like, hot take political comment responding to this adorable picture of this dog. And you're like, dude, no one cares. Get back in your lane. Facebook is also brutally suppresses YouTube links. I don't know about Facebook. I killed my Facebook account a long time ago, and I am very happy. That is one of those ones I closed that account, and I never once was like, oh, I should go back. It's like, nope, it's gone, and I couldn't be happier. With that, chat, I have been drinking a lot of liquids, so I'm gonna have to use the bathroom again. It is just what happens. So I'm gonna go do that real quick, and I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a moment.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
I don't know how to make you take off your pants. I want a stack of corn. Raw corn in the mouth. That's what I want. No judgment. Or maybe a little judgment. I'm about to go. Oh, everything has stopped moving. What have we done? It's going to be an emerald eruption. Look at them continuing to expand frame by frame. They're continuing to launch into space. Oh god, what is this? Why? I have a frame. I have individual frame. Look at the height those things got. Just let it settle down. Okay. Surprisingly, didn't instantly go slideshow again. Eat a potato, eat a potato. Too late. And it is done. Jeremiah Wiener has finally passed at 1 year, 4 months, 12 hours, 135,120 zombies killed. At the end, we have managed to reach 8 fitness, 9 strength. I eagerly await our P money. That sentence sounds very weird. Okay. Alright. Oh yeah, you mentioned people getting banned for stuff that's pretty typical on YouTube. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. Last time check was 100 even. Well, it's definitely better. I'm glad you're no longer 103.8 in that, because, like I said, that was definitely the range where it's like, oh, it's time to go to the hospital. That's what that range is. That is the no, we are past the point of maybe it'll get better. That is the go to the hospital. Let's see, you wish you could leave Facebook. But it's where all your pen pals are, and it's too expensive to text between the US and Vietnam all the time. Yeah. It's definitely one of those things that trying to get people pop over. But yeah, no, it's with like the YouTube thing and all that. Like you see, man, some of the stuff I get in the YouTube comments are completely unhinged. Like it's not super often nowadays, but like every once in a while you'll pop into stuff and you'll be like, nope, that is super racist, nope. And it's not even like the ignorant kind, it's like, you're just plain being malicious. Okay, we'll just ban that person. I mean, they don't call it ban, it's like block user from posting in channel or whatever. They're like, alright, that's gone. I'm happy that like on platforms like Twitch and Blue Sky and all that, those things are getting way better. Like it used to be a whole thing that people would say awful stuff and they would still have an account for a long time afterwards. And I don't mean it's like a one-off comment. It would be the person like, first time chatter. Hey you, insert like slurs. You know, you look like you suck at this game. And again, you'd ban them from the channel, and they'd still have an account for a while, and people would report it and everything. And nowadays, you'll have those accounts that pop in that clearly they're just going channel to channel to channel saying that. And you'll get hit with it, and within like 30 seconds to a minute, you'll like go to check on their account. It'll be like this account has been suspended. So the people who do that like channel to channel trolling, just absolutely get completely obliterated if they do that. And I honestly think it's more that they're going channel to channel deliberately and maliciously trolling than necessarily. I mean, obviously, if they're saying something racist or whatever, it's all, you know, that's whatever. But it is like the person who it's literally they're just going channel to channel trolling. You know, that's not productive, constructive, or positive in literally any way on the platform. They're literally making the platform worse for everyone involved. So it's good that, you know, Twitch and them do pop in now where it's like, They see an account from, they go, got banned here, got banned here, got banned here, got banned here, and people are reporting them along the way, and then they're just gone. Because those people are a waste of oxygen. Yeah, first time chatter, you're bad at the game. I've had a few of those. Usually my response is, cool, let me help you. And then I ban them, or a cool, go away, or a cool, like, then watch someone else. We've had a fair number of those. It's not super often. Like, it's relatively tame. It used to be so much worse. I'm not usually in the target demographics for a lot of those things, but even I've noticed that over the last 2-3 years, it has been noticeably better. Like there's been individual things that have heated up here and there, like individual demographics that have gotten targeted in recent history, and individual like flare-ups from this and that, especially when Kick first launched. There was lots of stuff going in because of lots of Kick creators trying to get their content were just coming over to Twitch and recording themselves effectively harassing people on Twitch. Saying whatever, or like dropping bits and putting some like really, really crappy take in there or whatever. I cannot wait for Kick as a platform to implode. I can't wait for them to get their lawyer call from flagrant violation of copyright law, or ignoring laws in countries like Germany about like what content they are and aren't allowed to show, and that kind of thing, so it can go away. Or as an alternative, that they actually start moderating their stuff. That's also an acceptable alternative. They put on their big boy girl pants and go, oh right, maybe we should actually sit there and moderate our stuff and make sure our stuff is in compliant with local legislation for everywhere we operate and yada yada. Which, no negative to any creators on Kick. People are going to go wherever it is they need to go to find success, or where they think they can find success and all that. But like, just the number of people on that platform who show up at stuff like TwitchCon with the entire Express thing to try and pick a fight with someone to escalate some drama, so that they can, use that as content for their channel to, kind of get themselves a little bit of fame and notoriety off the coattails of someone far more successful than themselves. Because we had a TwitchCon this year. Someone actually, a kick streamer actually shoved someone into the side of one of the moving trolley, like the trains there. Like, thankfully it was the side and not anywhere else, because that's easily a way to get killed. And like that happened. We had like multiple altercations happened outside the building between kick streamers who were just trying to create problems. And like the year before that, they had multiple kick streamers who tried to come into the con and then create drama there. Luckily, and we have people who were in the con who both stream on Kick and on Twitch. So this isn't saying all streamers are bad or anything like that. It's just, it's a problem that because there's no moderation on their platform to speak of, there's not literally no moderation, but there's very minimal moderation. It lets kind of the worst people do their awful stuff and face minimal consequences. It's one of the reasons I have a strict I will never stream on that platform. Then they're almost exclusively funded by gambling money, so that's a whole thing to keep in mind. But yeah, no, we had the year before, we had like as a high profile kick streamer came into TwitchCon, had paid for a ticket and everything, had come in, and was someone who had been like bad-mouthing Twitch like constantly, came in with like a group of people all wearing like their kick shirts and all that, tried to immediately create a scene and got thrown out immediately. It's like, yeah, what do you expect? It's not that you're on Kick, that's not the problem, it's that you came here to, cause a scene. Like, you're here to create content by messing up this event. You're not going to be allowed to stay here. Let's see, your sub in winter Florida weather with a heating lamp. Oh, you're in sub winter Florida weather with a heating lamp against your head, trying to stay warm. Just be careful you don't get yourself burned with those. Yeah, so it's like a whole thing. And I have people I would consider friends of the channel who do stream on both Kick and here, but oh yeah, no, absolutely. People will do stupid stuff for their moment of fame. And that happens here on Twitch as well. It's just not at the same scale and scope. And like I said, that's a matter of moderation. Like I said, you do that kind of things here on Twitch and you're just suspended, you're just gone. What's amazing to me is like, it's not even little creators, and this is actually referring to on the Twitch side. You'll have some pretty big creators who will do some stuff, and there's ones who get away with stuff they shouldn't. Like, very genuinely, there's stuff that if you're big enough, the rules are not enforced consistently, and that really should change. Like, you get the conflict of interest that causes that not to happen. If someone's making you if someone's making you a lot of money, you do weigh that differently. You shouldn't, but it does happen. But you'll have some like big name creators get them accounts shut down. That they're partnered. Sitting on like 1,000 something average viewers or whatever, 2,000 average viewers, and they'll have like some like they'll find something that they see a gap in the rules that they'll just slam the button down as hard as they can to just abuse it. Where we had people like putting green screens on parts of their body to imply nudity and all that, and people are like really stretching the line and what does and doesn't qualify as artistic nudity and all that. Stuff that was like, again, it was against the spirit of the rule, but like really in that gray area. It wasn't technically a violation. I do honestly think with a lot of that Twitch really should just go with the, hey, look, it doesn't need to be specifically called out as against the rule. If you're even, like, if you're clearly in the direction that we're trying to not allow, you get your temporary suspension that says, hey, don't do that. And then after that, if you're a recurring thing, that you're like, hey, you know what? We're not, like, we don't want to put up with people pushing buttons again and again. pushing the limits of what's allowed. Because it's usually the same handful of people who keep catching temporary suspensions for doing stuff that shirks the rules, but kind of in that gray area. As like, man, after about the third or fourth time, just ban them. Just be done with it. Rip off the Band-Aid. You're just gonna have to keep enforcing this again and again. It ain't worth it. It seems worth it, though, for the creator to do it, or for Twitch to not slap it down, or like just ban him and be done with it. For the creator, if you're someone trying to break in, yeah, you know what, I'm in a position I don't feel a need to do that kind of stuff, but that is an amount of infamy you can get that can potentially take you from completely unseen to getting you on the map. If you got just enough viewers to manage to grab enough attention, then yeah, it can actually be a strategy. Now the downside is you can get your account suspended, and once you're suspended on the platform, you're not allowed to make another account. So you're done. If you do, they just immediately suspend you again, because that's called ban evasion. Does you know someone who had a hot tub stream where they edited the picture of the hot tub out to make the hot tub onto the back? Let's see. Edited the picture of a hot tub on himself back when it all started. Yeah, no, I mean, that's fine. Like, hot tub streams were allowed. Like, don't get me wrong, I think the issue we ran with hot tub streams is people were, like, pushing really on the limits of what would and wouldn't qualify as nudity, like, really taking it to an extreme. And that was when Twitch was like, alright, come on, man. Rein it in, we're gonna make a separate category for it. Because I personally, and I know people don't agree with this, I personally don't think it's wrong for Twitch to allow a wide range of content on here. That's not content I'm interested in. I'm not particularly into the like ASMR or the hot tub streams or anything like that. But at the same time, where people are like, oh, they shouldn't allow that content. Like, I don't know. It's the internet. You can find worse. It's really not that big a deal. Not to me. And they can be like, oh, but it's a website with children on it. I'm sorry. I've been to the pool before. Kids are seeing that. Now, it's different if someone's, like, doing gross stuff to their microphone or whatever. Then that's a whole thing. Where you're heavily implying. But honestly, there's worse stuff on Twitch than hot tub streams. Like, honestly, a lot of the jokes on perfectly, like, on channels that, like, as far as, like, the avatars and all that go, or, like, you know, the individual on camera is totally fine. Does Twitch have an R rating option on stream? There's no rating. It's not the ESRB or MUBI. Those don't apply here. But thank you for the 3 stream streak. I really do appreciate it. I do hope you're enjoying the stream. Yeah, so that's just the whole thing. Is there isn't a governing body of the rating of streams. About the closest you get is you do have the games. The games tags will apply. So if I'm playing a mature game, by default my channel is mature. Let's see, for the European context, I think half of Twitch's problem there is that attempting to draw a line in a prudish place. Yeah, well, that's kind of one of those things, is a lot of the stuff, a lot of people who get upset about the type of content on Twitch, a lot of it does come from, it's not exclusively US, but a lot of US sentimentalities, because the US is genuinely kind of weird in that we look at stuff like sexuality and nudism as like, or nudity and stuff like that as like, oh my god, it is so terrible. It is so awful. How could we? And in the same breath, we'll have like our movies that are just, you know, movies and TV shows that are okay showing our kids that are just absolutely gutting people and pure violence. And that's not to say there's anything wrong, like parents should be able to decide the content for their kids and yada yada yada. But to me, I'm like, you know what? One of these is a far more natural thing than the other. I would be far more in line of saying, hey, maybe we should tone down the amount of violence we allow in children's programs than, you know, being nearly as worried about, like, again, there's levels, like, you know, implied nudity or whatever. oh, behold. You know, it's different. It's different when we start getting to kids seeing things that are a bit farther along, where, you know, maybe an X tag is appropriate. Sure, I agree those shouldn't be in front of kids either. But, like, it's like, but they could see someone in a bikini. I'm like, have you never been to the beach? Like I said, to me, there's more of a concern with, like, the nature of the contents that some people do. And like I said, I honestly don't see that much. And again, I don't tune into, like, hot tub streams or whatever. But, like, kind of the most sexualized content I see is usually just on channels that have none of that going on. But then they'll have, like, alerts of people moaning or whatever, and you're like, alright, this is weird, I don't want to stay here. Like, this just feels uncomfortable. Hey Dizzy, hey Mark, how's it going? Like, that's fine that you do that, like, I have no problem with that existing. But for me, this is a weird vibe that I don't think I want to stick around for. That's not the kind of content I'm personally looking to consume. Let's see. You'll say it does seem to be self-amplifying behavior in that it is allowed and therefore talked about. Yeah. Well, that's you have a lot of people who are very clutch the pearls. It's like, oh no, it's like, I heard this thing happened on Twitch. It's like, right, but it happened to like 1 or 2 channels 1 or 2 times, and then, you know, they call it like a temporary suspension. Or like, okay, but did they have the mature tag and the, you know, sexual content tag or whatever? And it's like, right, they were properly labeled. And you're like, oh, but my kid found it. It's like, well, did your kid go ahead and bypass age restrictions? I mean, then there's a certain point where that's on you as the parent to deal with that. Because here's a hint. Do you know what your kid can also do? They can go into Google and they can type porn, and they will find far worse. And it won't even ask a question. It'll be like, are you 18? The kids will be like, yes. And that is a much more complicated problem. So to me, it's one of those things that, like, the whole age restriction thing. I mean, I'd also be okay if they're like, hey, age restriction, you have to be older to be on Twitch. I honestly wouldn't care anyway. It'd suck for all the people who are, you know, younger, and I don't think that's necessary. But it's just kind of one of those things, like age verification and keeping the children from the content that they shouldn't be watching. You know, that has been a war we have lost every step of the way throughout the time of the internet's existence. There has been no time that has been in a good place, and I also don't see it ever being in a good place, because the moment we require age verification that's actually meaningful on the internet, like, half the internet becomes unusable for a whole range of reasons. That's good. It says, you don't have an issue with age restriction because whatever, I don't. Thing's the hill to die on. But age verification is garbage. Yeah, the problem is a lot of age verification also becomes how you end up leaking people's personally identifiable information in large data breaches and all that. So it's kind of one of those things that, okay, you might tackle this issue, but then you immediately turn around and you have an egregious security and privacy issue. Is your trade-off. And honestly, I look at that as more of, you know, a parenting thing to deal with. Like, I grew up and I certainly looked at stuff I wasn't supposed to when I was younger. I won't pretend that didn't happen. I'm not saying it's like, but I turned out all right. That's not where I'm going with that. It's like, it's just something that kids are gonna do. It's like, that was, oh man, when cell phones are becoming, like, readily available for, like, teenagers and that. And I remember the outcry saying, no, we shouldn't allow the kids to have cell phones. They're gonna use it for the sex. And like, here's a deal, friends. Teenagers exists. Something else exists. It's gonna be used for sex. Mechanically, that might be very difficult to figure out. But teenagers got those hormones. If it exists, they're gonna try and make it work. That isn't a reason to hold everything back from everybody. Now, certainly, You should be talking to your kids and educating them and giving them proper educations about these things so they can make better and more informed decisions with what their lives and what they do or do not decide to try to put into their body. We won't evaluate on that farther, because that gets weird really fast. But saying going, hey, wait a second. No one should own a laptop because kids could use it for sex. No, that makes no sense. And no one cares. There are people who care about data security, but yeah, I know it's a mess. Let's see, you don't know if you've heard Australia is beginning to have laws requiring that sites stop under 16s from access sites like social media. You're worried about how that'll affect your Twitch. Realistically, what I imagine we're going to end up having in the wide range of things is they'll probably check, you'll probably just have a verification that's like, is this an Australian IP address? Okay, here's a screen that says, are you over 18? Yes, no. And if they say, like, yes, then that's on them. They're now technically you're committing fraud if you lie there. Is anyone going to go after you for it? No. But still. It's a fact that, it's also a fact that Port is one of the earliest adopters of almost any new technology. Yep, if they could find a way to make it fit. Is it the same playthrough for the one you're building a temple? No, we finished the temple, we got the $1 million, and now we're doing the Survivor Man challenge. So this is a whole new map. Yeah, and I do see the message, Stoka. Like, I don't have a problem with it. I'm gonna go ahead and just leave it in auto mod though. But yeah, no, I've definitely seen people figure out how to make like Game Boys show adult content the moment they got basic internet functionality. I've seen people use like GPS, like the little GPS things in cars to access content they weren't meant to. Again, keeping in mind, I was a teenager at one point. Like, I had friends. People got into stuff they weren't supposed to, and they talked about it because they were very proud of it. So just one of those things. But I'm not going to be like, no one's allowed to use GPS. It's like the thing with a hand sanitizer. That they had one kid who ate hand sanitizer. I can't remember if he actually died or he just got really sick. But it was like one individual singular kid. And we had this whole thing. I don't know if it was like in the wider world, but at least here in the US, that's being reported as like, oh no, you gotta lock up your hand sanitizer. The kids are using it to get drunk. It's got alcohol in it, and it's killing them all. They're all dying, and you're just like, everyone started putting them in this stupid lock safe in the grocery stores. And then you go back and you look at it's like, it was literally one kid did it one time. And yeah, no, there was like, it was tragic. Like they got, like I said, they either died or they got horrifically sick or whatever because it's hand sanitizer. You're not supposed to ingest it. Like it literally says in the bottle, it's like, yo, if you put this in your mouth, go get a doctor. This is not food. But it was just like the whole thing about everyone blowing up. It's like, yeah, but honestly, there's a certain point where you're like, yeah, but that's kind of on you, kid. Like, it's already got the warning labels. But the reaction of locking up all the hand sanitizer, like, it's one of those things that you think about. It's like, what was the global economic cost of that? You know, this kid obviously did something. They hurt themselves or lost their life or whatever. And that's a tragedy. But the fact that everyone overreacted by building all of these cabinets to lock up the hand sanitizer in there, which means you had plummeting hand sanitizer sales because no one wants to deal with, you know, dragging some staff member over to unlock the cabinet to get it. And so that's the whole thing. They had all the expense of all the workers putting in the time to build the cabinets and put the things in there. And all the employees have to, like, go over there to unlock it to get the stuff out. And you're like, you know what? That would have easily been tens to maybe hundreds of millions of dollars just not made because of the stupid thing. And granted, that doesn't be like, oh, but think about the business. It's just kind of one of those things like, the reaction was the dumb part. Like, don't get me wrong, the kid was done drinking it. But, like, on top of that, you just kind of compound what would have been the damage. Because I can't imagine there was a long list of people being like, oh, that kid died doing that? Let me go ahead and get the hand sanitizer. That sounds like something I should do. There's probably some. I mean, there's definitely troubled kids and all that. But that's just, you know, that's a whole other issue. I don't know why that made me think of Pogs. Which was popular for like 30 seconds. Like, it feels like it was a long time, but looking back in it, it was like this one little window that I was in school that Pogs were the thing. And then immediately it was just on to like Yu-Gi-Oh cards and all that. Like, Pogs just disappeared as like Magic the Gathering came back. Like, it was always there, but it kind of came back in popularity. Yu-Gi-Oh built up. There was like the Pokemon trading card game. But for that brief, it was like actually probably like 2-3 years or whatever it was. But that brief window, Pogs were all the rage. That, you know, your local card shops and all that were selling them. If a shielding entity from liability is cheaper to do than versus, that's the thing though. Like, if you already have a product that says, hey, don't eat this, and someone eats this and they get sick, you're already free of liability. Like, it's one thing if it's like, you have your big box of cereal and inside is like this tiny little thing that's not edible, and that has a fine print on it, don't eat it, in the middle of your cereal, where it's reasonable that someone takes a spoon, doesn't see the object, shoves it in their mouth, and then chokes on it, or it's poisonous or whatever. Sure, then you have liability there. But like, if this is a bottle that's like I'd gotten playing cards like, this is not food, don't eat it this. You know, someone can try and sue you, they're just gonna lose. Like, I'd just be as likely to be like, oh, I walked over to the cabinet, I banged my knuckle and I hurt my hand, liability. I don't know, it's people knee-jerk reacting. But I remember people playing Pogs and having like Slammer that was like metal in that tie. And like, you'd go and try and have them and it'd be like, nope. Let's see, you knew they'd give us equipment in Build 42, let's go. How's the early playtest? I can neither confirm nor deny anything related to a playtest and Build 42. Talk to me after Build 42 releases. Remember the Beyblade phase? Beyblade. Was that there was a little, oh, what, there was another name I knew them by. I think it was like a re-release of an older product. The little Beyblade. It was a little thing, like, you'd have an arena and it had like the little metal top, you'd like pull the thing and it'd go in there and then bang into each other and then one would fall over. Am I thinking the right thing? Or am I thinking like totally off there? Yeah, Crossfire. That's the name I knew it. I knew it was Crossfire. Yeah, that was another one that lasted for an approximate full 30 seconds. And you can find like the one other person in your area who had them. But man, were there commercials out there everywhere. That was the entire time you're watching TV on like... Man, was Cartoon Network a thing already? I think it was. Wait, I can customize you? Oh, it's just... Silage Additives tank? Oh, that's if you just, like, leave it in there. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not doing that. It's still hanging in there barely? Really? I mean, I could see people still buying it, but it It wasn't like where they're trying to like properly make it a thing. There was a whole thing they were trying to make a while. They're trying to make like crossfire tournaments. So it's not really a flat mat. It's actually very hilly. But yeah, no, it's like Frontiers or whatever it is. But it's actually not very flat. It does a lot of sloping up and down. Like you can just like look at the distance here and just kind of see how much slopes around. So I actually appreciate that it isn't that flat. It is big in open areas, which I'm not a huge fan of. That's fine. Oh, you troll of a game. I want it, but there's no way I get that to happen in time. I want that so bad. I think that's literally one of the ones we could use. Do you remember Ravens Creek from 17? I mean, I remember the mod map Ravens Creek. If that's what we're talking about. Ravens Creek is one of those names that's been reused by a lot of things. Yeah, the one you played a ton was the first hill map for you. It was a blast. Yeah, that one. I played a little bit of Ravens Creek. It's a cool map. I didn't end up doing hardly any mod maps for Project Zomboid for any real length of time. So he says, you found a map that was 32 times map. It was so huge, took like 50 minutes to load. Yeah, no, I remember there was someone who had come up with a way to get a map slightly larger than you were supposed to be able to get in Farm Sim 22. I think the largest they ever got was like 64. They were trying to make 128 happen, but just crash a whole lot. And I remember pulling that up, and the whole game did not run well. They're like, this is like a factor of 4 times what you're supposed to have as your largest map. And the game was like, no. No, there's a reason we've limited the map size. And that was before like actually doing stuff on it. Yeah, so just keep topping this off. Oh, you meant Farm Sim Ravens Creek? Yeah, I don't know Farm Sim's Ravens Creek. Yeah, so we're getting a little bit of that. What I was trying to check... So I'm thinking that's the grass, and at this 1400 is the, a lot, honestly, for the mushroom things. I'm trying to figure out the finances on how much money we're making. Because, like, this I think is the grass here. This, I think, might be the mushrooms. So it's looking like I'm making about 1,500 a day, which is honestly more than I was expecting for just chucking some water into a building. Getting 1,500 a day from that, you know, it does mean it's going to take me a good, like, 2 in-game years to pay that thing off. Not quite. But still, you think about it, 1,500 every single day from the mushrooms. That basically means just by having that building there, I'll be making, what is it? I don't feel like mathing. It'd be 18,000? Somewhere in that ballpark? 18,000 a year? That we just kind of make idly? I mean, relatively idly. I am dragging the water over here. But that means every single day, just hitting the forward button, and making sure there's enough water to keep it happy. It's like me doing 2 full loads, 2 almost 3 full loads of grass. What we're trying to do now is just push our way up towards like another tractor, that kind of stuff. If I had the money, I would grab that harvester. I'm pretty sure this harvester... Wait, are you the harvester or foraging harvester? No, you're a harvester. You're a regular harvester. So the Fent, that'd be 5275. So we were to check our harvesters. It's that one. And that's the minimum one I would need to... Yeah. So that harvester, if I had the money for it, would literally cover what I need to do the barley and be able to do the thing where we can make it work with the McDon. Unfortunately, I only have 21,000. It costs 120,000 as a discount. So it's just... There isn't a reality I can make that happen. Not without breaking our rules and taking a loan. Like, there's not a way I'm making 100,000 a day. Even if I cut down all the trees that could fit in one day, I don't see that as a realistic possibility. So I can drop this off. We'll grab a bit more grass. But yeah, so that means every couple days, like every day between the grass and all that, it looks like we're making somewhere in the area of around 4,000 to 5,000. So that's going good. And that'll speed up as we get more equipment. Now I'm gonna avoid the cheese of just going, okay, let's make this faster, let's build 4 greenhouses. Because that would very well be a thing I could do, is I could just build more and more greenhouses. Same basic idea as if you do the power generation, where you could just economy of scale it, buy yourself a giant water tank to save you effort. But I'm, like, I'll probably have a rule that I can't have more than, like, 2 of the same building, unless I've got, like, almost all production lines done, or it's one of those things that, like, you know, this production line is a 1-to-3 ratio or whatever, then I'll be allowed to have the 3 just to make the ratio work or something. Will you grow something different? Why not? Do you mean with the greenhouses? Well, I mean, okay. So it'd be 2 mushroom greenhouses would be a limit, and then 2 of the other type of greenhouses would be, like, a limit. So those would be different buildings. That's fine, because I'll need to do that because of production. I can't actually... Okay, here's where a split is. Because what I'm trying to do is to just avoid dealing with a lot of problems. I am just going to, where I left off, doing like 4 or 5, something like that, loads of grass. And I figured by that time, by the time I get back to the start again, it should be fully grown again. Because the alternative is I'd want to go in here and like draw roads in between to be like, this is one field, that's the X field. But honestly, I want to wait till we get a plow and start plowing stuff. I can buy the plow now, but there's no value in doing that. Like, it'll actually hurt me to plow the fields right now, because I'll plow the field and I can't plant anything in it. Which means I also can't have grass in it. Which means literally I just lose area I can cover to make a bit more money. Like, that's what I'm hoping to see, is I'm hoping to catch, like, the tractor go on sale. The big thing, and what's my big holdup right now, and why I can't try and pursue another crop at all, is I need to be able to use a seeder or planter. Actually, let me check something with the planters. I did not check this in the planter. It's not gonna change. We already... Okay, it's still 160 horsepower. Yeah, so whether we go seeder or planter, we're still needing about 150, 160 horsepower before I'm going to be able to do it. And while I can get away with pushing this a little past what it's capable of, this is only a 70 horsepower tractor. Or 60 or whatever it is. Needless to say, it's about 100, which is way too much for us to overcome. But we should have enough money around now where if we do have the tractor we show up on like a 40-50% sale, I can make that happen. because I could sell the tractor for somewhere in the ballpark of around 20,000. Yeah, just a bit over 20,000. And if it goes 40-50% off, it should be around 45,000. And I can easily do, like, you know, 5, 6, 7, 8, whatever number drops I need to do of grass, and then sell the crappy tractor to get the tractor that'll then be able to do the seeder and planter. And I'll still need to get the seeder and planter and all that, but once I've unlocked that tractor, we get more options. And we'll also not struggle to go up tiny hills. Like with the bigger tractor, we even have the option potentially of getting like the really big mower setup and clearing like a whole area. I'm probably not going to do that though. You assume dealing with silage would be less painful? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But then the problem is I got to rebuy all the silage stuff. And if I get the bigger tractor, then we've got one of the two big expenses for doing our barley out of the way. The only other big expense is the harvester. Because then the seeder is relatively inexpensive, and then the plow is dirt cheap. You know, yeah, we won't have the fertilizer, which will be a big thing for money, and all that, but you get it. We'll have, like, the big ones knocked out. We'll also want the thing for liming the field. We'll certainly want a better plow down the road to not make it absolutely horrific to deal with. But, you know, at least then we're able to do a crop. But the point being, we're probably done with silage. The only way I'd turn around to silage is if I can catch a baler and a wrapper really cheap. That would potentially make it worthwhile. Because in that case, I could get rid of the piece on the back here, get the baler and the wrapper, ideally in one, and then that wouldn't be too terrible. But I mean, the amount of money you're talking there, I'd rather probably just save and do all that. Yeah, no, that's... Oh yeah, barley will definitely be better money. Like, if nothing else, even if it's not better money in game time, it'll be better money in human hours. Because, like, I'll go through and there'll be, like, the long day of plowing the field and getting things seeded and doing all that stuff. And then you got several days that you just don't need to do anything with the field. And then you come back to harvest it. You harvest it, get all that stuff, and then you go back to step one. And so for the process, it's kind of like doing this whole area, or as much as we decide to do, getting one giant payout, as opposed to like here where I'm doing just a little bit each day. The big thing is just going to be early on, dealing with a inadequate plow is going to be a thing we're going to be just dealing with. Yeah, you spend those in-game days streaming Farm Sim like Ultrasaurus? Are you saying, like, you have the in-game day and you spend the whole day working it or whatever? Or just I'm playing Farm Sim? I mean, it's a good game. I keep hoping we'll see, like, a tractor go up for sale. The days you're not plowing the fields? Yeah. Your sim is watching a sim pass the time is the joke. Gotcha. Well, I mean, right? I mean, I would love to get to the point where at least working a field so I can go back to using the GPS so I can, like, go, like, get on this line, hit D, and I don't have to, like, constantly adjust everything. Would just be nice. I can't do it with the grass mowing because it doesn't recognize it as a field, which, you know, fair enough, it's not one. All right. Yeah, so we're just trying to get this going. Like, it would be nice to do the bales if I had the bale loader. It's just doing the bales without a bale loader is really a miss. It's just a pain, and I'm pretty sure when it comes to the bale loader, I want to say it's pretty costly. I mean, it's 50,000, which isn't as much as I thought it was, but still, that's 50,000. So be getting the bale, like getting the bale loader, getting the baler, so we're talking like 115,000 already just there without counting if we get on sale. And then if we wanted to wrap it for silage for the extra money, then, you know, that's a separate machine. Or, like, ideally we get us one. What would be the machine cost? Yeah, so it's these ones over here that'll wrap them as well. I think like that one. Let's double check. There was some of these, yeah, I got these. Those are the wrappers that go behind stuff. And it was ones, like some of these ones down here. Let's see, that's a stationary one. Inconvenient balers, a bale wrapper pack. So like that one for 100 something has, yeah, and all the rest of these don't wrap. How goes the grass harvest? It's going. Yes, unfortunately, it's like 100,000 to go right to the one that wraps. But like I said, by then I'm doing barley. Oh, actually, kicked off the cruise control. But it's going well. We got ourselves a greenhouse, so we're making the mushy mush. Giving ourselves like an extra 1,400 bucks a day. And I was trying to make like $3,000-4,000 a day from just mowing grass. Try and keep like a little bit of rotation, so it's not all at once. And Dio doing their 15 stream streak. Getting the last 15 streams without missing once, that much. What season can... So, unfortunately, I think you missed a space after the period in your comments, so I'm getting the 3 asterisks as if you tried to post a link. Because it's just not smart as detection. So I see, what season can... Oh, can you grow barley? Yeah, so we can go ahead and go right up here. So barley... Where are you, barley? Oh, so we can plant barley in September and harvest in June. It is one of those crops that you put down and it goes for like most of the year before you can harvest it. So you plant in fall and harvest in early, like late spring, early summer. The no links is annoying when you make a typo but very useful otherwise. Yeah, no, you just have to. Like, we haven't been having too much issue with bots, but it's one of those things with the bots, they kind of come in waves. That, like, for a while we'll have real bad bot problems, and then we'll have, like, you know, only the rare bot. Honestly, Twitch has done really good about dealing with bots in the last number of years. Let's see, a normal greenhouse set to lettuce would make some pretty nice money as well if you wanted to put down another one. Yeah, I'm debating. Because I also feel like if I was going to allow myself to do like 2 of each building, I could sit there and put like the 2 mushroom ones and then like the 2 lettuce ones. But, or sorry, not the 2 lettuce ones. I'd probably have it grow all the stuff. Because I keep forgetting. I don't remember if I only allow lettuce to grow. I don't think it grows the lettuce faster, so much it doesn't use as much water. I could be wrong about that, because it's just not all the things I ever really worried about. But I was under the impression that, like, it doesn't say I'm going to make X liter of crop per day, so much as if I activate this line, I will make X liter of that per day. But like splitting the production, I don't think changes it. I could be wrong. I haven't messed with it. But it's under the impression that it doesn't change the production rates. Like there's like set production rates to things. Now obviously someone could verify that one way or the other, that'd be great, but that'd be one I'd want to like actually see like a wiki page or something going on. It's like here's how it works, like here's the formula or whatever. Because I could feel that being one of those things that becomes a misinformation thing where, you know, people don't properly test, they just kind of assume how it should work because of how it logically works in real life versus video game, which has no direct connection to real life. I mean, it could be tested that safe, but it depends on whether the building has divided production, or each thing works at full speed. Yeah, and that's the thing, is I don't think the buildings straight up say this building is divided production or this one is, each one is effectively their own channel versus like all collectively splitting the focus. Like in real life, of course, you look at a lot of the buildings and say, I have a greenhouse, I've got all these beds. What I choose to grow in here, if I grow just one crop, I get to grow more of that versus if I'm splitting it between a bunch of different crops. I still have the same cumulative total amount of grow space. It's just how I'm dividing it out. But in the same thing, if we turn around and we go to, say, like, the woodworking buildings or whatever, we could say, okay, well, with my equipment here, I have this machine that's set up to do the long planks, this one's set up to do the beams, and this one's doing the short planks. The short plank machine can't do the other ones. Therefore, even if I turn off the short planks, I don't increase my long plank production. Because that machine just doesn't get used, doesn't get, you know, repurposed. And I do not know under the hood how FarmSim does it. But my best experience, best guess from what I've seen, does feel more like turning it off doesn't make any benefit. Other than you reduce your water consumption, and that some of the crops are not really that lucrative to go hauling away from the thing. Do you know for sure the mushroom greenhouse is divided production, but not 100% about the normal greenhouse? I have no idea. Like, I don't know if it's consistent between all the buildings, or if some buildings work one way and some the other. Like, genuinely, that's those things I usually don't worry about. That'll just produce what I need and sell everything else. Alright. It would be interesting if we were able to get a hold of McDon and get its mower blade on there. Because then I'd need to get a, well actually no, because it would windrow, so it'd literally be just send the McDon around and then pick up the scraps with this thing as fast as we can. But that'd be a later thing, because the McDon we want to use for harvesting our fields for the thatch. Get our extra bonus to productivity. That's mostly because it's the new thing I want to experiment with it more than actually being like, oh, pragmatically, that's what makes the most sense. And how much was the 36? So if it was to do another greenhouse, it'd be 36. Which then the pro and the con, that sets us back $36,000, which means don't get to buy the thing, but that increases our income about $1,400 a day. And so you get the idea there. Like I said, we're going to limit ourselves to only 2 of any type of building, just to avoid the abuse that you can do with the generators. And I'm not going to do any of the electrical generators, because it literally is you put it down and then money comes out. I'll do probably one more load this in-game day, and then advance the day. Because part of me is hoping to advance a day until we can get lucky on some of these sales. Like, keep getting money in a little by little. So that way later on, if we get really lucky on the Harvester sale, for example, we're in a position to take advantage of it. Because that'll be the biggest cost to getting the barley up, will be the Harvester. Because that's going to cost us, even on sale, like 100,000. But with the tractor, like I said, we can keep scaling stuff up. Because it could even be, if we manage to snag it, I just get like the really wide mower setup on the big tractor. And then I could go through and clear the field way faster. But that requires a windrower, which I'm trying not to go that route. Yeah, no, I'm not allowing it, because the energy buildings are just, like I said, it's literally just free money. You just put it down, and then every month from then on, you just get free money. At least the greenhouse, I have to, like, put water in it, and manage whether or not I'm selling the stuff, or storing it. You know, and eventually I'll want to use some of the greenhouse goods for, like, producing stuff like kimchi, or maybe cake later on. But the greenhouse stuff, it's literally, you plop it down and go, okay, well now you're effectively getting a stipend forever. There's no, you have to wear it out and replace it. Yeah, those wind generators get OP. Oh yeah, no, the power generation of the game get ridiculously powerful. Like, genuinely, that's how we cheesed the $1 million in the temple. It didn't take us hardly any time once we were, like, basically the temple's done. We only fast forward. I probably had it in half an hour to an hour after that. We just made $1 million. Alright, Suey. You go ahead and call it a night. You call it a night and all that good stuff. No problem being the background noise for grading and all that. You have a good day tomorrow. Just thank you for tuning in. But yeah, that's one of the only things I'm not allowing myself to build, is I'm just not allowing myself to build the, not allowing myself to build the, words are hard. The power generation, yeah. Honestly, with what we got, I could probably do sheep, like right now. Because the sheep, I believe, just literally need the grass and the water. And we can do that now. I think it's the only animal we can do with what we've got right now. But that would be an additional source of income. The biggest challenge there is I would need to spend $10,000 to get the forklift ends to pick up the wool pallet to sell it. That'd be a welcome change of pace. Yeah, I agree. The thing I don't know on this map is I haven't seen the animal dealer on this map. Yeah, there's no icons anywhere else over there. I didn't see it on any of those. I'm not sure where we get the animals on this map. It very genuinely is my curiosity. Because it might have an animal dealer I just haven't seen, but I haven't particularly noticed the animal dealer. Yeah, because I don't see any icons in this area for anything else. And then we have, that's the sell point. Like I said, I don't see any icons there. And that's the sawmill. I don't see any icons there. So I want to make sure I can actually buy sheep. I'm going to be really unhappy if this map just doesn't have a place for it. There's just not a way. Because I can't remember if you, Hey, Casimir, how's it going? But chicken can buy them from the place of a building? Yeah, and I don't know if you can do that with the sheep, though. I know you have the animal dealer. So the map does have an update. Alright, I don't know how that works when it comes to updating the maps and all that. Like how that impacts things and whatnot. We can try grabbing that, assuming it goes through real quick. My assumption is they would just add, like, the buy icon on here. It might even exist. Because my assumption would be, like, this building here would just get an animal dealer inside. Because that's the pallet drop. I don't have anything in there. Your bro's still farming? Yep. Because, yeah, no, I don't disagree. That would be another option. I'd like to see what the costs are. We go to animals. We'd have sheep. So the biggest one is 90-something thousand. And those two are basically the exact same. Weird. And now it's the smallest at 14,000. Update and reload, it'll be there. Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and do is we'll try that real fast. Because that would be worth considering to have something a little bit different is to get the sheep involved. At the unpaved corner where you sell the grass. Alright, so let me go ahead and park this up real quick. We're going to save this up real fast. And I'm going to quit out of here real quick. I'm going to pause our music for a moment. If the game will give me my mouse back. And downloadable content, we can go to update. So I can let that update real fast. And then once it updates, we'll see what happens. Because I haven't really updated a map while I was actively playing the map. And meanwhile, while that's updating, I'm gonna use the restroom real fast. I'll be right back. Alright, and it's done, and we'll get right back into it. And see what changed. And all those vehicles you saw that were like mod vehicles and all that, those are only vehicles that Giant Software themselves put out. So I haven't grabbed any ones because my experience with other ones that came across is always be like, this is a perfectly balanced vehicle. It has a higher horsepower, a faster top speed. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Better utility and everything, and they'll be like, okay, and it costs about half as much as the best one that's normally, and you're like, alright, it's balanced by just being better in objectively every way. And also, before I forget, shout out for Kazanir, who is another content creator, plays a lot of the simulation games like we're playing here, and doing some Medieval Dynasty and Factorio recently, but has also done stuff like Farm Sim, Construction Simulator, a whole bunch of others. So good times to be had there. So let's go ahead and get our music back to playing and all that and get back in here. So let's see what we've got here. So now if we look at the map, so we do have an animal dealer there. Okay, so yeah, so they added the animal dealer up there in that corner is kind of the big thing they did here. So that's good news. So let's take a quick peek. I can't remember if I could check the prices on animals until we have stuff. It's also interesting though, they just have the animals chilling out here, so if you bought this tile, that might be annoying. Yeah, so for the animal dealer, we would be able to buy sheep for relatively low amounts. That might be worth doing, because that might give me something a little bit more meaningful to do with the grass than just dropping off 700 each day. The things I'm going to need is I'm going to need, obviously, a pen to put them in. I will need the forklift front for the tractor to pick up the wool, so I can sell the wool once we get a pallet of it. Because I'm pretty sure with the animal goods, you cannot make it automatically sell. Not without mods, at least. So we could just go for that right away. And again, that would give me something a bit more interesting than, hey, mow the lawn simulator. Let's see what we have to do to make that happen. So, we can start off with the sheep first. So if we look at our animals, right now I'm only going to be able to get the little pen that can let me have 19. We're going to want more than that, but that's fine for the moment. Let's go ahead. I could put it over here. It's hard to make out where things are flattened and all that. The things I'm thinking is either one is I could put it up here somewhere. For right now. And we could use that, and then once we start making enough money, I could expand it. Giving ourselves a little bit of room between the mushroom farm and this. To deal with weird terrain issues and all that. I'm also trying to think of where we would want to have that. Honestly, let's put it over here. And the reason I'm thinking we put it over here, we can put there. Do you want to customize the fence of your sheep pasture? I probably did, but that's fine. I'm going to spend a little money I shouldn't right now because I hate the way that looks, and it's not important, and I'm going to deal with it anyways. So we're going to go ahead and go here, and I am going to just choose some type of grass. So downside is that's restricted. So have a nice time, animals in your paddock. I shouldn't have ignored those prompts. I was gonna try to cancel my way through it. But that is what it is. So the next thing we're gonna do is, before we get too far, I'm gonna go and mow a thing of grass to drop into their feed area. And then once you've got that set up, I'm going to grab water to drop in their their water area. And then we're going to try and get a pair of sheep. So that way we can start getting more sheep happening little by little. So we're not going to get a whole lot of money out of the sheep in the very short term, but we'll be able to try and get more soon. But that should be good to get ourselves a little bit more interesting stuff going on. Honestly, just adding some variety, it'll also be an additional income. It's going to be better money than just mowing grass and dumping it. It would have been nicer to get a much larger barn, whatever you want to say, for the sheep. I just don't have the money for it. But you know, it struck me when we got the stuff at the greenhouse, like, wait a second, we got what we need per sheep. So we'll get that barn there, and we'll plan to eventually jump that up to the largest barn for the sheep. And then when we get that, we can, like, that'll just be straight up the money from that. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay. Because the more I can get away from just mowing all the time, the better. I usually end up forgetting about animals until late game. Partly just because, like I said, the animals are one of the only ones that you can't kind of automate the stuff. You always have to manually fill it yourself, which is fine. And you manually have to, like, take stuff away from them, which is also fine. How many sheep can you get in a pen? It was either 16 or 19. Yes, I can put 19 sheep in there, but I can buy like 2 and let them start breeding and all that. It'll take a little while, but that's fine. I just don't want to spend all my money getting the sheep. And, like, especially since I have to wait a little bit longer to get the equipment to be able to pick up the goods they make. But I do want to get to the point where we're actually doing crops. Because that'll make this whole phase be way less. Because I'll end up making like 2-3 big fields. And that'll be crops instead. So instead of mowing it every single day, we'll have like, we plow the field, we do the thing, we do that stuff. Apart from the forklift, are you planning on carrying them and sell 2 at a time? Probably in the short term, I'll sell them like 2 at a time. Maybe 1 male and a couple females, so it doesn't take years. It's not accurate. Because in real life, like, if we did a cow, we would have a cow, and it would literally take years and years and years and years before you get more cows from, like, the babies. But in Farm Sim, they age up much faster than in reality. Because no one wants to sit here and be like, okay, I bought this cow. Cool, in like 10 years, I get to have another cow. I have no idea how long cows live, by the way. But you get the idea. Oh, this cow won't be productive for 10 full in-game years. So I do believe they kind of do a thing where they compress the time. That just, you know, N amount of time happens, you add more than 2 sheep, you got yourself more sheep. Like, and they also age up relatively fast. They go from baby sheep to adult sheep relatively quickly. The point being, we get the sheep started. And we can start feeding them and whatnot. We're also about to start a kebab stand the way those sheep are gonna breed. Probably not. There's a shortage of customers here. Unless I'm my only customer, which, you know, I guess that would work. Alright, so let's drop this off. We grab the water, we top off the sheep pen, then we get the sheep, we start, you know, we get a breeding pair of sheep. You pay way less for getting the lambs as opposed to the adult sheep. But once we get adult sheep, they'll start making wool and all that. And you don't shear the sheep yourself. It literally just has kind of like an input-output of you put in the grass and you put in the water and output of wool. And later on we can make production lines and all that so we can make clothes out of the wool and everything. But that'll be a later concern. Alright, so it's all full. You know there's productions like clothes? Oh yeah. No, there's a lot here. Like you can do like the carpentry, so you can get like logs to make into planks, to make into furniture, to make into that. You've got stuff like you can go milk, you can make into cheese, or milk you can make into other products as well. You've got like the chickens, they have the eggs, you can put those in the cake and a whole bunch of stuff. You have like canola, you can make into oil and then use the oil to make potato chips with the potatoes. Like that's one of the big things, like all the production lines, because each one of those production lines ends up being like 1.5 the amount you put into it. Ish. So if I take this grass and I make it a silage, you know, I should be making 1.5, which we were making better than that. But, like, so much of that you just end up getting a little extra, a little extra. Alright, then this is what was left over that we didn't need to feed the sheep with. Alright, so with that, let's go bug the animal dealer to decide what type of sheep we want. The other question is goats and sheep. Goats produce milk which can be sold directly or processed farther. Goats eat grass and hay, additionally require water. And then sheep, they can eat grass and hay and require water. So goats and sheep basically have the same requirements. Interesting. You got a bunch of different types of sheep. I think the difference is purely cosmetic. I mean, honestly, getting the adults is not that hard. Yeah, they don't even have a concept of male and female. You just get sheeps. That's fine. Okay, so we just went ahead and dropped off 4 sheep. 4 adult sheep. So we can let them start breeding and all that. But yeah, like I said, the whole point was you didn't have to think about like what's the male thing. Goats eat everything, don't spoil them with actual food. Yeah. So now I need to bring water. How's your day going? Day's going pretty good. We just got ourselves some sheep. Now I need to turn around and grab our water and go give our sheep some water. So we can drop off all this junk again. Okay, so we get the sheep their water, and then after that, I don't think we focus nearly as much on the mowing as far as like keeping time moving. Because we'll be getting a decent amount of money from the mushrooms each day. The sheep are going to take a little while to build up before we start getting any meaningful money from them. But that is just another thing they'll just have to keep an eye on and top off the water and the grass, all that. It honestly is probably worth their effort, and not too long, to put down the windmill thing that gives us free water here. I feel bad that we've got basically them in this little enclosure, and I forgot to pick up the cement. It doesn't affect them in any way because you are feeding them, but just the idea of like having these sheep in like this little cement strip with some grass along it, like you just basically put them on a road. Like, I'm sorry, sheep. No, I looked away for a moment. But yeah, because I could definitely see, as time goes on, we could deliberately get the largest one. They're cheap enough for this point in the game where so many things are. Oh yeah, no, the sheep are cheap. Like, I forgot how cheap the sheep are. The goats are also relatively inexpensive. And then what we'll probably do is we're going to look over here to the finances, prices, and we're going to look for wool. So wool sells for the most in April. So what that tells me in the future is every time we get by April, it's time to collect all the wool from the sheep and sell them. And it's not going to be a huge bonus in money each year, but again, it's one of those things that it'll be just a little extra, a little extra, a little extra. All those things means that much more money I'm making just as we go. Yeah, we definitely want to get the forklift attachment, and we definitely want to get the windmill so we can get water close to home. So I don't have to spend, like, I don't need to be a thing like daily that we run all the way over there to just get water like 4 tiles away. But that's going to be a whole thing to figure out on top of itself, which is fine. Let's see, as they breed, it will be worth more. I guess you could sell some sheep once you max the pen. I can. The sheep aren't worth that much in raw money. Yeah, it's like 408. But if you get like the dedicated thing. Let's see, is the main point of a dedicated forklift to not have to swap attachments? Yeah, and plus you'd like leave the dedicated forklifts where you actually need over there so you have your tractors running around. The other thing that the dedicated forklift can do is it can actually angle back and forward. It's the thing that the tangs go up, the forks go up on. So it's easier to lift larger amounts without had to deal with rolling and flipping and all that. So it's better at its job. It's just you can get by without it. Like right now, as light as this tractor is, that is going to be a pain point for us. But that's just what we're dealing with. Poor sheep. I forgot. It's probably exactly like it was in the last one where This one spot dropping off the water is a little weird. You remember I got to, like, I had a large tank that I could easily just roll up. Come on. There we go. Cool. So you're full. Yeah, so what we're going to want to do eventually is, like, make a dedicated area for our farm animals. Right now I'm going to leave the sheep there. Eventually I'll probably make a really big sheep pen, like the really big one. And when I do that, I'll take the time to, like, actually level out the ground and all that, which I should be doing with some of these, but right now I just don't have the spare money. Alright, so with that, we've got those done. So I topped off the water for the mushrooms, we topped off the water for the sheep. We did a bunch of mowing already in this game day, so I'm pretty satisfied with what we got there. We're just going to advance the day to the next day. Alright. And so, the harvest income we got, again, not quite as much. This is grass here, the grass and the silage. This is the mushrooms there. So that's doing relatively well. We don't have any cedars we particularly want. I can check our production lines now. Oh wait, the animals are under their own. The animals actually have plenty of material. We actually are already starting to get some wool out of them. But that's fine. As soon as this grass and meadow are two different options and all that. But that's fine. So we've got that all going there. Not a whole lot to add. The big question is, do we keep mowing grass right now? Or do we take a break from mowing the grass? I think I'll take a break from mowing the grass and just advance the month for a minute. We can get back to mowing grass in a minute. We've been doing laps with that. Let's go ahead and get a baby sheep maybe to happen here or something, so we can see something cool. We're making passive income now, so I mean, that's a big weeder. So that's 123 horsepower, which is more than we've got, but I can upgrade mine to have that as well. So let's see here. You've got plenty of water in you. You've got plenty of materials here. It still marks it only being 4. This is just fast forwarding real fast for a minute, just because I want to see, like, the next sheep happen or whatever. Take a little break from mowing grass real quick, then we'll get back to some mowing. Because we've already done years of mowing grass. Yes, you're fine. You probably use a top off. Well, okay. What I am going to do real fast is I am going to go ahead and... Okay, prepares the field for next sowing. The tiny cultivator. We won't worry about that, though. I'm going to go here to construction. I'm trying to remember what you're under. There you go. So this water tank way down here is set up. It originally didn't give you free water. Now it does. So we're gonna go and tuck that back in the trees, I think. Just because we can. There's another 10,000 we just spent. But now I don't gotta drive half across the entire map just to get water. It's just right here in my farm's area on the edge. So I need to fill this up. It's up by the greenhouse. We can do that. Yep, and it's free now. They used to make you pay for it. There's a maintenance cost to having it, but I don't recall it being particularly high. Okay. So we've got that topped off, and we're gonna get really disappointed when something I really want comes through there and I can't buy it because we've been just burning our cash on all this stuff. But that's okay. I'm also letting all the grass grow back so I can just not care what part we're at and just deal with it. I'm also curious on how little... Like, we're not going to have much wool in there because we only have 4. Okay. Just skip right up to a 778 horsepower tractor. I wish. Alright, so still no new sheep. They're doing totally fine on their water and everything. I want the new sheep. Give new sheep. Then I'm gonna go back to at least mowing a little bit. So I'm not literally just fast forwarding through everything. That's to transport animals. So that is actually a much larger forage wagon that I cannot afford. So that's just the way it is. Hey, we've got our first baby sheep. So yeah, so in this one of the differences, they did give us animals of different ages that actually stand out way more than the other one. So if we run over to our sheep here real fast. Oh, there's like 3 of them. What? Did I misread that? Oh no, there's 4 of them. Okay, sure. So we got a little baby sheep sleeping there. Got the big sheeps. They're eating, they're doing their thing. But then we got the little baby sheeps. And they're just kind of chilling there, napping on the concrete. So cool. And so they're still doing fine on all their goods. It's still doing fine on its goods. And let's do 1 round of mowing. We'll just make that a point for like right now. Each day we'll probably do like a round of mowing. Just, we'll say 1 round. I don't mean like a bunch of laps. We'll just do like 1 lap. Just be actively working on something while we're waiting. Hey, Mr. Brazic, how's it going? Okay. Because unfortunately, the sheep aren't going to make us diddly for money for a little while. And I do know this is the month that we would potentially sell, they would potentially sell the wool for for the best price. I don't have the 10,000 for a forklift, so we're not selling anything with it yet. It's fine. It's not even one full pallet yet, because there's just not been enough sheep yet. I want to just pick up that last little bit of grass that was laying there. Alright. So I'm going to fill up one thing of wool real quick, or one thing of grass real quick. Get that all sorted and go from there. Alright. And I've been good and I haven't had like a single soda in over a week other than like one out. But I'm running out of water around here and I gotta go to the grocery store. Because tap water here in Florida, not the best. I will tell you that much. I do see that this area hasn't grown back in yet. I'm gonna choose to ignore that and just cut straight across. Because I'm thinking if I go this way and back, then the next day I can just look where the spot is and just keep going back and forth. And I won't need to worry about, you know, paying that close attention, being like, hey, let's do this. Because I also can just not worry about maximizing this at all. Because it's grass, it just grows back. Alright. Yeah, that way we're gaining about 2,000 a day, not counting the sheep at all. Which would be pretty good if we keep doing like one lap of grass each day. Because we'll get the 700-ish from the grass. We'll get the 1,400-ish from the mushroom place. The mushroom greenhouse. Like, I could lean into the greenhouse earlier. I'm always hesitant about stuff because it does start to feel like, oh, am I being too cheesy? Is that, did that not mow that? Oh no, it's just this spot that was like not low enough to hardly notice. Gotcha. But like with like the mushroom greenhouse and all that, like I could do like the 2 mushroom greenhouses, the 2 regular greenhouse, not even worry about the rice greenhouse. The downside is that just means I'm doing greenhouses for a much longer period of time, plus the sheep. On the plus side, once it gets going, that means every in-game day I'd be making, I don't know what the regular greenhouse is this, but these would be 1,400, so that'd be about 3,000 from the mushroom greenhouses, plus whatever the regular greenhouses are. And then the sheep would get a payout every April. We definitely need to invest in getting a proper thing for moving the water, though. That could be okay. Eventually it'd be a thing that we just probably wouldn't even bother with the mowing. But that's still going to be a whole catch there. But assuming it's still like, we'll say 1,000 for the regular greenhouses a day. That'd still ultimately be like getting a stipend of $5,000 every single day from the greenhouses. Which again, has me a bit mixed. On one hand, I think it'd be good to make sure the run keeps rolling on. But then it starts to feel kind of like when you're building the power generation. I think it's fine. Like I said, we keep the rule no more than 2 of any building. Again, not counting production line due to ratios. But, that could be fine. The big thing is I would need to get a much bigger water trailer. So I'm not just running back and forth with water all day and every day. So 36,000 would be the second mushroom place, and I think the big greenhouse is like 54,000. So you get the idea. It's going to take a little bit to make that happen if we do go that route. But each one we have happen makes the next one happen faster. That may be what I do. Which still further delays our barley, especially since I won't be buying hardly anything in there, because I'll be spending all my money in expanding the production lines that you've got. Or not production line, expanding the not quite passive income. Alright, so got you sorted. And I still need to get the forklifts for selling the wool, which will be another 10,000. It can also be those things that, well, okay, so I'm gonna avoid using the, having the greenhouses where I go and I take the stuff, I sell them at the peak day yet. Not until I get, like, a proper trailer for them kind of thing. I'll just do the automatic sale where we don't get as much. Because the moment I gotta start juggling the pallets, more of a thing. Is the new mod map? This is the Frontiers map, yeah. And yeah, the sawmill is good money. The big thing is I gotta buy the sawmill first, which isn't that bad now. It's like 36,000 for the little one. I opted to, well, I mean, we had a vote in the stream. Because I'm also on YouTube and Twitch, both. Twitch being my main platform. But, we had a vote on the stream. And ultimately with that vote, people voted for me to go to the grass to start as opposed to doing the cutting down trees, because I did that the last time. And so it's kind of one of those things that, you know, people saw a lot of it before. They're ready for something different. Okay, so we've got you just fine. We got the sheep going just fine. So we'll go ahead and I'm just going to advance the day. I'm not going to sit here and just mow lawns forever and ever. We've been doing that. Did you see the autoloader trailer in the mod hub? Oh, they did get that added? Nah, I grabbed like an alpha version of it to mess with. Couldn't get it working reliably in the alpha, but it was an alpha version. Okay, so you still got plenty of water, you still got plenty of food and all that. So that's good news. You're making more sheeps. We are still doing fine on water over here. I could buy myself a car. Neat. And by that I mean I can't actually afford it, so I will not be buying myself a car. I already changed my mind, just like, you know what? We're just gonna advance it again until I need to get the water for the greenhouse. We've been mowing a lot of grass. It wouldn't be so bad if I could do like more of the interesting stuff with the baler, but we don't have the money for it yet. Versus just driving up and down and then drop it off for 600 bucks. Okay. So this is gonna be a top off the water kind of day. Yes, it is. Let's go deal with the water real fast. And I'll probably do another row of grass again today. It's kind of one of those things, in actual human time, just fast-forwarding the day is way better money. But that's also the reason I don't let myself use the power generators, because they're just easy breezy money. Alright, so let's go get the water from our little windmill we put up here. And eventually we'll start getting a bunch of extra money, and then I'll start doing stuff like putting like little dirt road kind of things around this, so we'll make it so, you know, like people do the loop around the building a lot. to the greenhouses and all that. Okay, we can go ahead and grab our mowing stuff. And do a quick lap of those. Sleepy wifey. Yes, you are. I knew mostly because you went over to the sleeping bag, or not sleeping bag, bean bag chair, and laid down. I do have good powers of deduction. For those who didn't catch the context, my wife just came to the room because she's tired and I have a beanbag chair in the back of the room. So she crashes out in that sometimes when I'm streaming. Ooh, stretch. Stretch, stretch, stretch. We do hope everyone's having themselves a good night and all that. And everyone's been enjoying the content and all that good stuff. So get yourselves like another lap of grass real fast. I'm not really focused on if I'm in the same place next to whatever. We're just grabbing a row of grass. With us not focusing on it, it's gonna grow back before we get very far on it. That's a subsoiler cultivator. Giant cedar. Would be lovely. The big thing is I gotta get the tractor. Like, a lot of the other stuff's not that big, but I gotta get the tractor. And the issue is if I lean in on the greenhouses, I'm leaning away from being able to get the tractor in a timely manner. On the other hand, the more I get that initial investment where we get more money back quicker, the faster I can do later stuff. That's always the catch-22 of, I want to do more variety of things, but I need to get more of my things shored up. We ran into that in the last one where I got wheat off the ground relatively early. You always like the farm sim streams? Yeah. Well, they're nice. They're nice, relaxing, chill vibe and everything. They got a nice cadence. There's not a lot of RNG nonsense happening that can mess with stuff. A lot more just kind of doing the thing, having the plan, keep moving with it. You know, like jump scare kind of stuff or anything like that. All right. The big thing is getting that first field crop done. Once I get a big enough tractor to plow, to seed, and do all that, and a harvester, suddenly expanding becomes way faster. Because then literally you can just be like, okay, if I get the bigger plow, I do all of these things faster. Okay, if I get the other piece of equipment over here, I can just do that faster. You can really kind of play the sales where it makes it a little bit more worth it to grab something even if you don't need it immediately, because you know you will need it. So, if I see, the spinach harvester come by, I could snag that and be like, alright, well, now I've got that. I can go out of my way for the other thing I need for the spinach, and we're just good. But it's that initial investment where you need a little bit of everything. Oh. Picked it up too soon. Like, it'd be interesting if we start getting our money towards the big greenhouses, and the McDon shows up half off. Because if I can snag the McDon half off, I'd still need this tractor to run the foraging wagon, but that's what I could just like blast through mowing the whole area, and then that becomes a whole thing where I just blast through mowing it all, and we would just pick up a bunch, and it'd be a matter of going, okay, what can I do to pick this grass up faster? And all that kind of nonsense, which would be interesting. I don't think we're gonna do that. That'd be one that'd be worth me buying a baler, because the foraging wagon has a capacity to it that's fine. But with the baler, I could do a lot more. Then we get like the the bale picker upper thing, and then that would actually make that weirdly way more meaningful. Like that's where I can potentially look into stuff like doing the silage bales, and it makes sense. But realistically, I think we go and we get the greenhouses up, work on that, just because it's one of those things that each one of those that get up will get faster towards the next thing. We can hopefully get the tractor and just start building up from there. Because I want to say with the first Survivor Man, we ended up building like 4 greenhouses right at the beginning. Now granted, some of those were like the really weirdly overpowered greenhouses that were on No Man's Land before I realized they were weirdly overpowered. Because like those things, I kid you not, were producing like $14,000 a day or some absolutely bananas amount of money. And it was just kind of like, wait a second, this isn't right. Like, this is not something I can keep going. This defeats the challenge. So we got rid of them relatively quick, and then made it so I was only allowed to keep like 2 regular greenhouses on that map. Alright, so let's go ahead and park it up. We'll advance the day. Keep things moving. Alright. Because the sheep are going to get more and more productive as time goes on. I don't think that little pen is worth me building the production line for the sheep to make clothing. We'll want to do that later on, but I think that'll be one of those things that will be when we expand. Alright, so you're still doing fine in water and all that. No more new sheep. You're still fine for right now. So we're good there. We can't afford it, but that would actually be good to Oh, that's a bale loader? I think it's a manually filled one. That'd be fine. Like, because I'm rushing past doing the grind and the grass as much, we're gonna have a bunch of those that we're gonna miss out on. Yeah, that's fine. Because we should probably be getting our next round of baby sheep in there. But the big baler is for the square cotton bales for the harvester. Gotcha. A baler wrapper packs grass bales in foil so they can ferment into silage. Inline wrappers are used to wrap multiple bales together in one tube. Well, that's cool. It's out of our budget and not an immediate urgency. We're still fine there. We're still fine here. I'm just avoiding mowing the grass for the minute. Because we've done, like, the last 3 streams of this. It's basically been mowing simulator, so I'm trying to, like, bypass some of it. I'll still need to do it to feed the sheep, which I think is fine. I was like the $700 per lap. I'm a little over. Okay, Oh! I missed the fact that... Okay, wait a second. So if we look at the... That's not the right place. If we look at over here, I completely missed it. This is the whole thing that foraging wagons, or foraging harvesters do, is that if we look at the headers for those, Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. All of these can pick up the thatch we leave on the ground. I completely missed that part. So honestly, if we're doing the thatch, if that's the way we're going about it... Oh, you are all awful expensive. Never mind. I was out to be like, oh, we could just use one of these. It'll be so much cheaper. I'm completely wrong. Well, never mind. I was about to be all excited, like, hey, you know what I could do is I could grab the harvester. We could just get the thatch header and it'll be fine. It's not that. It's whatever. Let's put that back on the sale items. So yeah, the sale items. Yeah, because I saw that, I was like, wait a second, that's super cheap for that header. But no, it doesn't work for what we need. I would love to get that cedar, but that's not happening right now. And so the sheep are still okay in water. They're getting low. We did get the next round of baby sheep here, though. So that's good news. So we're now up to 12 sheep. They are aging up quickly. Let's go look at our sheep. Now we've got them at 3 different age groups. But pretty soon I'll need to deal with that. They've got enough room for more there. Yeah, so we've got some, like, adolescent sheep. They're hopping around. They're doing stuff. They're playing. And all the older sheep are, like, cannot be bothered. And then the baby sheep just lay on the ground as little curly balls. That's adorable. They do little sheepy hops. Alright, and let's double check. So you still got enough water left. You still got enough water left. We can advance the month again, and pretty soon I'm gonna have to actually do a couple laps of water. Because I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of money we get out of a pallet or 2 of wool. But April is their best-selling month, so we're gonna actually hold on to those till then. There's another one of the McDon headers. I think that might literally be that same tractor we looked at. Like, oh, that's a bit better than mine, but probably not good enough to justify me spending. Okay, you're still actually you're low on grass. Okay, so we gotta get grass for the sheep now. Yep, so the sheep have officially eaten their grass. They're gonna go ahead and grab more grass, top them off, sell the rest of the grass, go grab the water, we'll top everything off since we're already doing a lap taking care of things. Might as well. And we can get everyone else squared away and taken care of. We are getting more offers here. We're not making a whole lot of money super fast. We're getting let's actually check the finances again. Yeah, we're making about $1,500 a day from the greenhouse. Which is definitely not amazing. But considering I'm getting $700 per lap with this, it's probably fine. And like I said, I do think we will try to do the second mushroom greenhouse, which is 36,000. I might try to space them out a little bit so I know I can get in between there with whatever vehicle I want to pick up the stuff. I don't think I'm going to bother with putting the effort into trying to level out the terrain and all that yet. We'll want to do that eventually. But that can actually get kind of expensive pretty quick. And all that. The sheep really soon should start scaling up to the point where they start producing as well as they can for the amount of sheep I have. I can take their wool and sell it. I don't know how much that wool's worth. I remember it being relatively okay in Farm Sim 22. That wasn't like amazing money or anything. But you're like, yeah, you know, it's a little extra. But that still would be like once a year, you know, maybe an extra 10,000 or something like that, which is still nothing to be upset about. Because then what we could do is potentially get the next greenhouse built. That means I'm making about 3,000 a month. Get the next one built. I have no idea what the other ones are. But a couple thousand a month goes a long way over time. Especially when you plant something and you have like nothing to do for like 2-3 months till you have to like harvest it or do the next process on the next crop. And just each of those months you're making a couple thousand. That'll go a long way to help us. I do think if you do a proper field where I like plow the field and then I plant grass, I do believe at that point you can actually hand it over to the AI later on. Right now we're not in a position where the AI can do anything for us other than drive a vehicle from point A to point B, which I don't really need. Alright, so let's get this lined up, drop off the grass. It is the thing, if we get bales, I could then take the bales and dump them, like, in front of the, where the sheep get their food, and it will take the bales as well. But that will require me to get a baler. And for the moment, I don't think that's really worth me spending the money on. Yeah, we're committed, that's fine. Actually, that might work. It did. Okay, so with that, let's go ahead and zip on over. Sell the other 500 bucks or whatever's in here of grass. Then we'll go grab our water tank. It's going to take me not too many laps because, like I said, the mushroom greenhouse only carries 7,000 liters and we fill up about 2,000. And like I want to say the sheep pen is only like 1,500, so it's not even a full top off. We'll get them fully topped off. Should only take us a little back and forth. And this will probably be something I have to do like once in year in game, is like to run around and do all that. Pretty soon I'm gonna have to get the forklift stuff. I've been holding off on the forklift stuff for kind of two reasons. One is maybe I get lucky and I catch them on a really good sale. Or something of equivalent nature that I can do. Otherwise, too, just in case something really important comes by on sale and I can just barely, like, snag it kind of thing, that I could do that instead. But realistically, what'll happen is once we hit April, I'll have to get the forklift ends and we'll drag the wool to the sell point over here. Alright. I cannot wait to get that better tractor. Even though it's going to be a while with what we're doing. So I can ditch these over here. I do like with this map, they kind of had just this concrete pad over here. Because this concrete pad just kind of naturally gives you a place to be like, here's where you park your tools. Actually, I'm not sure, that looks almost like it's gravel, not concrete. But the point is, just this like area that's like, hey, that's where you repair your tractor. Hey, that's where you get gas. Here's where you buy your equipment. So it's just kind of this natural place to be like, here's where you deal with all that. In the middle of nowhere. It also makes a little bit more sense than No Man's Land, because the No Man's Land has like giant dealership for like all your tractor equipment right there in the beginning. And you kind of scratch your head and go, why is there a dealership for all this farm equipment in literally the middle of nowhere? Like where I'm the exclusive customer of them. Alright, so let's get started. Topping off the water. And down down the road, we'll get like a semi front end. And we'll get like the giant water canister where we'll be able to top off like 2 or 3 of these in one go. And not have to do laps. There's also a cheesy strategy you can do if you want to be even lazier. That you can put your water generation like right next to this. So that I can actually sit here and have it, you know, fill up the water tank and empty the water tank at the same time. To effectively be putting the water directly into the greenhouse. We had that set up on one of our greenhouses on the last one. Like, the other greenhouse had to, like, still drive to it. But I was able to do that for a little while. This time I'm going to go ahead and go straight over to the sheep, top off. That, just so I don't forget. Alright. If you want to do some forestry, large yarder can go across the whole plot, and Gable just tested. Yeah, I'm probably not going to do much forestry. I have done tons of forestry in the past. And it can be, like, really lucrative. But it is those things, I just kind of want to go a different direction. Like I said, we were doing the grass, that's been going fine. We did some silage for a little while, that's been fine. It's not that I will entirely avoid forestry. Like, eventually I'll probably set up a production line or whatever. But I think for this particular run, I don't want to lean on the forestry nearly as much. Because like I said, that was a major thing. The first map I did after the tutorial when I very first got into Farm Sim, I did Silver Run Mountain, which is like a forestry map, and I probably spent 200-300 hours in Farm Sim just deforesting that map for farmland kind of thing. So I did a lot of time in forestry. And then when we started the Survival Man Challenge in No Man's Land, that started out with the chainsaw, where we did a bunch of forestry in the early part. Just like we cut down like 1 or 2 of the little chunks of trees to fund just enough to get, I think it was wheat off the ground. And then from there, you know, I just built up primarily from that. Like, I actually made it a rule. Okay, you're already full. I actually expected that to take longer. And that's fine. Alright, so that's good. So we got the sheep's food topped off. We got the greenhouse topped off. So we're all good on all of our stuff that needs to be stacked up again. So I've kind of changed from mowing the lawn constantly to just taking care of sheep. Now, as we get more sheep, they will eat the grass faster, so I will need to do it more often.
Hankering for education, are we?
How goes life as a farmer? It's going pretty good. We moved from the life of mowing the lawn as our primary income to mostly it's the greenhouse at the moment with the hope of going to sheep. That would be lovely if I could make that happen. That would be lovely if I could make that happen. But I can't, so we just won't look at it anymore. Better than a lemonade stand? Yeah. So we're now got our next batch of sheep going on. So we've got 12 sheep here. We're doing that all fine on that. We've got the mushroom farm going, so we're just gonna advance the month again. Let that money slowly trickle in. The big thing is still that tractor. If we do get a tractor, that one that's like normally 90, if we can get that for 45, I can probably just sell my existing tractor to make that happen. And if I have to mow like an extra lawn or 2 to get there, that's fine. I mean, you would be lovely, but you're not doable. We are getting a lot of fun stuff in here that I just can't afford. Man, what are you that's so expensive? Because the other one we were looking at is 230 horsepower and it costs 90 to start with, and that's 53% off. You may need a tractor. Yep. That's December. And April is the sell wool day. That's when we get the forklifts, whether I like it or not. Because, you know, I can't sell the product without them, because I gotta get the product to the sell point. I'm curious how it'll go. With as light as our tractor is, I'm a little worried I'm gonna grab that stuff with a forklift and I'm just gonna tip over. Okay, well that's a terrible month for that. You still got all your stuff. You still got all your stuff. Yeah, and the wool is still starting to fill up. Yeah, we got 2 full pallets and then partial pallet. Come on, give me the forklifts on sale for like 5,000 bucks. Let me cheap out on it. We also get to see, like I said, I have no idea what to expect so far as the price of forklifts. I think realistically I might be able to carry 2. Well, that's interesting. Tipper tray. Oh, that's the one for the grapes. And you're fine, and you're fine. That puts us in March. And there'll be time to grab our wool and sell our wool in April. So not this one, the next one. Yep, so we're doing a lot of fast forwarding as opposed to mowing lawns. So we do have a baler here, but even 65% off, that is an expensive baler. So that's gonna just keep being its thing. They're all fine, and so we got the last month. Like I said, this is the one where if we don't already get it on sale or whatever, of any kind, I'm getting the forklift ends. Now, if we get a really discounted forklift, I might grab the really discounted forklift. Because that will be better at forklifting than just slamming on the attachment. No, there's a really nice tractor that is way outside my budget. And so with that, we have hit the point where I just have to accept that we are buying the forklift attachment for the tractor, which is right here. So drop that off. And how are we doing with all this? Alright, so while we were fast forwarding, we now have another set of 2 different generations of sheep, which is, oh right, because these ones became old enough to have some of their own. So I now have 5 different generations of sheep represented here. They are low on water because they are going to be eating a lot more grass. They're actually basically almost out of grass. Yes, they're actually flying through their grass and water now relatively quickly because this can hold 19 and we are at 20. It says it can hold 19. So that's curious. I'll have to deal with that in a minute. All right. And this is when this sells for the most. I'm gonna try to grab 2 of these. I don't know how well this is gonna work. Actually, we can make grabbing 2 of these not that bad. Or we can just grab 1. We can grab 1 of these. And if you're not sure why I'm only grabbing 1, is 1 was enough to start tipping the tractor. So this is the 1 at a time kind of situation, unfortunately. 1,000 liters of wool is apparently fairly heavy. That's also why I'm running it so close to the ground, is to try and avoid tipping. I was trying to turn, and it wasn't working. Because I am continuously tipping forward on my front wheels. Alright, so that's one. It's fine, don't worry about it, chat. Okay, so that's 1,200. So that means we're sitting at about maybe 6,000 worth of wool over there. So not a lot of wool, but that is, again, with only like having 4 sheep to start with as adults, and we just had 4 others become adults a little bit ago. So we're not even looking at half the production rate that is going to be capable of. The big problem we're going to run into is this tractor ain't going to cut it. That weight is going to be a problem. I'm going to try real fast to grab something heavy to put on the back of this, and hopefully it counterweights a little bit. I'm not feeling like it's going to be too reliable. I think my best bet is the forging wagon here, because that might enable me to grab more than one. We'll see. We'll see. That wasn't very encouraging that I went to back up and immediately the track just went thunk. Alright. Yeah, so just using the forging wagon as the best we can counterweight. That should be another like 2,500 here, and then we've got that one partial one, and then I need to top off some grass and top off some water, because now I've got way more sheep. They're eating much faster, so it's gonna be a bit more of a thing. This will definitely be one of those times that if we do get the offer of a baler, I'll probably take it if I can get it for the cheap, because if we get a baler on the cheap, then I can, you know, spit out like 8 or 9 bales and just dump them there in front of the sheep, and it should mitigate that some. Alright. That takes care of that. So the curious thing there, if we look at our sheep, so it's 4, 8, 12, 16, 20. And that field only carries 19, which is the thing that makes me curious. So I'm curious if we exceed the quantity, because you couldn't do that in Farm Sim 22 that I recall. Is it going to automatically, like, sell the extra sheep? Or is it just now we don't get more, so if I sell 1 or 2, I can kind of keep a rotation going on? Like, really not sure what to make out of that. Okay. Oh, that's basically another 1,000 liters. It's at 99%. Alright, cool. So we can drop off the forklift attachment, we can grab the mower, and then use the mower to top off the sheep. And I might just not even bother selling the extra grass. we might just leave it in the foraging wagon and just sit it there so I can just drop it in as we go. Because I think that'll be better for us. We'll definitely want to change this so I'm not driving back and forth with the forklift attachment too long. But that requires another piece of equipment we don't have. That's the name of the game for this entire run is, I should do this, but I can't afford it. I need equipment, but I can't afford it. Well, I could do that to alleviate that. Oh, but I can't afford it. Okay, so with that, we got ourselves almost back to 20,000. So with that, we basically had 4 pallets worth about 1,400 each. So that's about 6,000. So we are slightly behind from when we bought the forklifts because they were 10,000 and we made a little over 6. But again, we're not looking at a full complement of sheep quite yet. They're not aged up. So all in all, that's not bad. That means next season we'll literally pay for the forklift extension that we had to add. And then the sheep should pay for themselves the next year after that. Alright, so drop that off. Next we need to grab the mower. And get that set up. And just fill ourselves up, get the sheep fed, then I need to get water. Meanwhile, let's look at, does this tell me... So it just mentions that we have a sheep pasture. Doesn't tell me anything about it. Yeah. I was curious, the one we picked up said it would only carry 19 and we got 20, so I'm just curious how that works. And I'm curious. I don't think we can... Yeah, we can't animal exchange from far away. I was curious, those things that like I would sell 1 sheep, let it to the rotation, sell 4 sheep. I don't think we want to do that. I mean, so we'd get like 1,600 each cycle we sell the sheep, which is certainly something to say because they do mature within a year. But I think the wool's better. Okay. That'll also be a good thing, is just expanding the rate we go so it can just hold on to more of the grass. Because that said, I believe the foraging wagon, when it was full, is probably about 5 top-offs for the entire sheep thing from what I saw. Thereabouts. So that should only mean I have to do this like once every... I don't know how long it takes the sheep to wipe it out, but you get the idea. We can also improve the yield of the mower if we were to do the field. I don't think I'm going to dedicate fields to grass, though. Not at least anytime in the near future. Like, eventually we'll need to do it as we get, like, cows and pigs and chickens and sheep and goats and, you know, expanding all that. Like, get the giant sheep pen. But that'd be a later concern. And by that point, I would want to have the McDon so I could just mow through the area really fast, and then circle back with the a really big baler to deal with it. Alright, and we can go ahead and drop this off for the sheep. And then I also need to grab the water. Top all that stuff off. Okay, so we can drop that off. And drop that off right there. So next up, I need to grab the water. And for that, we've got... You need 2 rounds, and you need 1. Looks like maybe 3 trips of the water. So yeah, so it's not been a bad stream so far if we think about everything objectively. Like, we did trade some things for, like, trade the silage on for the greenhouse and all that. But all things considered from the start to the stop of stream, we dropped a silage pit, no big deal. We gained the mushroom greenhouse, we gained the sheep thing, we gained the water container here, we gained the forklift thing. We are sitting somewhere nearby where we started money-wise. We also gained this water tower. So I would say we definitely gained a lot more than we gave up with the Switch. Which is fine. I got rid of, like, the silage roller and all that, because I'm not super worried about that. I do think the greenhouse is the much better call. It is taking way too much work just to get the silage out of the trough. If we go back to silage, I want to just do the bales. Okay. And we'll top this off and get our sheep handled, and that'll be all of them taken care of again. And they'll bring in a little bit more money, get everything going, yada yada. I wonder how long before someone makes a mod that with the terrain deformation that they detect when you're like the most severe, like you've gone over the same path a bunch of times, and has it where, like, you know, change the texture of the ground to be dirt as opposed to whatever it is. Yeah, and that's exactly what I was thinking. Is with a bigger tractor, I think the silage wouldn't have been a bad idea. But it's just with this tractor, it's like, okay, well, I'm probably not going to have a bigger tractor really soon. And without the bigger tractor, it's way more difficult to deal with than it's probably worth. I'm just going to pull in straight in. Yeah, because it's weirdly, if I remember correctly, the actual water drop-off spot here is not actually exactly where that water spot is. It's like slightly in front of it. So remember wanting to turn like that. There we go. So yeah, so it's up here. If you go like directly against, you can actually slide right past the back of it. Got the exact same design as they had in Farm Sim 22. Alright, so that means all of our animals are all taken care of and all that. Hey, Aid War, how's it going? So we're all good there. We can advance a day. Nothing exciting with sales that we can make happen. I mean, we do actually have a really cheap fertilizer in that. This is the one I believe is meant for, Oh no, that's the fold-out one. I don't think we get that first, though. Because honestly, that thing's not expensive to begin with. I'm doing pretty good. Like, I do think the tractor is the first piece of equipment we grab. Like, unless I catch the harvester on a ridiculous sale, but I mean, we should have the tractor before that. You'll be able to watch stream for the next week because your shift? Yeah, it happens. Nah, I gotcha. Like, that's the reasons that it's, a regular talking point on the stream that's like, hey, you could do if you do everything right for your audience, if you're not drawing in new people, you still ultimately shrink as a channel, and it's stuff like that. Like, no complaints about it, just kind of the nature of how it be. Alright, well, with that, we just advance a day again. Because pretty soon we'll be able to get ourselves the next greenhouse to speed up the rate we're making money. And then hopefully from there, we'll be able to do that. But while we're saving up for the greenhouse, we always have the opportunity of maybe getting a tractor in there. Oh man, I wish I had the money for some of this stuff. Well, actually, no, you're a foraging harvester. Never mind, get out of here. There's the forklift. There's the hoe I will ultimately want at some point. And you're still doing fine. Interestingly, your water is remaining full. Huh. Also from the EU, it doesn't help. Well, yeah, no, that's, with my hours, I basically stream until roughly early morning EU. And I start stream, you know, probably around dinner time US, and I go over that whole thing. So I try to be like the overnight segment. That's that same tractor keeps coming by for 123,000. That's interesting. So it did finally give us not what I was expecting. So it did give us a lot more sheep again. So we did get a total of 23 sheep in a thing that's supposed to be only able to hold 19, which is a curiosity. I'm not complaining about it. I'm also noticing it is going to fill up relatively quickly when it comes to the wool, which is going to be an interesting problem to deal with. Because I was able to grab 2 at a time if I have put something as a counterweight on the back. Otherwise, I just flip the tractor forward. So it should help a little bit. That means we'll be making, what is it, like 1,400 per stack per 1,000. And we're already at over 2,000. Wait, is that with all the stuff out there? No, it's in that pad area. So I'm probably gonna have to go and deal with that. These machines seed crops like barley. Ooh, alright, so you got a cheap seeder here. As much as I really want to grab that, because it is cheap, it does me no good. Wait, that one's only 110 horsepower? I had figured, wait, hang on. Because I had looked at here, and there was a thing for seeders here. Oh no, there is that one. Okay, so that one's only 110. So I was looking at that one, which is 165. Yeah, so 110 is the lowest seeder. So technically I could get away with just fully upgrading my tractor and doing it. But I still would need that, and that's still a lot of money to upgrade my tractor just to immediately be like, yeah, but this is garbage now. Okay, so we're still doing fine in all this. We can move things forward. Can you stream like 12 more hours for the next week? I'll see what I can do. I make no promises. What I will promise is in just a minute we're about to have an ad break. And I know that's not a promise you want to hear, but I'm gonna go and immediately run and use the restroom during that ad break. So you know, that's the whole thing. So let me go ahead and do that real fast. I'll be right back because I got to use the restroom, and I'll be back here in just a moment. So thank you again for tuning in. Yeah, unfortunately you got beat up too, so... Is it just like because I had an expensive colony earlier? It's like, no, we're just going to keep this going. Just, no, never let up. Just keep it going. Ambrosia addiction, why not? Let's add it to the pile. Disease gutworms, okay. What is this? Oh, good. Ducks join. I actually would like the ducks. The ducks would be lovely. Rare thrombo. We're gonna leave those alone. They're gonna eat all my plants. It's deeply upsetting. No. I'll just... Alright, and I'm back. Yeah, so we did see that we've got the cedar. We got basically the other cedar I was looking at right there. Which is interesting, because this one actually could do the fertilizer. And is bigger. But again, right now, it's not really a good play for me, because I can't afford to do it. With that, so the meadow does recover over time. As long as you keep that going. And you're fine for right now. And I know we're doing a lot of fast forwarding. That is the nature of what's going on. Oh, don't feel bad to seriously ask that. Oh yeah, no. I'm teasing. I'm obviously not gonna... It's one of those things, as much as I'd love to be able to accommodate everyone's schedule, the reality is the bulk of people are here lurking, and they're gonna be here for like the regular routine time. Thing of the follow, welcome to stream. So I couldn't... It wouldn't make sense for me to try to accommodate any individual, even if someone who's been here for a very long time, if it's a schedule misaligned with my own. Alright, so you're getting a little bit low on water. Yeah, that's what you thought, just want to be clear. Yeah, no, if I thought you were serious, I'd be like, yeah, man, I really can't do it. Alright, so we're about to run out of water, we're about to run out of stuff. That's kind of what I figured. We did leave this right here, with grass in it and all that, so I'm just going to go ahead and pop right back onto this. No spare capacity for grass. Oh, is it like automatically taking it out of there? That's weird. That's fine. So let's get your water topped off as well, because you're really low on that. Oh, you're empty. That's fine. I think it's actually pulling from the canisters and all that are sitting right there. What's your challenge again? You don't think it's the same thing as you remember you did last time? The 1 million plus temple? Yeah, no, I finished the temple and all that. If you do ! Survivor, that's what we got going on right there. It'll give you like the rules I've set for myself. The point is mostly just to build a successful farm out of this. But we are on particularly difficult situations here that I am building up from basically nothing, and we're making good progress. But you know, it's also taking a little while. So one thing I want to check, so they're getting pretty far up on the wool. I have noticed the sheep are getting more and more valuable with age, which makes sense. That said, I still think probably the best money is going to be not trying to like automatically sell, well, not automatically, it's not going to be selling them. I think the best profit is going to be just selling the wool and eventually taking the wool and using it for other things. Oh yeah, no, generally speaking, I almost always avoid cheesing the game. That's the reason why we're not doing the thing like just slapping down a solar panel and then slapping down a solar panel and then slapping down a solar panel. Like, honestly, even the greenhouses, I'm a little mixed on. I think it's fine. Because all tell you is just like, really, really, really just spending all of my time mowing. Yeah, no, that's, so last time I did a Survivor Man challenge, I did start out where it was no man's land. There was like these little areas of trees there. They weren't very big. Like maybe half the size of that like gray area there. And so we cleared out one of those and a couple trees and another, and that was just barely enough to give me what I needed to get wheat off the ground. So like bare minimum, I had a plow, I had a tractor who could drag the tiniest little plow. We're talking like the little like 1 meter wide, whatever it was, plow. You know, the tiniest little seeder and the tiniest little harvester. And like no frills or benefits past that. And I didn't cut down any more trees after that because like the trees are super lucrative, but at the same time I like having forests on my map. And if you start chopping down all the forests, then they're just gone. And you can replant poplar and all that, but it's kind of not the same. Yeah, you need at least the minimum. Yeah, so last time I did the lumberjacking, this time we had a vote that I said the options were I could lumberjack, I could give myself the bare minimum to mow the lawn, or I could give myself the bare minimum to run a greenhouse. And people voted for me to mow the lawn. We've done that for a while, and since then we've got ourselves a bunch of additional equipment. We did get ourselves a greenhouse anyways as an additional thing, because it's a nice semi-passive income. Like it's a low effort income that's fairly good. Nowhere near as powerful as the generation stuff, like where you just toss a windmill and then you advance 10 months, or you toss a windmill and suddenly you're getting, you know, 200,000-300,000 every month or whatever it was. Like the whole meme video, for those who have seen the Spiffing Bread, he does a whole meme video where he plays Farm Sim, but he never once farms. And so he just puts down like one wind turbine, and he uses that to fund the next wind turbine. And like it is just one of those things, it's an exponential growth kind of mechanic. Okay. But it's an exponential growth kind of mechanic, because the way they work is you put them down, and they have a maintenance cost. But the issue is they pay way more than their maintenance cost, which makes sense because otherwise they wouldn't serve a purpose. So you put this thing down and charge you $60 a month, and then it gives you 64,000 a month or whatever it is. For like the big one. And so that's for ever and ever. You never have to replace it. And so you just, the moment you get enough to buy another one, it takes roughly 10 months to pay for itself. So you go, you rush the 10 months, you put down another one that takes 10 months to get you 2, then it takes 10 months to get you 4, that takes 10 months to get you 8, that takes 10 months to get you 16, that takes 10 months to get you 32. You get where this is going. Until you have a giant property that's nothing but wind turbines. Yep, that's the big sprayer. Technically, our tractor can work that. Technically. So you're still not overfilled yet. And you're fine. But yeah, so then you have a map that's like just full to the brim with the turbines, as much as you could wedge them in there. That's kind of how we did the 1 million. I didn't take it to that extreme. I got like, because the big wind turbine was like $400,000 or $500,000, and we only need 1 million. So by the time I built that, well, there's the thing. If we could have gone on sale earlier, that's fine. So that's a really big foraging wagon. I also can't afford that. That's fine. Like, we're not worried about a lot of these. I'm mostly watching for particularly useful items while trying to continue to like build up some money. If we hit the 36,000, I can put down a second mushroom farm. And then, like I said, I've given myself the rule I may not have more than 2 of the same building, with the only exception of if, for example, this won't be one, say the bakery requires 3 granaries to give it enough material to go. Then for that one purpose, I may do that. Man, why are you only 136 horsepower for your price? That's half off. You're only 136? I could maybe push ourselves to that, but it doesn't do me any good with that. Yeah, so your water is low again. You still got plenty. Yes, it seems like the sheep are now actually consuming a pretty significant amount of water. I will eventually need the bigger water container. But we're now in the territory, if the if the tractor we want goes on sale, I can afford it. I'd have to sell this tractor for its 20-ish thousand, but that put us up to 50,000, and the tractor, like 40-50% off, would drop it to about 45,000. And that would be the tractor that's big enough that I can use the seeder, which is like my minimum bar is that I can use the seeder properly. Once I have that, the plow is easy, all the other stuff is easy. It's just, I mean, the harvester will still cost a boatload. But like, then I've got my upgraded equipment to be able to work with. You need to get back at the park soon. Stalker got released, just got whooped into. Yeah, a lot of people are curious about me playing Stalker. I never got into the series, like nothing against it one way or the other. When I did watch another creator playing it, you know, it looks good. Like, I'm sure I'd enjoy it. But I haven't been into big, like, in first-person shooters in a real long time. And it gets like spooky first-person shooters, sort of Extraction, sort of whatever. There we go. It's just a thing I've not done in an age. Oh yeah, no, it's just one of those things. Like, if I got a key for free, I might check it out, like on stream. But it's also one of those things. If I don't get a key for free, it's one of those games that kind of, from the content creator, return on investment, I don't expect to get my return on investment. So unless it's a game I specifically want to go out on my way to play, it's just kind of one of those things. Because I do... You're calling the devs, don't worry. You know what? I have not literally like that. I have had once or twice where another creator got a key for something, and they're like, oh, are you going to be checking this out? I'll be like, oh, no, I didn't get a key. And mysteriously, a day or two after I told the other person I didn't get a key shows up. And I'm like, who'd you say what to? Like, between me and you, who'd you say what to? Because this timing is the whole thing. Oh, which reminds me. Literally like a week or two ago, Sentient Cookie had popped in and said, hey, you might want to check out Recycling Center. Or Recycling Center Simulator. It looks like it's kind of fun. It's like, man, I requested a key for that, like, months ago, and I never got it. Weirdly enough, I got a key for it yesterday. I didn't put in a new request. It's the same request that's been sitting here for, like, months. And just all of a sudden they're like, yep, let's do this. So I'm not ready to sell the wool yet, but we have the problem that there's too much wool there, it's too productive, and so we're not getting any more until I clear this. All those tracks to the field? Well, right now, it's a field of grass, so not too upsetty spaghetti of it. It's fine, chat. Don't worry about it. I don't know what your problem is. I'm able to drive this thing relatively fine. Relatively. Everything is perfectly balanced. Perfectly balanced, chat, as all things should be. Yeah, what I think is happening is it's running on the bottom of the forklift, so like not the forks on it, but the rail that those forks are on. I think that's the only thing keeping me from just rolling over on my front, is that we're kind of balancing between that. So you see like the front wheels, so I'm kind of weirdly using that as like a stabilizer almost, which weirdly makes it so I can actually drive this relatively okay. It slides a little bit. Yeah, because it's not time to sell yet. It's just we had too much wool and I couldn't do this. Gotta reset one moment. Ah, it's fine. I'll pick that up in a second. Okay. Needless to say, at some point in the near future, just as well as the front-wheel drive tractor. I'm under the impression most tractors are four-wheel drive. I could be wrong. Oh, please don't. No, nope, don't tip. There we go. Okay. Meanwhile, you're good on food and water. And you could use more water, but that's okay. It does seem like... I can't tell if it's filling up with water because this is here, or what the deal is. But with that said, we're ready to move on to the next month. What are you? Oh, it's just a really big windrower. Such a tease. Give me these really big ones, because I can't get the new greenhouse today, but I should be able to get it today. So I'm waiting for it to show me the tractor and be like, make up your mind, which I'd take the tractor, that's not even a question. Because the tractor is RNG versus the greenhouse is just always an option. Okay, so the tractor's not there. So we are good here. We're good there. Now, before I worry about buying more greenhouses and all that kind of stuff, what I'm going to quickly do is that looks basically empty, which is fine. I'm going to go and back up here, because it does seem like it is pulling from... It's definitely pulling from that foraging wagon. And this is my counterweight. And it's time to sell, was that 9.5 or 9.25 pallets of wool. And I'm using the foraging wagon just as a counterweight. I want to see if it still tips. Yeah, so you can see it wobbling on its front wheels there. Okay, so each lap of this should be about 2,500. So that'll be a bunch more money. You tried some visible on stream. Also, that game bugged. Oh, are you saying Stalker is like a normalized releases that came out that people? Oh yeah, no, I remember reading that there's something about Stalker coming out, and I'm trying to turn, but as you can see, I'm lifting up on 2 wheels. That like Stalker had a pretty bad buggy release. Stop driving like you're on ice and drunk while doing it. Why aren't you leaving that? Get those fully lowered. There we go. Wool is heavy. That's what I'm learning. 1,000 liters of wool is very heavy, is what I'm learning. Did you build that building? No. So when you look at this map, the buy point gas station or repair spot there, I didn't build. All these fields and that I didn't build, and that up there I didn't build. So there's like a couple of fields that exist on the map, but otherwise the map is basically empty. But yeah, so like it is one of those things that all of these maps will require you to have a built-in place that you can buy tractors, place that you can sell goods, and that kind of thing. So you have to find them. Yeah, I mean they're on your map, but yeah, the idea is they're just here. How much is that forge? Like, while we're looking, let's see how much that forge wagon weighs. So you weigh 2.3 tons. If I were to buy a weight to make this less hellish, I don't even know where weights are in here now I think about it. Probably miscellaneous way down here. Honestly, we'd have to go to nearly the biggest weights. Oh, I overshot my target. Oh, no, I didn't. By the way, your mouse and screen shows somewhere else, whatever you're looking at in game. Yeah, no, I've tried to adjust it. It is an issue. It's not only Farm Sim. I've run into a bunch of them. It has to do something with the way I'm doing my capture. Because if I switch the capture device, or the capture method, it does fix that. But then the downside is then I have to worry about stuff like display capture. This is not where this goes. Display capture, where I have to worry about like accidentally doxing stuff. It's the screen resolution, you thought? Yeah, that'll also do it. It's probably one of those things that need to adjust the screen resolution down on Farm Sim to avoid the whole thing. I'll have to look into it. I just keep forgetting that it's that way until I'm already in the game. And Farm Sim is one of those games that, for whatever reason, you cannot change your video settings while I'm here. I have to like exit out of the save, then change, then go back in. It's honestly pretty annoying that it works that way. Yeah, so I was looking at those weights. Very genuinely, the bulk of those weights weigh less than the wagon I'm dragging with me. It's really, really it's just the tractor doesn't weigh enough. You know, screen resolution and consistency could be the issue as well. I gotta sit down and figure it out. It's just one of those weird things that, like, it comes up, and then I completely forget about it for the better part of the stream. And then, you know, when I have time to deal with it, I've forgotten about it. And I write myself notes, but they don't do great for me. ADHD things. You don't need full weight to offset, just extra weight that your tractor doesn't cover with weight balancing. Right, my comment was more this trailer on the back here. I'm still bouncing on the back wheels. And that trailer behind me, I think it was 2.7 tons. and there's only 1 or 2 weights that weigh more than that. So that effectively is a 2 point whatever ton weight on my back. Now granted, it is on wheels itself, which does mitigate how much it's helping me, which is honestly fair. But yeah, no, I'd probably want to get a really big weight anyways, because if I need a weight to do a process, it's usually just like give me as big as you got. It's fine if I go like a little bit the wrong way with it. The worst thing is I'm looking at this thinking, man, if we get any tractor on sale, we're in really good. The weight shown in the store for the trailers is the weight limits for playing with that option. Gotcha. I was about to say, it was surprising that I'm like, man, I can't even get a counterweight worthwhile. Like, right now we're doing fine. Ultimately, I will want to get ourselves a proper trailer instead of going back and forth 2 at a time with a forklift. Like, this will work for a little while, but eventually this will get tedious. Yeah, no, the grass grows naturally, so I can mow it, and it takes like a couple in-game months, but it does recover. Alright, that's another 2,500 this will be running over here. And while we're doing that, let's check on everything. So for the animals, they're still finding everything. The greenhouse is getting a little bit low on water. Okay. I thought you needed food for sheep? Yeah, no, we're feeding them. We're giving them grass. We are giving them food and water. Grass and water. They also can graze on the meadow, but with as many are in that pen, they will eventually graze away the entire meadow if I don't supplement it with the grass I bring in. Alright, and we just got 2 more, and then I'll take care of that. I still remember with all the DLC in Farm Sim 22, so with that one we had weaker tractors, so I started myself with that one. We had that stupid little red tractor, I think it was like either 10 or 25 horsepower, which basically meant it could do almost nothing. Like, you technically get, like, the absolute minimum of a couple of tools, and that was about it. Yeah, so if you look over there, where those 2 sheep are standing right now, that's the food trough. That's what the foraging wagon was doing up there, is I backed it up there with a thing full of grass and dropped off a bunch. I keep checking in hopes that, like, a new sale will show up. Alright, so question is... Now, my luck is if I build this greenhouse, I will immediately, like, literally immediately get that tractor to show up when I can't afford it. That's just how it works. That's just the rules. If I don't build it, then I'm wasting, like, I'm having my money just sit in my bank account, and it's not increasing my income, which means we're making money, but we're not making progress. We're not increasing the rate we make money to improve things in the future. Alright. So with that, we made somewhere near, like, 10,000 a day. I wasn't keeping that close a track. No, it actually would have made more than that. Because it was for every 2, it was about 2,500. And we had 9.5. So yeah, we'd have made over 10,000 today. I mean, I don't know why I'm guessing. I can literally go here and go to finances and say, 10,600. More sheep, some more grass, some more wool, more money. Let's also check. So you should be fine for right now. So I don't need to mow more grass yet. And go chuck this over here. Alright, now I gotta make the decision on the greenhouse. Because it's stalling on it. But I gotta make that decision. That's where we're at. Because what I'd want to do for the greenhouse as well is I don't want to just slap it right down so like it slowly goes downhill. Where are we at? Oh, we're over here. What I'd want to do is we look at that that's ever so slightly elevated. I'd want to flatten that land out enough to put it there. I don't think that's gonna be super expensive. Why are you fighting me on this? Ah, it seems like I have like a weird delay or something. Yeah, there's his. Alright, so we're gonna burn some money doing this. It's like weirdly taking a moment to figure itself out each time. We'll get there. Don't worry. That's a lot of money that's spending all at once now. Come on, you're almost there. I think that'll be enough that if I put it down now, it should be fine. I'm honestly curious also if I click out and go back in, if it'll like unstick it. You're deleting my money, but I'm not seeing you actually build things, and I don't like it. Okay, I've let go. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop taking my money. I was really hoping to get that edge up front more, but I think that's okay. Alright, so downside is I don't have enough money to do the thing it's gonna do. That's fine. That'll happen next in-game day. So we just burned like $10,000 on leveling the ground. And the building I want to build is $36,000, so you get the problem here. Why are you moving so slow? Just go. But that's okay, because I want to get that leveled out, and then we can have like a dedicated, like this is the ramp up kind of thing, versus where they're staggering down little by little. That's gonna be a problem when I do the next one, so I might do like 2 greenhouses. We have the other 2 types of greenhouses down there kind of thing. So it has like 2 tiers. Because then I can do stuff to like hide the tiers, whatever. We can put, you know, some whatever like right along where the ledge is at. I don't know what yet. That's the kind of stuff that when you're playing like Planet Zoo and all that, you just shove a bunch of rocks against the edge there. I need the retaining walls they have on the East Asian map. Just give me those retaining walls. And I'm not doing this for the money. We're topping off the feed for the sheep. All right. Because like I said, it seems to be if I just leave a trailer parked with water, it'll just keep pulling the water out of the trailer as long as it's in the correct spot for the animals. Which is interesting, because I don't remember it working that way in Farm Sim 22. I'm not complaining. I do know you could drop bales on the ground there, like in the loading zone. You could just drop like 2, 3, 4 bales, whatever you could fit there, and they would slowly eat away at those bales too. But I'm not used to them being able to use the water trailer or the foraging wagon. Make a very wide turn that I don't have to stop and do anything. We just bring that around. Because it doesn't matter. Alright. Yeah, that does mean next in-game month I should be able to build the second greenhouse. Get the water into both of them. That'll increase our monthly income a good deal. Not quite double it. Which is funny, because that means those 2 greenhouses will be making about what I was making just mowing the grass for like, you know, a good 2 hours in an in-game day to get like the 7-8 loads or whatever it was. We'll be making similar amount of money out of that than we were from the other. I really don't get why you're struggling so hard all of a sudden. I may have hit a threshold with the repair that we're taking the penalty to our horsepower because the tractor needs to be topped off. Did those in the wrong order. Alright, let's go ahead and pick those up. Cool. So now I can go and pull that over there. Top off the grass for the sheep again. And let them keep bringing in a little extra money. Did you plant the grass? No, grass happens naturally. You can set up a field that you can plant grass in. It will give you a higher yield. But in this particular case, I'm not super worried about it because I've got a lot of grass I can lean to. But this field is yours. Yeah, no, we own the land. You're not allowed to work on land that's not yours. Alright, so with that... yeah, we should be fine with all that. We also got the sheep their water? Yeah, it's fine. Okay, so we can advance the day. We sold all our wool, deleted all of it for just a bunch of leveling the ground. And like I said, my hope is I'll be able to put the next greenhouse up there without too much of a problem. I'm hoping I won't have to build up more ground because, as you can see, the price of building up more ground is just skyrocketing as I'm having to lift the ground more and more. So sail. I mean, that is the baler wagon. I'm not going to buy it, but that is something I do want in the long run. But construction. Okay. So we can go here to factories, greenhouses. Before I place that... Oh, it also said we didn't have enough money, that's fine. I was say before I place that, we should save real fast so I don't beef the ground. Because that's one of those things that, like, with the terraforming, you can massively mess up the terrain. So it is a good idea when you're putting down buildings to just take a minute and make sure, like, you save, try it, and then, like, the moment it goes wrong, don't sit there and try and keep adjusting. If it goes wrong, just back out and go back into your save real fast. Because if it does auto-save in that meantime, then saving advanced didn't help you. Yeah, because my hope is we'll get that. Let's see, why does this game just do that with the terrain instead of just putting it there? So it has to flatten the terrain, and it does try and do like a little bit of a consolidation kind of thing. So we'll try to like adjust between the two and all that. Hey, Tankard, thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. What were you playing? How did it go? But welcome in, Raiders. We're just doing a little bit of farm sim over here and all that. But let me go ahead and get you a shout out. Shout out. Tankard. Derail Valley tonight. Excellent. I still need to check that out. I've had a lot of people tell me, like a lot of people play it, and a lot of people tell me I need to check it out, and I still just have not done it. But yeah, so if you're looking for Derail Valley, you can find it over there with Tankard. So if that's your jam, you can find it there. But again, welcome in, Raiders. I am Rual Storge, who play a variety of games here on Twitch, and I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. That said, that record has been beaten. But I am a variety streamer, play a whole range of games, whether it's like colony builder, settlement builder, simulation, tycoons, survival, crafters, the whole mess of things. But for like recent games we've done is we did a playthrough of Factorio, we did 2 playthroughs of Satisfactory, we did a playthrough of I Am Future, we did a playthrough of Dredge. We've been doing a lot of Farm Sim 25 lately. We've been doing some Rim Worlds because we did the Hot Potato, and now we've got a In All Endings run going. I almost did that tonight instead of Farm Sim. The only reason I went with this over that is today wasn't a planned stream, and I was kind of rushing in last minute. And just with everything going on, I was like, you know what? I don't want to deal with something that I gotta like really concentrate on a whole lot of stuff and juggle priorities and have the game actively trying to sabotage me. So we're just gonna farm. We're gonna chill, farm. I always like having Farm Sim in the back pocket as just one of those games where you're like, you know what? I was gonna have a relaxing day. So I can farm. Okay, so that greenhouse is full. You'll top this off, and we'll fill up the sheep. Get them their water. And then we can advance the game another month. And then, like I said, when I go to actually place the second greenhouse, I just want to save first. Because it's real easy for trying to place those buildings to not go quite the way you want. Like, normally if I had tons of money, I would actually flatten that out even farther. To give myself extra room, and I'd rather just have more space than I need between my buildings than too little. Because when you get too little and they don't evenly lay out, you get all sorts of issues. And the terrain modification tools are okay in the game, but they're not amazing. So fixing junked up terrain is pretty rough actually in Farm Sim. Okay, so we can advance the day to get our next 1,400 bucks and some change. And then we can do a quick save, see if I can't get that greenhouse to place right. If it doesn't place right, I won't just keep trying to mash it down. I'll sit there and take the time to like level the terrain out, go out farther. Because once the building's down, then we can start screwing around with the terrain around the outside, and that's fine. But the problem is, once you put the building down, if it's not down the way you want it, it's there. You delete it, you lose a lot of money. Because you lose, like, the bulk of the value of the building. It is one of those things I do wish they would change with the game. Is that, like, if you put down a building, you'd have, like, a day or two you could pick the building back up and get a full refund. And I'm sure people could figure out ways to cheese it. I don't care. Alright, so we've got over here. Oh, it's perfect. Absolute perfection. We got enough room that I could probably fit something between there. That might actually be a bit on the snug side, but that's okay. I can make that work. What I will do is I'm gonna spend just a tiny bit of money. Give me this spot. This spot right here. I want this spot. Please level that spot for me. The rest is fine, but that one like little dimple thing we got going on here. Just give it to me. Oh, I see. I can't fix it because I'm too close to the edge of the land, so I can't correct the height. That's fine. I can live with that. That's okay. So with that, what we need to do is go into our production lines. We got our second one here. We go here, activate change output, activate change output. And I got a new greenhouse to bring in more money with. Now, if I try and go on this side, I'm gonna like ramp up real high. The other side will be fine. That'll be something we fix out. Like I said, I might try. I haven't decided if we go to do the other type of greenhouse as well, if I will continue to level that out and have the greenhouse on their own level, or if it will be a thing there. Because we go from here, this is a huge ramp already, so boom. Get some air. Yeah, the smooth tool, the only reason I'm not doing the smooth tool in this particular case is it will try to balance between the two, and that's fine, but it's going to make it like go slope down, and I want to bring it across, and then I don't mind if I slope down once I got a little bit of range, but I want like at least a bit of a gap that's level for me to drive vehicles through for, you know, getting other stuff in. We'll figure it out. I'm not super sweating it. Yeah, so we got our two nice greenhouses right here. All right. Yeah, there's a tiny little space here. Yeah, so like I said, if I go straight at it when we I'll have to buy this other tile here or put it on the other side, which is more realistic. But it'll make like a ramp that I can take like a semi with the other stuff in it to deal with that. That'll probably be when we get to autoloader. In the meantime, I can take the forks if I start dropping out the mushrooms to sell at peak price. I want to say, what is the price difference between worst and best price on the mushrooms? Like, is this something I care about enough to be like, hey, I'm going to take the time to load them? I mean, it is $100, but I also don't feel like it. But yeah, no, smoothing tool is pretty good. It kind of averages out the things that are nearby, which is pretty much what you expect it to do, which is good. You like when your tools do what you expect them to do. Okay, so it's only on the water tower side. Is there a setting for auto selling? Yeah, so right now we're auto selling. Unless you mean like a setting to change its behavior. Like right now we are auto selling out of our greenhouses. Now the downside of that is the game does take a bit of a cut when you auto sell. The idea being that, you know, you've paid someone to effectively deliver your goods for you or whatever. And it's not an insignificant cut. It's not like you're going to be now losing money or barely surviving type cut, but it's not nothing. I can't remember how much you can alter the train. I remember it works on a similar system to Valheim, where it's like, here is the base level, and you can be like plus or minus from that base level. So the map should roughly have a similar thing. You couldn't just like remake the entire map by just terraforming it all, unless it's changed. I haven't pushed my limits in this one yet, but I do remember it was the thing. You couldn't just like make a tower in the middle of the map in Farm Sim 22 or anything. In game, I think with a map editor you could do absurd stuff. Okay, so this is the limit on how many of the mushroom barns I'm allowed to do. Because like I said, no more than 2 of a building unless like for specific production, specific production line reasons I need to cut it. Alright, so we've got that there. So that gave us our second greenhouse. So now when I go and I advance a day, instead of getting about $1,400, we should be getting about $3,000 a day from our greenhouses. So that does help a great deal for bringing in more money faster. So from the start of the stream, like literally where I was spending hours mowing the grass, what I've got there set up is paying me roughly the same amount I was pulling a day from mowing the grass. Except many hours less, and I could technically run around and mow the grass to do the same thing. But we've gotten to the point where what I'm doing instead is I'm mowing the grass enough to keep the sheep fed, to avoid also dealing with that. So if we go to our finances now, so yesterday we made $2,400. So it wasn't quite the same thing, but it probably wasn't built long enough to get the second one out, which means more than like the next day I'll have like one extra one. But yeah, so you get the idea. The property maintenance is $162 for everything we built, versus the output's much better. And then the production cost is $7, which is pretty much nothing. And that was building the place, was honestly the 46 between the 2 days. There is the really tiny plow, but that's not our big thing. So for the moment, what I need to do is keep things moving forward enough that when the tractor comes by, we could hopefully buy it. The tractor I want, if it goes on sale, should run around $45,000. We can sell our current tractor for about $20,000. That does mean I need to figure out the difference of about $20,000. And I could just zip around on the tractor mowing grass for the next 5 hours to make that happen. But I'm trying to not just mow grass to the end of existence. That's the same thing we ran into with the wood cutting in the last one. I kind of just, the moment I could make a crop happen, we just started making the crop happen. With that one, though, we had our stuff. What are you? That is a really weird header. A lot of things I'd love to have that I don't have money for. I mean, there's still foraging harvesters. I actually don't need that. And that's the pruner for the olives and whatever. So you can go here, check on our animals. Animals are fine for right now. Check out our greenhouses. They're fine for right now. So we can go ahead and advance the day, start trying to work on that. How are rice fields doing? So I don't have any rice fields on this map, but rice fields do pretty well. They're not like way near the top most valuable crop, but for crops that don't have like a whole lot of extra stuff you gotta deal with, they are relatively lucrative. Okay, so that's a baler that I can't possibly afford right now. You're all good here. So the sheep are low on water. Interesting. It's also working here. That's good to know. So yeah, I don't think that worked the same way as it did the other one. You just got woken up because your boss is drunk, called the wrong number? Yeah. No, we finished the other map where I did build the entire temple and made the $1 million for all the dare drops. And then we got a good map for doing the Survivor Man challenge, so we're doing the Survivor Man challenge. But yeah, so yeah, no, the thing I've noticed, and I don't think this is how it worked in 22, is any water drop-off, if you just park the trailer with water there, it will slowly drain the water out of the trailer to, you know, satisfy the need of the thing, which is honestly really cool. Because I could see just taking that giant semi-trailer and just parking it on an animal area and be like, I'll see you next year. So far, would you say you prefer this one or No Man's Land? I would say I prefer this map in the general map part. The only thing I would say is a big negative of this map versus No Man's Land is these tiles are too big. They need to be bisected into like 4 sections. That is the only thing. Because having to put together like $600,000, $400,000 to buy your next tile is a pretty steep price. It doesn't let you do like slow growth or anything like that. And then especially for the challenge, it means like I don't have to really worry about land at all because I start on one giant tile because that's the smallest division I can give myself. But overall, I would say this is the better map because No Man's Land doesn't have a lot of elevation and hills going. It has like little hills with trees on it, versus this one has a lot more like genuinely. You look at that and you got like a hill over here. It kind of goes down into a valley. In the map update, the tiles are smaller. Interesting. So because I already had the existing map, the tiles are not smaller. I mean, that's fine. I don't see that as a reason to restart the map. But yeah. That's good, because like I said, the 300-something thousand minimum for a tile is like, that's pretty difficult if you're not looking at doing $1 million start or something like that. Real hard to buy some land early game on a normal start. Okay, that would serve if I could afford it, but I can't, so you know, I can't. So you're all good in all of your stuff. You're all fine for right now as well. There's a logging version of it as well. So do different types of it. Oh, I haven't seen. Did they add a new version of the map? Like a logging version? Like this one actually has a pretty decent amount of trees, but there is a lot of open space. The update includes 3 maps. The first one you're on, the second one is 69 farmlands to, gotcha. Gotcha. So like the second version, oh man, you're already full of wool? It's only November. I mean, I'm not unhappy about that. I'm just surprised. Yeah, no, we did just update, but I had already started this map, so unfortunately it's one of those things. The third one is more forestry. Yeah, so unfortunately, like, where I'm at for doing the challenge, I don't think we reset. Like, we did grab the update so we could get the animal thing, but it is one of those things that, as much as I'd love to get some of those other ones instead, I think, like, we're already committed to this one. Like, I wouldn't get the one that already has all the fields put into it, but the forestry-centric one, I'd be okay with that. Don't worry, we've already tested this. This works fine. This is just the tractor working properly. We call it the tippy maneuver. one of those isn't actually on. Let's see, any future crops or systems you want to add to the game, maybe fishery? The one I want to see is proper orchards. I know technically, if we get into it, olives and grapes are an orchard, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking, I don't care if it's like walnuts, chestnuts, pecans, apples, pears, oranges, grapefruit. I do not care what type of thing. I want trees. I want to deal with tree crop. Aquaculture could be fun. I would not be unhappy with aquaculture. But generally speaking, I want like get proper orchards. Let's see, Farm Sim 25, you find you like doing the contracts more on your own farm. That's totally fair. And the mechanic is perfectly there for you. I knew that was gonna get stuck the moment I saw we were drifting. It's fine. Yeah, it's just our, the wool production is full. I'm definitely gonna end up using autoloader in the long run. Like, I haven't been using it since we started. But I already know for a fact, just look at this, like, oh yeah. When we start getting to, like, multiple production lines where I gotta go grab, you know, a bunch of pallets of, you know, flour and all that each and every couple of in-game days to keep it running. The sheep are probably watching you and fearing for their lives. Oh, absolutely. And they should. It's not my fault they're made out delicious. But yeah, no, I'd love to see. I've talked about a number of times that, like, getting to see like how they harvest a lot of the various nut trees. We just have this like giant hydraulic machine just grabs the trunk of the tree and gives like one solid shake, and then all the nuts fall down. You know, thing. New maps, a paid update. I mean, the game comes with 3 maps built in. All other maps you see right now, if they're not those 3 maps, then those are mods. With the expansion that we're going to be getting sometime this coming year, there will be at least 1 new map, because that's just part of what they put in the expansions. Alright, so let's check in the water and everything. That is part of what they do in the expansions. That's all fine. But yeah, so like this map is a mod, not a DLC. Well, I mean, I guess it's DLC in the fact that you download it, so the literal definition download content, but you don't pay for it. All right. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, we're definitely gonna be autoloader not too long. I won't go nearly as long as I did the last one. If you haven't kept up, you've been distracted with the new Euro Truck Simulator DLC. As you like the first official map will be the last DLC of the year. Yeah, no, it's not unusual. And that's like referring to the year as in, dang, you are producing some serious wool now. I mean, I'm on board with that. I like money. But also, that's going to be a little bit tricky to manage. Yes, you're going through your water pretty fast. We are fine right now. Honestly, you're a little surprised that we only have 1 modded map, though. Yeah, that is honestly this thing that surprised me as well. Like, they didn't get the editor tools for a good hot minute. But it is one of those things that, like, it's been a week or so since those tools came out, so it really is surprising we haven't seen maps. I know there's been, like, screenshots of ones being actively worked on and yada yada, but the fact that none of them have landed yet. Alright, so we got about 1 more day before the water and all that starts to run low. Game hasn't been out very long either. And a map like this is way more simple to make and finish. This isn't wrong. And they actually began this map without the tools for properly editing it. They found an alternative way to like kind of work on it other than using the actual built-in tools. I don't know if once the tools came out, they switched over. You literally have two of the same one at different percents off. Way out of my budget, but that's okay. Alright, so you need water. You need water. You need water. You are totally fine on grass. Oh, and literally they ran out of water and instantly hit health 0%. So, in this game, the sheep won't die if they don't get it. At least I don't believe so. They'll get sick, if I remember correctly. They just went from healthy to instantly 0% because they ran out of water. So, we're on to, let's see. We're on to retrieve meat and dairy now. No dairy yet. We do have sheep. We're not using them for meat. We're using them for wool, though. There isn't a butcher building in the game. Like, I'm sure mods will add that. I can't see what that says. It's like white on white text. Oh, thank you, Karam Gaming. I do appreciate the host over there on YouTube. It took me a moment to see what it said because it put it white on white, and I'm like, I can't read it. So I really do appreciate that. So thank you so much for sharing your audience with me and everything. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. But if you have cows, do you get meat from them? I do not believe so. I believe you just get dairy. That is just kind of how it works in Farm Sim. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and keep trying to fill all this up. Let's deal with the sheep first, since they're not doing well. Yep, thank you, Karam Gaming. Like, for the host over on YouTube. Weirdly, it's just white on white is what they're doing, but I appreciate it. Yeah, because I haven't had too many raids or hosts or whatever they call it over on YouTube too much. I still don't have enough subscribers to do it myself, so I haven't really looked into it, unfortunately. But I do hope you had yourself a good stream, and what were you playing and all that good stuff, and I understand if you gotta go do your self-care and whatnot. Like, obviously you're welcome and all that. Okay, so we got the sheep's water topped off, so they should stop complaining about that. It's the thing that they instantly dropped to 0%. I mean, granted, they probably dipped there. You can also do milk. Yeah, no, you do milk. You can raise and sell meat cows, but there is no butcher. Yeah, no, exactly. And you have to manually sell it, if I remember correctly, which I cannot be bothered. I think a lot of those decisions they made it so they just wanted to make sure they keep a E rating, that there's just a lot of stuff they don't do. Like, you'll have a lot of people like, oh, we have grapes, we should be allowed to make wine. Well, to keep the E rating, no alcohol. People are like, oh, they should allow us to have like hops and all that, and I'm like, yep, well, E rating, no alcohol. They're not gonna have like butchers for slaughtering again because E rating. They'd probably also get a lot of loud but not important backlash they have butchering. Yeah. I don't feel like it'd be that bad when you really consider it. I feel like a lot of the same people who would be, you know, the game including butchering would be like a dire upset, would be the same people who'd be upset about the fact that we can cut down trees and then slap down a farm to, you know, deforest a forest and build on it. You know, it's like, okay, well, this just isn't the game for you then. Or, like, would have problems with the fact that we just roll around and we just blast fertilizer over the whole thing. Not to say there's anything wrong with that, but it is those things that you have to be careful with stuff like over-fertilization and that in real life, that you can contaminate waterways and cause all sorts of, like, algae blooms and all that. Which, for the record, is actually more of a small-time gardening and farming issue than a lot of things. Especially home gardening, because a lot of us don't know what the heck we're doing. And we go, oh, let me just go ahead and give fertilizer to my ground. Not checking the fact that it's already got so much fertilizer it's literally killing the plant, but you know, that's fine, we'll add more. I mean, it's pretty silly to be angry about in game. Yeah, I mean, I think it would be a fine thing, especially if like not required mechanics and all that. Eh. Well, no one cares about PETA. PETA's borderline of... I'm not gonna tell you. PETA's an awful organization, is what I will say. Yeah, we're not gonna dig much farther than that. PETA's genuinely a straight up awful organization, and we can leave it at that. Chemical fertilizers suck. Feed plants bio-waste. You do that when you can. It is one of those things of scale, though. It's very difficult to have like 100 or like 1,000 acre set of farms and have, you know, bio-waste managed. It can be done, but it is definitely a whole thing. So it's kind of one of those things of just scale. It's very difficult. Now granted, yes, bio-waste is far better so far as the environmental concerns and yada 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 than chemical. But it's also those things. Oh, you're referring to home gardens? Oh yeah, no, home gardens, absolutely. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Like, you run into some places like HOAs that won't let you compost and that kind of stuff. But if you're not in that kind of situation, it's really easy to get like a composter, or if you have a city, like a garden in the city, then obviously you're not composting because there's nowhere you're gonna put it. But like, it's very easy to have like a composter and just chuck a bunch of stuff in there. And that'll usually carry a decent sized garden, just one composter. Because you don't need that much fertilizer to keep your crops healthy. It is genuinely one of those things I feel is a very common mistake I see from others that I've, you know, shared the hobby of gardening with. That a lot of people will just, you know, they'll go into like fertilizer plants weekly. It's like, no, stop that. You're murdering your plants. You're like literally frying their roots with the sheer amount of nutrients you're throwing at them. You're making the soil toxic for them with the sheer volume of potassium and all that in there. Like, there is such thing as too much fertilizer. You don't need, let's see, you don't even need compost. If you eat a banana, boil the peel in some water and pour the water in your plants. I mean, you can do stuff like that. Like, there's definitely ways, and you can buy fertilizer at like garden shops that is like not chemical based. That it's, you know, it could be like manure, it could be plant compost, it could be a whole bunch of things. The chemical stuff's more convenient, but that's a whole thing. Okay, so you are good on grass and water. Your health is terrible because your water dipped a bit too low, and my bad. That's the whole thing. We only have the harvesters there. But now you got options. Especially if you're in an area, like even if you're like the middle of a big city, you're gonna find some garden shop in there. And you know, yeah, you'll have the bags of like this chemical fertilizer and that chemical fertilizer. And not all chemicals are created equal. There are chemicals that aren't that bad. But then it's a lot of like the cheap high volume stuff is the bad stuff. But you've seen a neighbor put raw manure straight on the plants and the smell was an experience. Oh yeah. No, usually they mix manure with stuff. They don't just straight up like take cow dung or pig dung or something like that, just chuck it in there. It's the same thing like when you're composting. When you're composting, you've got your greens and you got your browns. You gotta have a bit of each. You don't want just greens and just browns. You can have a real rank time and potentially have like compost that's not good. And greens has to do with like various green waste, and browns are stuff like woody material, bark, stuff like that. There's other stuff that goes in there like paper. Paper can be compost in a lot of cases. Ooh, how much horsepower? Ooh, 171? That's not as strong as we're hoping for. That's a Crystal HD. Because I might accept. So that's a Crystal HD. So that's 130 something thousand tractor. The one I want here is the 230 horsepower. This would be enough to run that cedar though. And we can probably make it happen with a little finagling. Yeah, this is supposed to be the like. This is the thing. This is like, for the record, these mod ones down here. These are by Oh right, this one's terrible because of the front connection. So if we actually look at this one, the reason why this one's so cheap is it's got a front weight instead of a front connection. So we don't have the front connector on there, and that's its huge negative. That's why that one's so cheap, is you're losing a connection on the front, which really does set you back. But yeah, these are the ones by Giant Software, and even like this one here, this still feels wrong that's like that price. I mean, I guess it's in line with this one. I miss that this one could be so much. Okay, hang on. And these aren't mod ones. Did I miss something? Did I sneak more tractors in here? I thought we looked at this and I didn't see anything like that. It's 58,000. I can make that happen right now. It'll be 160 to start, which is enough for our cedar. And we can also bump it up to 225. And that would put us right in line with this. And how much would it cost me to do that? It's an extra 20,000. It's literally cheaper. These had to be added because they're not flagged as modded. So they must have done an update where they snuck a couple extra vehicles in here. Maybe they noticed they had gaps in the vehicle options. I'm just kind of looking now. Yeah, that hasn't noticeably changed. I don't think I looked at these large ones enough to really have an opinion. Or did I just miss these? You ever look? Oh, they have no front connection. Right. Yeah, that's right. Right, they don't have a front connection. I was about to be like, why didn't I buy that? Right, they don't have a front connection, and that really hurts what we can do with it. Right, that's fine. And like I said, these are the modded ones, and I'm not excited about the mod ones. The mod ones. Yeah, so I'm looking at that one. That's the one we want to catch on sale. So let's look at this one, because this is the one we're considering. That's 171 horsepower. I probably should be taking this. Like, for all purposes, I probably should be taking this. The downside is, it's 171, it does not go up to like 230, so we will be able to get like the minimum cedar, and that's kind of where we stop. But the realistically, like, the likelihood that we roll another, the likelihood that we roll like that specific tractor, considering we've not seen it yet this entire run, is pretty grim. And we did get that one. And honestly, until we get, like, it's not until this one here that we start getting ones equivalent to that one down there. I think we go for it. Which is gonna take me just a minute, because while I might be able to afford it by selling this tractor right now, I'm gonna just double check here real quick. No, our tractor's lost a lot of value, so it's at 15,000. So while we could afford it right now, can you put an attachment on the front? On the Fretter? Yeah, the Fentor I can. This one? Yeah, it's got, actually. What is that attachment on the front? Hey, Lilo, how's it going? Good to see you. Let me go and get you a shout out. I saw you're doing some more Sims lately. I haven't really caught what you got. I've also been playing some Infinity Nikki. I have no idea what that is. But yeah, so check out Lilo. If you're like into games like, you know, the Stardew Valleys and the Sims and those kind of games, definitely could find over there. I can't tell. I can't tell if those fold out and you can use as a connection. I don't see the thing that turns the power though. So I'm not sure if it has a front connection. Oh, it's got a front loader attachment we can add. Because it has, yeah, because that looks like it folds down and you get the hooks, and that goes on there. I just wasn't seeing the thing that drives it. It could be just like a cover there or something like that. Regardless, I can't do anything with that yet. First up, we got to do this nonsense again. And so what we've been doing is, because I don't have enough weight for the other side, this is my weight right here. Cool. I've got my counterweight installed. Alright, so let's run over here and try and sell our wool. It is not the date to sell our wool. Right, that's the problem. How much of a price difference does it make if I sell it today versus waiting till tomorrow? Is it big? No, it's close and... Well, no, it's actually still a lot, isn't it? Well, actually... So we're about 70 bucks below per unit. I think we're okay. I think this will get us most of our money. If I do this, I could probably get the Fenter, whatever it is. And I think that'll be okay. Because that'll jump us from a 70 horsepower tractor. What is your horsepower again? 170. Because the tractor I'm in, I can bump it up to about 120. It's gonna sell for 15. I need 55,000. I don't know if we get enough money from this. We're gonna see. If I can get it, great. If I can't, I can't. That's okay. And now I can put those down. Yeah, it's close enough, because we were getting about 2,500 on the other days. So I'm only losing about 100 each. Not quite. It's gonna take me a minute, because we do have a lot of them. Those sheep are producing well. I definitely feel like I might, in the next stream, I might see if we can't get autoloader going. We don't have the money for the trailer yet. But I definitely don't want to deal with this forever. I've been loading lots and lots and lots of pallets and other goodies, and I don't need to do that. That's just something I don't need to do with my life. It'd also be nice because that tractor will weigh more, so it won't be quite as much. Oh no, not following the roads. Oh, you're fighting me on this one. Yeah, I don't have the problem with the roads. It's just it doesn't matter. So I'm kind of cross when we start getting fields and all that. And the reason we're going all over the place is my back wheels are lifting up off the ground, so I'm losing traction. You can see that the tractor is leaning forward real hard. And when that happens, I don't have the back end to like counter everything, so it just tries to follow the front wheels and not well. So if you see me like drifting constantly, like you can see I'm holding to the right. That's what's happening, is my back wheels aren't on the ground, so I'm just trying to make it work. Surprisingly, I've had to get used to this in these types of challenges. Okay. It'd also be good to not have the orchard tractor for doing like olives and grapes. You love how fine you are with the setup you're using. Hey man, it's if you don't got money, there's not a whole lot you can do about it. Like when you don't have money, you just live with what you got until you do have money. And then you can start talking about, what would be a better setup for me to do in this moment. Let's see if we can't grab that one. It'll be much better when I can sit here and actually get the get a trailer for behind. Because the trailer, unless you get like way overburdened, you can just drag it. But you thought I'd buy a weight since it's cheap? I'm saving up for a tractor. The weights aren't that cheap or aren't that expensive. Like we go into, you're not wrong. If we go on the weights, they're not that expensive. Even like the really big ones only get up to a couple $1,000. Yeah, and I'm trying to save up for the tractor real bad. And we currently have a tractor that we could potentially get right now. It's not as good as I was hoping for, but considering how unreliable RNG is with that, that's gonna help. Because it should give us, honestly, a bit over double, not quite triple our current horsepower. The downside is there's no upgrade from that. Like within that tractor, I have to replace it again to do that. I would have liked to get the one for 230 horsepower at a discount. But I'm kind of accepting I have the thing now. If I wait, more than likely I'm saving up the total price for the other one. And the one I've got right now should cover all my needs for at least the short term. Because the big problem that's keeping me from being able to start the barley is I need a tractor that had enough horsepower to run the seeder, and the seeder requires 160 horsepower. Or was it 110? It doesn't matter. It requires more horsepower than I currently have, is the only important detail. Yeah, let's look at our seeders again. Yeah, because we got this one requires 165 horsepower. And then weirdly, like, that one's just bigger. I don't understand why I would ever not... Because that one's bigger, they have the same speed they go. You have a higher capacity and fertilizer, and a lower horsepower requirement. It's just generally a better seeder. I mean, I guess if you didn't have the money. Stop fighting me. I'm just trying to sell wool here. We'll see if we get enough money, because the big thing is I don't really have much I can sell if we end up short, kind of thing. Like, I could sell the tractor for it's like 15-something thousand. That should put us at about 51,000 if my math is right. So I still got to bridge that gap for the 55. And we will want to repair that tractor. It doesn't need to happen right away. It can wait you know, it can wait however long it takes for me to top off the repair. But that's one that we have to deal with. Alright. Was this mask based on the originals or complete custom? Custom, I believe. Like it's not related to any of the maps that came out with 25 or 22 that I'm aware of. Would you... There you go. That is not how I expected that to go. Oh, that is not going to work. Sure, we could try this. That counterweight, not gonna do anything. We could probably drive in our front wheels and front wheels alone, right? Probably lower those as much as we can to avoid being any more top heavy than we need to. It's fine. That's how tractors drive. I'm sure we have at least one farmer in chat who can verify that this is how tractors work. That's why they make the really good money. Taming the beast that is the tractor. Like it's an art. It takes years of practice. That actually went way better than I thought it was going to. That tells you how much I had to do that previously. There was the Survivor Man challenge run I did on 22 for YouTube side. I started out, and the cheapest thing in that one for me to get off the ground for actual crops were carrots. With the crates. For those who have ever grown the carrots in the game, you know where this is going. So I had the tiny little tractor who could barely run the thing to harvest them and to seed them. And trying to drag the crates around. That one I actually had a trailer behind it, but it was still a thing that the trailer weighed enough it would lift my front wheels. And you got really good at driving without your front wheels here and there, which is even more cursed because you can't steer at all with them because you steer with your front wheels and they're not on the ground. They don't work very well. Hey Alex, how's it going? I'm doing pretty good. Looking like we're gonna be just on the fence of barely being able to buy this tractor we're looking at. And hopefully that'll make this way less cursed. Or my luck is, I'll look here, and it'll be gone. Like, I'll get all the money together, and it'll just be gone. If I'm a couple $100 short, that's also fine, because I can just do one lap of mowing the yard, and then selling the grass shavings to get that last couple hundred if I have to. Is there grass in the trailer? Yes, there's a tiny bit of grass in the trailer. If I end up needing that little extra nudge of money, then we can make things happen. Right now, I'm not planning on trying to sell the grass. I think that's enough. if my math is right, that should put us at, when I sell the, our current tractor, it should put us at 57,000 and some change. And the one we're looking at is 55,000 and some change. So we can grab that, you know, swap them out. And that means I'll jump from a 70 horsepower tractor to about 170 or 100 and something like that. I keep forgetting. 171 horsepower. So we'll be adding literally 100 horsepower onto what we've got. More than doubling our horsepower. It'll wipe us out, but at the same time, that's what we want to wipe ourselves out on. Getting equipment that allows us to do a lot more. Because with that, I then have the availability of having a tractor strong enough to do the barley. And so those who weren't here for it, it was the couple days ago when we, well, actually a couple streams ago when we last played Farm Sim, well, like the time before last we played Farm Sim. We did a big wheel and we rolled it with all of the crops you put in the ground, that like all field crops. We rolled it to see what crop we were doing. Literally everything was on there, olives, grapes, and all that, and barley won. So our first crop is going to be barley, which is a very straightforward crop. I do want to get to the point of using the McDon and the Thatcher header, mostly because it's the new thing and I want to check it out, but also because it should give me an increased yield for the amount of area I'm doing. It's something like 25-ish percent, 23% or something like that. And so that feels like a good option, especially early on when I may not have a lot of the tools I need to really maximize things. All right. So with that, we should have plenty to get this other tractor. Because I only need this thing to sell for about 12,000, and then we can afford the other tractor. Let's drive it over here to where we get our tractor, and I'm going to sell it. And if I remember correctly, it doesn't really make that big of a difference if you repair it, then sell it or not, because it just takes the cost of repair out of the thing. So if you repair it, you about break even if you just sell it. At least that's the way it worked in 22. Because I used to have people swear up and down that I should always repair first, and I did the math, and I'm like, no, it's like within in like single-digit dollars difference. So it's fine. Because I assume what they do is they just take the value of the vehicle, they take its repair, then they just delete the value of the repair from the vehicle. It's not like a prorated thing. Alright, so with that, let's double check everything before we commit. You are $5,600. So $55,600. Keep that number in mind. If we turn around and we check on our money here, if I depart with that, yeah, so that should put us up to like 58,000. So we could sell our not as good tractor. We do have enough. Here we go here. And the other thing is we can get a front loader attachment, which will be way better than what I'm dealing with. And these make no difference. We can get wheel weights later. Communal? The heck's a communal tire? Alright. And we got ourselves a brand new upgrade. I didn't even check the top speed on it either. 24, so it's the same top speed. Okay, so with all that done, water is fine there, water's fine there, water's fine there. You got your goodies there. So we are good here. Yeah, so there are 3 others and 4 doing start from scratch with only a truck and a chainsaw. Yeah, and that's the way I did the last one. Getting a better tractor feels good. Uh-huh. When it's not quite triple as good as the one we had. Like, 2100 would have been triple, and we're at 17... Sorry, not 2100. 210 would have been triple. We're at 170. So we are short. Well, I mean, we're basically more than double. That's triple is pushing it. We're more than double. We don't need to worry about the spader. We don't need to worry about the grass roller and weeders yet. That would be lovely if I could afford it, but that's not happening. You are low on water again. Man, you go from like full water to nothing so fast. But with that, one thing we are going to do is, now that I've got a little bit of money left over, let's repair the tractor. That's another 2,000 gone. You're gonna zip along real fast. The other thing is the fact that I can add weights to the wheels will be nice, and it's got a front loader option. There's a good chance if we look at the front loader option on this thing, I'm pretty sure I can get some relatively cheap forks for it where I can actually lift with the front of it and not use the $1,000 or $10,000 ones we've got here. I'm gonna fill this up and I'm gonna check that real fast. So we've got that. We can go here. Now, if we add the front loader extension, so front loader tools, well, I think I actually have to put this on as well. Yes, I'd have to buy at least the one for 75,000. I actually don't. Yeah, we'd have to. I don't know what the difference is here, other than the weight. So you buy like one of these ones in here in the middle. Yeah, one of these two. So 8,500, and I can go here. And so with that, I can actually get the pallet forks. We can get the things for like a bunch of bale stuff. We can get all sorts of goodies here that are really, really helpful. Yeah, that pallet fork will be way better than what we've been dealing with. I think I'm gonna go out of my way for it because it's about the same price of what I'm dealing with. Yeah, because it's 8,500. It's basically $10,000 for that. Versus the one I bought was also $10,000 and sells for $6,000. The difference is I can technically tip it and do all that other good stuff. Okay, and how are you doing on food? Let's top this off. Yeah, I think I just live with the current forks right now. Because we consider I have to get the $3,000, I have to get the front loader attachment. Then I have to get like the front loader arms. I believe that's 8,500. And then on top of that, then I need to spend like an extra 1,000 some change. Oh, it's nice to actually be able to do this at 10, 11 miles an hour and not dragging at like 4. I could sell some sheep and have them replace themselves. You're not wrong. The only downside is then I get way less wool. And I think the wool is probably worth more. We can check. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so sheep get up to $1,000. Maybe that's what we do. Maybe we sell the sheep that when they hit their maximum value, which I'm assuming is here. Just judging from the time. I'm assuming that's the maximum value is 1,000 per sheep. We just sell them like that. Because that means I have to do less effort with like the dragging the wool over there. Because that's 4,000 automatically right there, and we just keep the rotation going. Just being able to do this at speed without any struggle whatsoever. It's so nice to have a not terrible tractor. How goes the Frontier? It's going pretty good. We just upgraded our tractor finally, so we went from 70 to 171 horsepower. And can add a front attachment if we really want to, which is probably honestly worth doing at some point, but I'm not ready for it. We could also weight our wheels, which would be really nice on top of that. So I don't have to worry about constantly having the tractor like tip up and all that. Slight upgrade. Yeah, just, you know, a little bit over double. All right. But yeah, I do think we're gonna go, and whenever the sheep hit, I'm guessing it's 10,000 their max value. Whenever they hit the max value, we're just gonna sell the sheep. So when they hit 10,000, we sell the sheep. Yeah, it means I get less wool, but it also means I have less pallets to deal with. So that's probably a-okay. Because honestly as well, with as many sheep as we got in there, it's kind of hard to keep up with them. Okay. So for dealing with the sheep, I don't think I can sell them directly from here, can I? I can. Maybe. Right. So it's 3,800 because I'm having to ship them. And those ones are also max price. And we save the others for letting them age up still. And that puts us at $11,000. So thank you, sheep, for your contributions. But going from 70 horsepower plus having more weight will help balance the pallets is a nice upgrade. Yeah, and I can add the extra weight upgrade onto the tractor, which is just you put weights in the tires. So we're honestly looking like that was a very significant upgrade. That should be enough for us to get our seeder, our plow, and all that, like, equipment. So if we catch any of that on sale, the big thing I need to be after right now is the harvester. Because the harvester is the next big expense. So, like, where I'm looking at that and being trolled by it, that would be lovely. That's honestly the fertilizer thing I'll want in the long run, not the priority right now. So let's go check out our sheep. They're all good and dandy. We instantly got 8 new sheep. So that's going to be what we're going to be doing, is we're just going to be rotating out as they age up. Those are all fine. So with that, we advance the month. Yeah, the harvester's probably going to run us close to 100,000. There's not really a good way to get around that. Are you doing a no lease challenge? Yeah, no loans, no leases. Are you going for the class for 450? Honestly, I'm going to try and get whatever harvester I can on, like, the discount. Ideally, I would want a better one. Yeah, it's the planter. We would want the seeder. Like, that would be amazing if we got that. But yeah, no, looking at our harvesters, I would like to get at least this one. If I can get at least this one, it means I can be set up to later do the McDon with the Thatcher header. If I do that one, which is more than likely what we're going to end up getting with my luck, you know, we're going to make do with what we can make do with. But the big thing is to be able to afford that first. And we can check on all our buildings real fast. Just making sure everyone's good. You're doing that too? Rough start? Oh yeah, but that's the whole thing. But yeah, so we're going to take literally whatever harvester we can get our hands on. But ideally, I'd like to get anything better than the very first tier. If I can get anything better than the very first tier, that gives us options. Because that means we get a regular header, and then we can try switching over to the Thatcher header once the McDon becomes available. So we've got cotton, we've got a windrower. Okay, that's fine. I was about to be like, don't you dare show me a better tractor right now. Okay, we're still fine on your stuff. The water's all fine there. Let's see, you're using the plow new field, the cultivator mod, because you hate plows. A lot of people do. The weird angle on the plow does make them very difficult to deal with. Yeah, the 450 has a McDonald header. Yeah, no, that's absolutely. All right. Yeah, so nothing here we care about. Yeah, so we're advancing our stuff pretty rapidly right now because we're partially saving up money. This is all going fine. It looks like, honestly, we're not using it as much. It does look like we did take a hit on the water here. So I think we can do one more month before we have to worry about that. I also need to check on the wool. We did massively cut back in the amount of wool we're getting per in-game month because we did get rid of 8 full-grown sheep. And now I got 8 baby lambs. That's a wheel loader. Yeah, and that's a header, but we're not gonna worry about the header until we get the harvester. I don't wanna grab that and then realize I can't get what I need. Yeah, your water is still static. It hasn't gone down. We're okay for right now. Yeah, we're just trying to get things moving because I'm excited about finally being able to get a field set up. Because that'll be really good to be able to sit there and like start carving out a field. And I haven't decided exactly how I want to lay out my fields. Nothing on sale. You need water today, and you two need water today. That is not what I wanted to do. Because I need to turn that around so I can actually get at the front of it. Alright, I'll move the thing. I was trying to avoid moving this so I could keep just dumping the grass in there. But I messed it up badly enough. Making fields. Oh yeah, no, I've made a lot of fields with the actual plow. For the record, I played this game a lot. I mean, so far as Farm Sim 25, obviously not super a lot since this version is new. But Farm Sim 22, I have a pretty significant number of hours in. That's fine. Just trying to knock you away from there so I can turn you around. Don't mind me, sheep. It's fine. Nothing to be afraid of. Other than pretty much everything, actually. You should be afraid of existence itself would be a good idea. All right. Gotcha. Now, downside is by using this tractor versus the one we were using, we will have a bit of an increased maintenance cost. That is one of the only downsides of, like, why you might consider not just going, what is the biggest tractor I can get? I'm just going to use that. It'll do your job for you, but then the maintenance costs end up being higher. The fuel costs too, but the fuel costs honestly are nowhere near as big a deal as the maintenance costs from what I've seen. Alright. Keep topping off our greenhouses. We're getting really close to getting our first field crop up. They've been using the 90,000 newts for small chores and only using your T8 for bigger tasks. Yeah. Right now, I got rid of my small tractor. To be fair, it was like the small, like olive grape orchard tractor that's 70 horsepower. It probably will be something that we probably keep this tractor around pretty much indefinitely. And eventually we will get a really big tractor for, you know, doing the giant cultivator and all that, where you just do like half a field per, I mean, not really half field. You do like, you know, 14 plus meters per pass with just your cultivator or whatever. Because that just requires like 300-400 horsepower. But, that's mostly just for like the giant plow and the giant cultivator, about the only things you really need that one for. There's a couple other tasks that can be pretty significant. But honestly, this is a solid medium tractor. Hey, Arch Play stuff. Bear with me, I'm gonna get you a shout out here in just a second. Let me just reposition here real fast. For those who don't know, Arch Play stuff, absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform, fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team. Definitely someone you should check out. Plays a lot of indie games. So, Arch plays a lot of indie games. Recently, it is saying Fields of Mystaria. Nice. We gave Fields of Mystaria a go. And I was like, this is really good. I want to wait till it's not early access. It's kind of where I'm at with that. It's like, this game seems extremely good. I want to wait till it's done. Because I burned myself so many times on getting into a game and then being like, but I want more. I want more. It's not here yet. But yeah, no, definitely a good game. For those who don't know what Fields of Mystaria is, it's kind of a Stardew Valley-esque game. Has a little bit, was it, I'm trying to remember how the combat was in that one. I don't remember. But, it's definitely one of the ones that's been an outlier so far as, like, the new Stardew Valley-esque genre games that have kind of stood out as, like, hey, this one's actually really good. You might want to look at it. Because, like, to me, the one that's still, like, you know, stolen my heart is Coral Island. Yeah, like Stardew Valley on the SNES. Yeah. But yeah, like, Coral Island's the one that's, like, absolutely stolen my heart. But, Fields of Mystaria is definitely one of those ones, like, alright, I gotta keep my eye on this one. Versus, there's definitely been a bunch that you pop and you're like, this is decent. And then you play through and you go, okay, like, I had a good time. Moving on. But yeah, that one was definitely one that stood out. I was like, oh, you're doing what you're doing good. Like, you're probably gonna be a really solid game in the long run. Like, you're, like, what was there was pretty solid stuff. It was just, you know, early access. I think we even played that on stream, if I remember correctly. Like, I did a stream of it. That's been a while. But yeah, no, it's good. It's good, for the record. I believe it's still early access. I'm just very much with a lot of those games. Because I did Coral Island every single update with the early access, and while I absolutely enjoyed that, I'm like, you know what I kind of don't want to do again? That. I kind of just want to wait till it's done. It's so tricky. Because I know for devs, that early access money gives them the opportunity to see products through they might not otherwise do. But also, so burned out in early access. What is updating right now? That's fine, whatever. Alright, Rocket, you have a good one. Thank you for tuning in. I don't know if we're in position or not where that'll work. I don't think we are. think just a little bit too far towards, like, too close to the gate. Alright, so here's the question, because that's about to fill up with wool again. Now, the question we have is, if I don't even put the weight on the wheels, how will this work? Will I be able to just grab this and pick up a couple of those and not go up my front wheels? I think we will. I think we still will, but I'm wondering if I put then the weights in my back wheels. That might be enough that we don't. If not, I did lower this, right? Yeah. No, it's just the unevenness of the terrain. Alright, 1 seems to be totally fine. Okay, 2 is tenuous. I saw a little bounce. So we saw a little bounce. I'm willing to bet if we do the thing where we drive forward and back real fast. I mean, honestly, so we're on the edge, because I did see when I picked him up, I did see the, can you put the fork in the back? You can. I don't think that'll help too much. Sometimes it will. I don't think it's a big enough deal for me to care about, though. Yeah, so you can see when I'm picking it up, it does lift the back wheels up just the tiniest bit. So we're like on that fence. If we do start to go over it, we can just easily toss the weights in the back wheel and we'll be good. And if that's... like, we also have the option of tossing an additional weight on there as well as just like a regular connector weight. So this is definitely an improvement versus the other one where I picked up 1 and we just kind of drug on the slider for the forks. You just assumed the front was heavier? I honestly have no idea. Because there's certainly that, but at the same time, you also look at the size of the cabin on the back. It probably is heavier on the front in real life. But I have no idea, like, how accurately Farm Sim, you know, does the weight distribution of the vehicles. This is so much easier when all 4 wheels stay on the ground. It almost feels like cheating. Where's your little flatbed truck? I didn't have one. I really should get a flatbed at some point. I'm just trying to have enough money that way if a harvester comes up, we can snag it. Because that's going to be the big thing holding us back from getting a proper field start. Because once I get that, a lot of the other stuff is relatively inexpensive. By comparison, just getting a usable seeder is pretty much dirt cheap. So you're both good. The animals are all taken care of. And all that. So let's go ahead and double check our sales. Nothing on sale. So let's advance our day into November. And today's been an immensely productive day. We upgraded our tractor. We got 2 greenhouses. We got the water for dealing with the greenhouses. We got the forklift attachment. We got the sheep. We maxed all the sheep up. And all that. We've got our wool going now. We basically, like, we're still mowing grass to feed the sheep, but we basically stopped mowing grass. We got rid of our silage pit because, especially with a tiny little tractor, was just a bad time. I would love to buy you, but there's absolutely no way I can make that math work. Okay, so we do have another round of sheep to sell, and those are all fine. The sheep are going to need more grass soon, but that's okay. So let's go ahead and quickly sell the sheep that are fully grown, because I've started doing that. I don't know if it's a good idea or not, but it does make it a little bit less of a chore to manage the sheep, so I'm doing it anyways. So we got you. It's next to 3,800. That does make me imagine if you get like the full-size one, where you can get like 8 or 10 of them being born at a time, but that probably adds up real quick. Yeah, so we got 35,000 already. Yeah, so we're making solid money now. Like, what is how much are we making in a month? So we look at our finances. So this month we made about 5,000 already. The last month we made about 3,000. The one before that about 3,000. The one before that. So we're not making amazing money, but about 3,000 a month when we don't sell the sheep, and about 5,000 with it. That also isn't counting the wool. Did I not? Oh no, we didn't sell the wool. We just moved it. That's right. Yes, we're making about 3,000 when we're not selling wool, but when we sell wool and sheep, we get a bunch more. Like the wool, when we sell the full thing, has been about 10,000, give or take. And each time I sell the sheep, we're making just shy of 4,000. Now, with all that said, chat, it is getting to be about that time, unfortunately, where I do have to start wrapping up and calling a night, because I wasn't even supposed to stream today, and I gotta wake up in the morning. So I'm going to get myself situated to do that. Now, that said, if you are watching on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe and all that stuff. I unfortunately cannot host you on to the next person over there. I need 1,000 subscribers to do that, and I don't have 1,000 subscribers. So that's not going to happen. But for those over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere, because what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to, again, paranoid double save, and go to this screen and go to my ending stream screen.